Yikes. Here I am talking and I'm on mute. Okay, good morning, everybody. How is everybody doing? Okay, if you're watching me on Facebook or another channel on YouTube of mine, I just want you to know if I don't respond to your comments or you don't see anybody, that's because we're on my main channel, which is Kit 9168. Okay, what else did I want to say? Okay, I missed all of yesterday, but I seen the part with Letitia's brother. That was heart wrenching. Okay, I'm gonna see how my sound is here. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna see how my sound is here. I'm sorry. All right, it's working. Now, I've been watching Lori Vallow. I don't know if anybody else has. I've been watching little bits and pieces. But before this starts, I want to share something. Hold on, please.
I want to tell you
Here we go.
what I saw today in
Oh
court.
no.
I saw a
What's
76-year-old
going on around here?
grandfather. He actually turns 76
There's no
tomorrow,
sound.
sobbing
Are you kidding me?
with a victim advocate's arm
Oh,
around his back, trying to comfort him. I saw a detective describe for 5 hours
hold
how
on.
he and his colleagues worked.
I don't know why there's no sound, you guys. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. All right. Here we go. Try this again. I'm sorry.
I want to tell you what I saw today in court. I saw a 76-year-old grandfather. He actually turns 76 tomorrow, sobbing with a victim advocate's arm around his back, trying to comfort him. I saw a detective describe for 5 hours how he and his colleagues worked to find two missing kids. And that same detective described the putrid smell of rotting corpses, a smell so bad that officers had to take breaks every few minutes because the smell was just so horrific. They couldn't dig longer than a few minutes. That same detective described how he got on his hands and knees and sifted through dirt to find pieces of bone belonging to a girl, a teenager. I saw a prosecutor spend his birthday asking questions about missing kids and human remains and police investigations and two burial sites in a backyard. I saw 18 men and women who just days ago had no clue what they'd be listening to. They got a letter in the mail that said you've been asked to report to the Ada County Courthouse to help determine a case. And they showed up and they're doing their service to their community and their country. And they sat through 6 hours, 5 hours of stuff that will probably never leave them. I saw a mother who, for the first time that I've seen, became upset and was not her typical happy, smiling self, but appeared upset. And the reason I guess that she was upset is because there were photos of that mother's children, or I guess photos of what's left of that mother's children, pieces of her daughter displayed on a big screen in a courtroom, parts of her skull, and a bucket of flesh, and teeth, and charred bones, and orbital sockets. Stuff, stuff that I don't know. And her brother, JJ, at least you could recognize him. But there he was, autopsy photos of this little boy in red pajama pants. And I have two sons, and they have red pajama pants. And JJ is wrapped in plastic, not just black plastic like a garbage bag, but white plastic too over his head. And there's duct tape covering his mouth. And there's duct tape wrapped around his wrist and around his feet. And I saw those photos, and then I saw a photo of him, of his face. And you could tell it was him, except that it was decomposing, and it was black and it was gray. And what I saw today, and what so many other people in that courtroom saw, I don't know if it will ever leave us. And that is what I saw today in court.
Wow. Was that gut-wrenching? So I'm kind of shocked they shared their pictures too. And I don't know if you guys heard, I caught it last night, that Lori asked to not be in the courtroom because this was too emotional for her. It's just too much for her. Oh, yeah. Okay. She's going to try to get out of this. They're going to say it was Chad, it was Alex. Yeah. She put it out there. You know, if anything, put that in their heads. I don't know. I don't even know what to think or say no more. I don't know how parents can do this. Nope. And like I said, Letecia's brother, anybody see that? Anybody? That was crazy. I wonder if he has talked to her since she's been locked up or not. I don't know, because if you're a witness, I don't know how that works, because Harley is a witness, and she would tell me that she would talk to Harley and she would FaceTime her. So I don't know. I don't know. So let's see what's going on here. We're going to go to the courtroom, see what's up. And here we are. Oh, I want to get me off the screen here. There we go. So, analyzing life, of course, she's working, you know, because she's got a job. And she might be popping in and out, but I'm not sure. Okay, it's going to be 88 today where I live. So I got the window open. So if it you can hear the traffic, let me know so I can close the window. And we got some messed up weather here last week. We were in our
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Nstauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Before we start today, I do want to talk a little bit, and Mr. Tellini's here. Good. Okay. I wanted to make a little bit of a further record on the Medina case and some research that I've done since then. 16.8.109 CRS section 16-8-109 permits a layperson to give an opinion regarding a mental condition of a defendant. Mr. Tellini has cited People versus Medina, 521 Pacific 2nd, 1247, Colorado, 1974, for the proposition that the individuals which the district attorney's office sometimes requests be permitted to give an opinion regarding sanity. You go ahead and see if you want to, I'll give you a chance to talk. But the defense has objected on the grounds of Medina. And I reviewed the facts and circumstances of that case. And in that case, the trial court, this was back at the time, it was 1974. So it was back at the time when the issues of guilt and sanity were tried in separate phases. And actually, this case apparently had 3 different trials, all on the same facts regarding a robbery. And in that case, the trial court allowed a sheriff to testify that he thought the defendant was presently sane, and I note that word presently sane, based on a contact that the sheriff had with the defendant while transporting the defendant from Dallas, Texas, back to Fort Collins. It does not say when the crime occurred, and it does not say when the sheriff had his first contact with the defendant. So that's not terribly helpful. The next person that was allowed to testify was an investigator. And according to the facts, the investigator did not first met the defendant approximately 2 months after the offense. And the Supreme Court ultimately held that it was that the trial court abused its discretion in allowing that testimony, saying that before such opinion evidence from a non-expert can be admissible, the specific facts upon which the opinion is based must first be stated by the witness, and his testimony must also show a close or intimate relationship with the party alleged to be insane. They also cite a case called People versus Cole from Michigan. And it appears to be that the emphasis of that case was that the witness must establish that he was sufficiently acquainted with the defendant or testator so as to testify to the mental condition on a comparative basis and not merely to some manifested idiosyncrasy or eccentric behavior. Also, however, reviewed the case of People versus Talley, 7 Pacific 3rd, 172, Colorado Appellate 1999. And I will tell you that there is an error in that case because it says that cert was granted August 28, 2000. That's not correct. Cert was denied by both the United States Supreme Court and the Colorado Supreme Court. But in that case, it involved I think it was a cable TV installer. Cable television company installer. And the one worker killed another worker for, I guess, infringing on his turf is how it's referred to in the case. And the defendant at that point in time, or some months before the killing occurred, told his supervisor that if the victim was not kept off his turf, he would go to a higher level of security. And the supervisor was called to testify at trial. and was allowed to express an opinion on the defendant's sanity as of dates other than the date of the offense. And the Court of Appeals in that case found that it was not error to allow such testimony. Also noted People versus Gallamanis, Galamanis, 944 Pacific 2nd, 626, Colorado Appellate 1997, holding that it is proper to inquire into the mental condition of the defendant both before and after the commission of the act. And in this case, it said the defendant's supervisor expressed his opinion that the defendant was sane as of 9 days after the killing. Even if his testimony as defendant contends also expressed an opinion that the defendant was sane at an earlier date, that opinion referred to defendant's sanity only 3 months before the killing. So as I see this, I think that the foundation that needs to be laid for an opinion to be provided is what were the circumstances of the contact between the witness that is testifying, circumstances under which the witness had contact with the defendant, how the defendant was acting, those sorts of things. I also note that in this case, everybody except for the defendant's brother and Mr. Nstauch had contact with the defendant either at or near the time of the offense, which is alleged to have been committed in this case. So it seems to me that a person can give testimony regarding whether or not, based on their contacts with them, whether they thought the defendant was sane at the time. They cannot give testimony unless qualified as an expert with sufficient foundation is laid. They cannot give testimony regarding a diagnosis that may have rendered the defendant insane, but they can testify as to whether or not they saw certain things, whether she was, I think the prosecution has gone down the line of, did she refer to herself by a different name? Did she seem to know what was going on? In addition, with respect to, I think it was Van Nest, was the name of the nurse yesterday. She's in a little bit different position. Number one, she was qualified to testify as an expert, true, not in as a psychologist or psychiatrist, but part of her job requires her to obtain consent from a patient in order to perform an examination. And before she can obtain that consent validly, as she testified, she has to make sure that the patient understands the procedure, understands what's going on, understands why she is requesting what it is that she's requesting, and that the patient has the present capacity to be able to understand all of that and make a decision regarding that. So I think her testimony regarding whether or not the defendant was sane was properly admitted. So with that, Mr. Tellini, did you want to make further record, sir? Go ahead. Okay.
And I understand there's Medina, and there's, in my reading of Medina, there was two issues that were had with the officers. Basically, law enforcement testifying. One was, I understand the court saying the proximity and time of their contact with them. It also seemed that they were stressing at the time was somewhat of a limited duration. And I think one of the ones we have right now will interview with them. Hallie, I understand Hallie, it's unclear from the case how much contact the supervisor had with the defendant, whether it was driving for years or it's driving for a month. And so they don't necessarily have this thing that we kind of focus on the time. how this case goes out, we'll have some direction from the Supreme Court on how, because, you know, even though it's a 50-year-old case, it doesn't seem that there's a lot of cases subsequent to it explaining what the actual foundation is. And so I think I've made, you know, the record pretty clear. And again, I don't want, I'm not going to make a long record, you know,
That's fair.
Court just determining when they're asking a question, this is going to have the foundation, so they understand what the focus is.
All right. Prosecution, do you have any other record to add?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. It's the people's position that we agree with the court on the analysis of the cases that he cited. However, the jury is also going to be instructed on what insanity is. They're also going to be instructed, at least in the packet that we provided, that a layperson can weigh an opinion of insanity. At the end of the day, all of this goes to the weight of the testimony, because they also going to be getting instruction on the credibility of all witnesses. They can base the amount of time that the witnesses have spent with the defendant and weigh their credibility on that. So the instructions of law will cure any concerns that defense has.
Okay. All right. And that was a long way to start the morning. Sorry about that. Anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point? That is okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury. Are you going to start?
No, I'll start with some testimony first. And there's actually will be 4 videos during her testimony. The long one will be her interview that she conducted on January 29th, I think it is. It's about a little over 4 hours.
We'll also need to find a breaking point this morning.
Yeah.
Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Nstauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Yesterday, when we took our break, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Jessica Bethel. It's my understanding Mr. Cook is doing her cross. I don't know where Mr. Cook is.
Okay.
He's going to be right back. I will stand in.
We're good to go then. Okay. All right, Ms. Bethel, if you would raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may. Go ahead.
Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Jessica Bethel, Jessica Bethel.
Ms. Bethel, what do you do currently for work?
I'm currently a stay-at-home mom.
Okay. Did you at one point work for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
What was your last assignment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was last assigned to the investigations division.
What kind of education and training allowed you to do that job?
I went through a post academy to become a sworn peace officer for the state of Colorado. And from there, I received on-the-job training and advanced my career into the investigations division.
Are you still a post-certified peace officer in the state of Colorado?
Yes, I am.
How long were you in law enforcement previously?
Total, including my time served as a civilian, would be 14 years.
I want to specifically get us oriented to January 2020 timeframe. Were you working at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office at that time?
Yes, I was.
What was your specific job assignment then?
I was assigned to the majors investigation team, which consisted of detectives that investigated homicides and robberies, assaults against people.
How many different homicide cases did you get involved with investigating, if you have a round figure?
Oh boy. I would say more than 100.
At some point, did you become involved in the Nstauch disappearance case?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in that case?
I was assigned as the lead detective.
What does a lead detective do?
The lead detective coordinates the investigation mainly on a typical case and receives the leads and the information that's being collected by the other detectives. And then from there, analyzes that information and disseminates further leads, eventually leading up to either an arrest of the person or, looking at potentially a different suspect.
You said in the typical case, was there something about this particular case that made it different from those what you would classify as a typical homicide investigation?
Yes.
What was different about it just from the initial standpoint?
Initially, this case was receiving a lot of attention in social media, and the case quickly grew to a multi-agency case.
Do you remember off the top of your head how many different agencies got involved with this investigation?
I would say close to 10, if not more.
That include both state Colorado agencies like the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and other agencies, also federal agencies?
Yes.
Did it also include agencies in other states?
Yes, it did.
Would that include South Carolina and Florida?
Yes.
Because of the scope of this investigation, did that change the role of a lead investigator from the sheriff's office to some degree?
It did, yes.
In what way did that happen?
Because there was so much information coming in, I assumed more of an investigative role as opposed to sitting back and collecting all of the leads at once.
Would you classify the investigation as almost an all hands on deck effort?
Absolutely.
Speaking about just generally how the course of an investigation might go in a typical case, what are things that can influence the direction a case will develop into?
Things that can influence it, I would say whether or not we have witnesses available, whether or not there's video, whether or not the suspect is willing to do an interview with us. Those types of things can influence it.
What about the potential absence or existence of physical evidence?
Absolutely, that can influence it as well heavily.
You mentioned witnesses, willingness to give statements or lack of willingness to give statements. Can that also influence the course of an investigation?
Yes, it can.
What about misleading statements from witnesses? Can that have an influence on an investigation?
Yes, it can.
Those things that I just referenced, did some of those things occur in this case?
Yes, they did.
Did some of those things have a negative influence on the investigation?
Yes, they did.
Can you, in a general sense, tell us what some of those things might have been that caused a negative influence on the investigation?
This ultimately ended up being a homicide investigation, and we did not have a standard homicide scene where there would be, evidence of the homicide and a body. That was not present in this case. Also, the suspect providing alternate leads, multiple stories of what happened, also influenced how we proceeded with the case.
When you've got that sort of dynamic going, where there's different stories being presented to the investigative team, do you have to sometimes chase those down to see if there's any validity to them?
We should always chase those down. Absolutely.
Okay, and why is that?
It's just as important whenever you're trying to prove that someone did something as to prove that they didn't do something. We need to act without bias. And so if they present something to us, we need to take that just as it's a credible piece of information and vet it before we determine that it's not a good lead.
When did you first become aware of this particular investigation? Do you remember?
January 28th.
So the day after Gannon was reported missing by a 911 call and a non-emergency call?
That's correct.
By the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Because the initial call was for a missing or runaway child, did that cause a investigative impetus or momentum to try to find this child that potentially had run away?
Initially, patrol handled the case just as a missing or runaway child, but then later, when it was brought to our investigation, our attention, we realized that he was 11 years old. The weather, his medical conditions, it became more important to find him soon.
Were there lots of searches conducted in the area sort of surrounding the victim's home?
Yes, I was aware of many searches being done by neighbors, some coworkers of Albert's, and also law enforcement.
Did that include vast areas of field and even reservoirs and that kind of thing?
Yes.
Did any of those searches in the immediate area turn up any clues that would lead to any investigative leads that you could pursue?
No.
You said that you first learned of this case on January 28, 2020. Did you actually reach out to the person that ended up being the defendant in this case on that particular day?
Yes, I did.
Why did you make that effort?
I wanted to contact Letecia to speak with her more about Gannon's disappearance and to meet with her preferably at her home so that I could look at his room to look for clues as to where he may have gone, if he had left anything behind, a note or any behavioral changes.
Were you able to talk to Letecia?
I was. Yes.
How would you describe her demeanor on that phone call? Was she willing to talk to you?
I would say she was hesitant at best.
Do you remember how you described it in your reports?
I don't remember verbatim, no.
Okay. Do you remember if you described it as being apprehensive, that she was apprehensive to talk to you?
Yes.
Did you specifically ask her at that particular time if you could go to the house and talk to her about what had happened?
Yes, I did.
Did she agree to allow you to come to the house?
No, she did not.
Did she give a reason?
Yes, she told me that there were several young children in the home, and she didn't want them overhearing what we were talking about.
What did you do then as far as trying to get her to sit down with you and give some sort of a statement to you?
I offered to meet her at a place of her choice. She ultimately asked that I meet her at Starbucks located on Fountain Mesa.
Prior to this particular phone call, had you ever met Letecia Nstauch?
No.
Had you ever talked to her on the phone?
No.
Did you, in fact, then meet up with her at the Starbucks on Fountain Mesa?
I did.
Who was present for that interaction?
Letecia was present. Albert was present. My partner, Detective Mark Riley, was present. Myself and Jason Hess, Sergeant Jason Hess, also was present during part of it.
Okay. Did you actually do this contact with her and Mr. Nstauch inside the Starbucks business?
Yes.
So Was there a recording made of this particular interaction?
Yes, there was.
Can you hear sort of the normal chatter that you would hear in a Starbucks on the recording of this?
Yes, you can.
May I approach with People's Exhibit 335? Mr. Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 335?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a disc containing a field interview with Mr. Nstauch and Letecia.
Is this the recording of what we were just talking about, your interaction with them at Starbucks on Fountain Mesa on January 28, 2020?
It is.
Have you had a chance to listen to that recording?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
Yes.
At this time, I've moved for admission of People's 335 and request permission to publish.
All right, Exhibit 335 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And before we publish it, the person that you had contact with that identified as Letecia Nstauch, did that person have the same voice as the person you talked to on the phone just a little bit prior to this actual meeting?
Yes, she did.
Do you see that same person in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you please identify her for the jury, pointing out where she is sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the defendant's table. She has a pink shirt on.
With her head resting on her hand?
Yes.
I would ask that the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then permission to publish People's 335, and it is 55 minutes and 54 seconds, Your Honor.
And is this audio only?
Yes, this is audio only.
Go ahead.
I wasn't sure like what you were going to be in.
Yeah. So, do you guys just want to stand out here, or do you want to go in the?
We can go in.
I'm Detective Bethel, by the way. This is my partner, Detective Riley.
Sorry, I'm so good. And I thought that. I guarantee you, I get halfway down there and I'm so tripped. So.
So, we were just notified about what's going on again, and so I just want to start from the beginning to make sure that I have accurate information. So, your name, ma'am?
It's Tecia. Same last name, Stout. AUCH.
Your date of birth?
8483.
Give me the address, because I don't think that street name's right.
It's just Mandan, MANDAN.
How long have you guys lived there?
A little over a year.
And your name, sir?
First name's Eugene. Last name.
Your date of birth?
82.
All right. Where do you work, ma'am? Which school?
I don't know. I don't know if I think it's for the college.
And you, sir?
I'm in Ashland. Full time.
So tell me a little bit about this Gannon. How old is he? He's 11.
That's what y'all put out. That's not true.
Right. That's what I was told too.
So we were like, everything we've been basing the mindset on it. Based on that.
But someone actually texts.
Yeah, technically last night he texted me. I was in Oklahoma at Fort Sill for training. I had to come home emergency. But he texted me last night. He's like, "Yeah, we saw him on the camera. Came in. He did not look distressed. Bought some chips. Left on foot. Maybe I can show you the text. See if like,
When did you go to Fort Sill?
when? Yeah, I left Sunday. I've been there one day.
What school does Gannon attend?
Grand Mountain.
Grand Mountain?
Yeah, it's in our neighborhood.
I was going to say, I think that's a new one that opened up down there. Tell me about his friends.
Most of his friends are right there, like right around our house. Like he has, ones that live right at the end of the street. He plays with them most of the time. Braden is his name.
What's Braden's last name?
I got all his parents' phone numbers, and we talk to him all the time. But
If I could get their number too.
yeah,
So if Braden,
I don't.
Braden, so they're like two families that live in the same house, but they're like related. So
Well, Connor, I know. But Connor goes to Webster.
there's a Connor, but he goes to the rep show, and she because they rezoned him because of the new school or whatever. So he went there last year.
Connor's mom has been with us the past day or two.
She works at
Yeah, she works at Webster.
So this is one of them. That's
Ian.
so like I said, I think it's two brothers and their families live in the same house. And they got like 3 or 4 kids.
but that's associated to Braden.
I think that's Braden's uncle. I got Braden's mom in there too. But you can get to him through this guy. This is-
When was the last time that Gannon went to school?
We've been last week.
Yeah, so Gannon went to school on Friday.
Friday, yeah.
When does he return home from school?
I'm like 3:15ish.
Yeah, 3:05 to 3:15.
Yeah.
They changed the new time of the school. Like it used to be like 3:30 to 3:45. Because of like snow days when they're there.
So Braden and Connor, are those the only two friends?
I mean,
He know, I don't even know if he don't care if he's
I'm looking.
he wants to meet them all and talk to them. So he has numbers. I don't even like I know them from coming to our house. Like I don't have a lockdown.
There's one more. This so Lily is my daughter's friend, but she has a brother that's Gannon's age as well, and they kind of live like right behind us.
What is the brother's name?
Reese.
Reese.
I do know that because
Yeah,
I hear playing the sale all the time.
Yeah. So they live on the next street over, and sometimes they'll ride their bikes over there, but they mainly play with these boys, these Braden. And then right next door to them is a group of girls that my daughter plays with.
Okay.
I just know their mom,
Canberra.
Canberra. If the mom, and that's her number right there, 801
Oh, yeah.
CANBRA, I think.
So that's a mom of.
My daughter's friends. There's like 3 girls.
Well, one of them is the age of Gannon.
Yeah, I mean these kids are like they range from like first grade to like they're 6.
So these are neighbors.
Yeah, basically they live 2 or 3 houses down, but they live next door to one of the 2.
Okay.
And that's about it. That's all they really play with. Now he's got some other friends at school, but he never really goes to their house and stuff like that. The point of concern was this right here. This is where the concern started. See the text message he sent me. Okay, so this was he stayed at home yesterday because his stomach was hurting.
So we got hiking on Sunday.
Okay, so yeah,
I would tell her that part.
Yeah.
She's about the stump. And we went to Garden of Gods and we get probably about, a few miles, a few feet in. He's like, oh, my stomach hurts. I'm like, yeah, it's probably because you haven't been, like exercising all day. He's had this problem for a while because he gets like really bad constipation. And so his stomach was hurting all day, and it was, you were either on the plane,
something.
some people were like texting back and forth. And I was like, should I just stay at home because there was like blood and stuff coming out of his butt a little bit. And so I was like, I didn't want him to go to school like that, scared because of like multiple nothing there.
Okay.
And he gets really down and embarrassed about
So
that too.
yeah, so he gets embarrassed. He's very like emotional about that type of thing because he's sad about it. So he stayed at home. Well, we went about and got the dogs some new outfits. We got 2 new puppies, so we went and got the dogs some outfits at the Petco. I think it's on Kohl's Nevada exit, maybe. I don't know the numbers, but I know it's Nevada and the Kohl's right there. So we went to Nevada, went to Kohl's. He sat in the car because he wasn't feeling well, and I wanted to make sure he was going to eat, and I made him some feeding light and stuff like that. I think that's about it. Petco came back, whatever. So when we came back, he was texting you, and that's where you wanted.
Yeah. So he had spilled a candle in the house, whatever. You know, he was because he felt like he was smelling bad because of his accident. He lit a candle and was playing. He spilled the candle, so he got really upset because he made a mess with that too. So
he turned a big.
So then this is where he starts texting me. I'm in Oklahoma, so he told me he might tell me where he's blah blah blah. And I'm just trying to stay positive, you know. So he's worried about. He should say he was really worried about getting in trouble not for the accident, but for the candle thing. So then right here, I was like, we'll talk later. And he's like, do we have bath salts? And I'm like, immediately, I know what that's all about. So I'm like, what, what's going on? Where did he even hear this from? So I immediately texted her. I was like, we have a little bit for baths and stuff. So I was like, put all the stuff we use for our baths and put it away somewhere so he can't access it until we find out what's going on. And then I asked him for what.
So listen with that.
Yeah.
So with that, the day before, when he tells me this, I said, he came in and asked me, did we have any the day before, which was the Sunday. And I gave him a bath bomb because I really didn't know bath salt. I didn't know. So I gave him a bath bomb and went to the bath. I still was clueless to the bath salts until we looked it up.
So then he tells me this. My friend said if I got some, we could play this weekend. And I told him no, absolutely not. But we were still talking at this point. And then he was like, he went on a little bit. Then he's like, his brother has a car for a sleepover if I can come over Friday. That's kind of the end of it. That we need some more days. So that's where we get the idea that he may have left. Well, no, he told her he was going to play. So
Which she does.
once they do all the time, they walk out and they're like, where you going? Be back at such and such time. And they're always maybe he's 10 minutes late, but nothing like text. So I don't even know who this friend is. That's the biggest concern on the surface. That's why like she said, I always like to walk over here and meet, hey, this is blah blah blah.
We don't know anyone. Just a car.
Yeah. Nobody that has an older sibling that drives. None of his friends that we were aware of. So from these other people, we got some names of other kids on the bus that he plays with, and so we kind of hunted them down last night. What they did while I was on the way back. Found one kid named Jimmy, but he wasn't. They hadn't seen him, and then they were like, "Well, this kid has an older brother or whatever." And they went to their house, and they're like, "No, we haven't seen him." So that's when it really
gave us information that Jimmy had a older sibling. So of course we all went.
We think it was to put people together.
Okay. So then Jimmy's dad answers the door, and they show the picture to Jimmy. Connor's mom, with the one with my daughter. She's a 17-year-old. So he's like, yeah, I think I know that kid. And then they were like, do you know Jimmy? And the guy was like, yeah, that's my son. And then he was like, I'm sorry to tell you guys, but we don't have an older child that dies. I don't know if she said Jimmy was the oldest, but whatever it was, Dad said there was no older boy that was in their home that time. But it was, like he said, pieces were coming in from different kids trying to give us information and names.
See, the big deal here is it's not like, and I know kids, they get influences, but he's a homebody. I mean, I'm like the same way. He would rather be at home playing this little Nintendo or watching cartoons. Sometimes I gotta make him go ride his bike, that kind of thing. So he's not one just to walk off. And he's had times where he's been a little embarrassed about his stomach problem, but never anything to drive him or something like that. So that's why I had to come to grips with. I'm pretty convinced that something bad. We kind of took ourselves, kind of broke it down to we either feel like he's at a house where some of this stuff is going on. They convince, that they convince.
Has anybody called the school yet?
Yeah.
So the principal called this morning.
I back up. I emailed the teacher first, and I'm like, "Can you give us any information?" I knew she couldn't, but I wanted to start with that dialogue. So, can you give us any information about Anna's friends or anything? She's like, "No, but I can go with the administration." So principal, somebody reached out last week. Her agent said he waited up front just to make sure he didn't come to people day side or whatever. And an announcement is that, hey, if you have information, we're going to help Gannon. And
They also just sent an email on the do not reply. The district email just came to us. The principal said he's sending out all payments.
okay, so yeah, so they're doing their due diligence.
So I just paid it to us now.
What kind of social media accounts does he have?
So I don't even let him get online with his things. I have
Does he have a phone? Obviously, he has a phone that
it's
he's
in the
texting.
trunk, but like we check through that. I check the phone logs on my TT account, and we hadn't texted anybody other than the one friend.
So we have the capability to do a download on the phone and potentially see things that are deleted that you and I wouldn't see immediately. It would be like in cache data or whatever. Would you be willing to let us look at his phone,
Yeah.
do that download, see, just to make sure that he didn't delete something that we need to look at? Okay. So it's an iPhone?
Yes. You want to get that?
We need to take it with you.
Yeah, that would be great if we could.
Oh, I know we'll get that, but I brought this because some of my buddies at work were like, you can track. It's in the right way that the device is hooked to the internet somewhere.
Okay.
So maybe he's somewhere and play this game on the Wi-Fi. Or
That is the Nintendo Switch missing?
yeah, he had it with him. So like he was going to play games. That's what obviously he was going to play games with his buddy or something.
What's the serial number on that?
That's going to be that here. I'm not mistaken. Everything should be in it. I think that's it.
Does he, other than stomach issues, does he have any other ailments, disabilities?
He just he takes ADHD medicine. But that's never really caused him a problem. Other than he makes straight A's. He actually got his first B this past time. So
That's his phone there.
yeah, that's 922. That's good.
2922.
Yeah, let me give you this phone number. And I don't know if you have to subpoena the information or not, but so my friend looked this up and found it said that police can subpoena connection location for the switch, and he found something on the internet that said that. So it's at least worth looking into, I think.
Yeah, we've got a database of stuff that we work with, so we'll be able to find a contact if that service exists with them. Any
Can I show you something?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you'll find it out, but I just not sure about the issue.
Oh yeah, he had looked up only one something that was.
Oh, where's the history?
Are there any other children in the home?
Oh, it's. I'm sorry.
You turned a 17-year-old. You've been biologically both of yours.
So I have Gannon and my 8-year-old daughter. And their mom is on the way now, so she's going to be here tonight. But
His sister's name.
Lena, Laina.
What's her date of birth?
12212.
And you have custody of both of them.
I do.
What is
Well,
mom's name?
technically shared, but they live with me and go to our seniors summer. So we call it shared. But I really have this. Mom's name is Landon, Landeen.
Do you know her last name?
Hyatt, Hiott.
Date of birth?
1185. And we have one other child in the home as well, her biological daughter.
Okay. What is mom's phone number?
Phone number?
Yep. And you said it's your biological daughter?
Harley. HUT, no, Harley.
Oh, Harley.
Yes,
What's Harley Subaru?
5102.
You mentioned younger children in the home.
Well, mainly I was meeting Lena because here's what happened. One of the people called this morning and she was sleeping and heard a lot of conversations and she's been like just crying and things like that. So yeah, and she already has like I don't know preconditioner with anxiety, but she gets very
worked up.
worked up easily. So she's having a hard time because like the National Guard came earlier. So many people made comment. So it's a lot.
Like you said, I guess the search history had been deleted, but like that right there, Monday afternoon. I don't know. I don't see a time on that, so I don't know when that happened, but I'm sure that could be found. But it says, "Can my parent find my cell phone if it's off?" So I don't know if he wanted to take the
What
phone.
is this? Where does FGTV live?
That's so. This FGTV, some little kids show that they watch, or the kids watch, and they got
Like famous YouTubers.
it's like a YouTube thing that's going on. So but he left the phone.
Is he talking to any girls?
No, actually, I joked with him about that, but he,
He had a puberty class and he was like,
Yeah.
"Ooh, I don't want to do like." And
they just had the puberty class in school, so he's still in the ooh phase. Yeah, go ahead.
now, if you see the messages that say to mommy in the last day, that's me talking to his mom. Because I don't give her mom.
To see if you get any searches and stuff on the maps. So he searched for 10315 declaration of that you guys.
Declaration is probably
Look there up on it.
somewhere. Probably somewhere.
It's almost
Yeah, it's probably.
no glory.
Yeah, it's probably something that we were. It could have been things that people.
What date was that?
10315 declaration drive.
When was that start?
It says traffic homes, Wilson Ranch.
Yeah, I mean that's our neighborhood.
Right.
Declaration.
I didn't look for any declaration.
Definitely was on Kearsarge or
Yeah. Or saw it.
Kearsarge or whatever. But we were driving around over there, and somebody said that they saw a camera.
That was the
On the old Rory.
address on there.
Wow, I didn't think about looking at that. But how does it make any sense? Because he went the other direction.
I feel like that's someone's address.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the people. Is it recently? Because
So this is how it was when I pulled up his map. I don't have his word, but I have a computer one address that that address. So when I click on it,
you just put Austin Ranch, so is that the random address for that office?
That's an address of declaration.
Bring up with map to see look for address. I'll send the car down to that. We'll figure out what that is. And I know it's right there on goes off to the south. The fence right by their house.
But it's kind of farther towards the school than our house. So that backside.
Yeah.
We're up right at the front. That first section.
What model iPhone is that?
It's like a 6.
Search. They're over here.
So this here is it's a computer for Twitter, but we're going to use cell phone. So basically, what the cell phone waivers would say is that we're gonna dump this phone with your permission. You have the constitutional right not to have it searched without having a warrant. I think that at this point, time would be good. Started.
Yes.
Everything that's on that, to include all deleted items, everything. It just makes a copy of everything, and then we'll get it back to you, and we'll analyze the copy that we take from it. Again, it's you're providing consent. I can't force you into doing it, and I would have to obtain a search warrant if you didn't consent.
28.
I believe so. Yep.
28.
So we'll keep the phone and start searching for that. Searching through that. Where might he go other than? Does he have any other relatives in the area?
No.
No relatives in the area.
It's just us and those few friends. Yeah, I don't know. I don't recognize it.
Where was the car over there?
Okay.
Figure out why it's in the car. Did you ask about the bath salt now? The address?
Yeah, so we don't know just the friend. We don't know who the friend is.
I can show you all it said.
In that text.
Said to me was bath salt. It's like, do we have any?
So you wanted to take him to a friend's house?
Yeah, and let me pull up so I don't get it wrong. Huh?
Oh, thank you.
And I got another water coming for you guys.
Oh. Thank you so much. So you can just read through it. It starts, I was in Oklahoma, it's the darts right there, so you can just scroll down. So get this details we did with him. He's been having some stomach problems, so that's when he talks about his tummy. He had made a little accident, dropped a candle, so he was upset about that. But then you can read the part about the bath salts. And in context with that, at the same time, as soon as you said bath salts, I got on my phone to her and like, hey, because we do have someone to take legit take baths with and stuff.
Yeah.
That's like get it all, hide it, put it away.
Yeah, I told him that
Figure out what's going on.
he did ask me the day before,
Yeah.
and I gave him because I didn't.
So, like, see, it's very vague. There's no like friend's name or where they live or anything. Because the intent was to have that conversation face to face or whatever.
I'm sorry. When did you say you went to Fort Phil?
I left Sunday morning. Well, actually, I went Sunday night because my mom flew out Saturday night. My flight was Sunday morning, and then I got there Sunday, that one day of class, and then this all happened Monday night. So, which was yesterday. I came back. And,
What time did you guys go to Petco?
I don't know. I probably looked to what time we set the alarm.
Okay.
I think.
Sunday, back.
No, Sunday was we got hiking Sunday.
Didn't go to Petco Sunday.
No, we went.
Petco Monday.
Yeah, because it was just me again and again in the car because the stomach.
Okay.
Because Lena went with us hiking, but Lena was. What's that date? So.
Tell you what. Yesterday was 27. So we're at the address. You can send a card to the house.
The only thing I can think of though, if that was the person that we took the jingle basket to,
Where'd you use this from?
Anna was with me. So if it ends up being the person like the neighborhood did the jingle basket, that's the only thing because it was somebody in Wilson Ranch. So you go like the people, but that would have been December. So I don't know what they got. I don't know if that's their address. I'm just saying that.
Any clothes missing?
Like I said, like literally from what she explained, everything was consistent with I'm going to play with my friends. So it was like whatever clothes he had on, we make him put his play shoes on. We got nice shoes and play shoes. He had his play shoes on. So it was pretty obvious that his intent was like, I'm not leaving, but I'm going to play. And I'm, doing everything I'm supposed to do. And she let him take his switch. Don't really ever do that. So it's in.
When was the last time he talked to his mom, his biological mother?
for Sunday. He had been talking to. He talks to her, right? They talk almost. I'd say
Okay.
5 times a week. I know he talked to her Friday and Saturday because my mom was here, and he was on first. So.
Sorry, there's just a lot of 27 numbers.
That bio mom's coming in from.
Yeah, she's on the way now. I think she just got on a plane, South Carolina. Yeah, that's where we're all originally from, South Carolina. But I'm right here for the military. So, I mean, not to add any confusion to it, but like the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law. That was one of my first instincts when it was like when the come and go thing came up, and they said that he walked in all nonchalant, like everything was normal. It was like the dude was here or something, because he's got a lot of trouble like that in his background. So I was like, it came to my mind. It's worth putting down, but I mean, I don't know if it's anything legit.
Does she have your address?
Yeah, she does.
I know it says I disarmed the panel at Monday, January 27th at 2:29. So that's when we would have, and I set the back door to close because I would have like let the dogs out back then. So that's when
That's when you got home.
came home. I'm still scrolling up. I just didn't want to have to go back. And then let's see, it says basement motion. I might have didn't set. I had to set the alarm. It's not showing when I set the alarm, but it says living room and basement motion at 10:10 a.m. Oh, here it is. Armed by master right here. So Monday, January 27th, I alarmed the alarm at 10:05 a.m.
10:05. You guys went.
That's what time I armed it. So I'm assuming, yeah, because we had motion that morning because we were there.
Which alarm do you use?
ADT.
What did you participate in? Bingo.
But they do these little basket things where like they would like a group on Facebook or wherever, like 10 women or 10 families just set a dollar amount. It's like, okay, you bring a basket of stuff to their house.
Okay.
So it's like a Secret Santa, I don't know, something like that, but for the neighborhood.
I could either look on the lady who sends me. If you want to see if that's the address she sent.
It doesn't matter. We're going to send it to
Okay.
anyway.
Okay.
So we'll make contact,
Okay.
verify.
Okay.
It's weird that you would have that address installed.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, if that's like recent, or I know we
I
don't.
don't have a way to see when it was set up. I can just see what the address is. The only address on there.
Right.
Has he ever left before?
I tell you, I mean, I know every parent says this, but he's a pretty straight up kid. And if ever he does wrong, like the only thing he ever sneaks is, playing his games if he's grounded or something. That's it. I mean, other than that, he does his chores. I mean, he makes straight A's, kind-hearted. I mean, he fusses with his sister. But
And to add to that, I know you're okay with saying that the counselor has said every.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I because of his mom and the situation with her husband, like she basically has lost everything. Doesn't have a place to live. Gone through a lot, drugs and stuff. So I got custody of them. It's been pretty hard, for any kid. And I went through some of that as a kid. So I was like, let's get them counseling, just to be, certain there's nothing that they're dealing with, and they know it's okay to talk. So they go like once a month on base, and I always ask at the end of the session, hey, is there anything alarming that you brought up or anything I need to know about? And
She always says that.
for him, it's nothing, that he's just open, and he's going through normal emotions of loving mom and loving dad and stuff like that, but nothing like, hey, you need to.
Does he go on Carson?
Yes.
And what's his counselor's name?
Dr. Burtzek. I have her number.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Looking through this phone and listening to you, it's exactly like looking through a 12-year-old's phone. Talking about exactly. He communicates over a couple game chats. They play the game once, They got to play a computer game.
See it right here. and I refuse unless he's done it behind my back. I know he gets on YouTube and watches some stuff, but I have absolutely said no online game. So unless he's got on there and figured it out, then
So not necessarily communicating through the game. You have apps and stuff. If you can talk back and forth with your
maybe not.
lobby game and stuff, and he likes to see those instead of text messaging. And you present you for different apps. I would looking to see that recognizing it on the game. Or something it's over.
Yeah.
So I don't recognize any of them on there from what you do.
Yeah, and usually, once again, he's pretty innocent by telling us, or at least hinting at things. And he's never even like said, "Oh, I learned this from this." How he learns is he researches like YouTube and stuff.
I see the way he was talking to you in his text messages about dealing with trouble, he still plays
Right.
games, stuff like that.
But I did block him from the Wi-Fi because he was using TikTok out of something about some choking game.
Yeah, I noticed, and I paying attention to what the news and all that. I banned them from TikTok and said remove it from all your devices because stuff like that. I'm sure there's good stuff, but that stuff that encourages those challenges or whatever you go
When
on.
was that?
Within the past week.
Yeah, I took him off, but like he was on the Xfinity Squad.
Yeah,
And shut
Yeah.
myself.
yeah, you did
So
that.
I did that because I look over and it was some people were choking and quarters. I don't know what it was like. I guess to get high,
This is
like you choke yourself or something. And so he was laughing, but I think he saw it as just people being silly. I don't think he was realizing like
How serious it
how
was.
serious that was. So I told him a story, which was a true story. He was playing a quarter game and it went down his throat. And he had to be rushed to the hospital, blah, 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 blah. And so then he kind of looked at me like, like it was serious. So I didn't think anything else about it. Didn't think he was going to do anything like that. I just thought he thought it was funny.
to see the kid is so like tenderhearted. Like I know the kids are obviously influenced. We know that, but he would never like smoking or anything like that because his mom's got into that stuff since we split up, and stepdad as well, and his grandma, his mom's mom smokes real bad, and so he knows that causes bad stuff.
But then the thing was in his book bag.
What was in his book bag?
So she found after the bath
Harley
salts.
found it.
After the bath salts, I said go check his book bag just in case. Initially, she found nothing, but then after he disappeared, they went back and.
No, I didn't let her go look at it initially.
Oh, I thought she looked at it.
No, you asked me to go look at it, but I was looking at other things.
So they
like
found
Harley.
a 2-pack of those little sweet.
Yeah, I sent
So-
Harley to go look at it.
I don't know. Somebody had to give him those
When did you find those?
last night.
Yeah, so I sent Harley to go do it. So Harley was like pulling out the book bag stuff, and she's like, "Oh, I didn't see anything." And then the folder, she got a folder in her hand and dropped that folder, so she immediately text out. But it didn't look like anything was used.
It's kids that didn't.
Braden and Connor.
Connor not as much because
Have we been to their house?
I don't know. Did they talk to the police last night?
Connor's mom did.
Connor's mom was there. But I was texting the other parents because they were out in the neighborhood looking.
Like Brady's parents wanted to.
Yeah, out in the neighborhood looking around. Yeah.
Yeah.
You talked to Brady's parents.
I'm not sure if y'all talked to Brayden.
I know I know they talked to Braden's mom because she was at a.
Okay. All right. There you go.
I don't know that you talked to his mom, but I do know she was there at the time everyone was there.
What is the Rubicon Drive address?
Rubicon Drive, actually.
So Lily and
Is that
like the friends that live on that address. Okay.
9865 Rubicon Drive.
I don't know the number, but the Lily and Reese I spoke about earlier, they live on Rubicon, which I think is the street right behind us. Is that Rubicon?
Yeah. Rubicon's behind us, but I don't know anybody. I thought Gaplin was behind us.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at it.
What is it again?
9865 Rubicon Drive.
What is this? Something.
That was the usual hangout, yeah.
Oh, okay. Who gave you this?
It was listed in the report. You guys gave it through.
Yeah, I didn't give anybody no.
So there was information that you wanted to go to a party with the bath salts. That was a slip over. Is that right?
window.
He said I want to go to a friend's house. They said bring bath salts and my older brother would.
Yeah.
That's piecing it all together, but in good terms, that's.
Yeah, I didn't do the same thing.
But-
Anybody.
So this Rubicon, so we live on Mandan right here. That Rubicon would be those boys, that Braden's family right here. I'm sure that's.
Okay, so that's Braden's house.
I would assume that because they don't know anybody else in Rubicon.
Yeah, I wouldn't have
And Lily and Reese. Well, I don't know. Rubicon goes around here, so unless he was going to somewhere right there, I don't know. But the boys do live there. Rubicon. Lily and Reese live on Capitol.
So we also have a deputy back over at the Cummingville.
Okay.
So we asked them to send us the videos. They can't do it in the store. They have to do it in the corporate office. It's a wireless system or whatever. If you're cloud, or they can send it to the committees. We're going back over to review that.
Linda Reese. Or Reese Linda.
Oh, at that Declaration House. I mean, to know if there's any kids there, would have to go through the school probably.
That's what they're doing now. So they're going down to see if anybody home. If they have any kids. It's unsafe.
Okay.
And then why you would search that address instead of start from there. So
Okay.
they're headed down there to that now. Get me over. Look at a local video over there. Did you talk to Deputy Donatell yesterday?
Would this been late last night?
No, it would have been probably before 4 p.m.
I'm trying to. The only deputy I spoke with that I remember, one called me as we were getting overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I don't know who I spoke with. They were at the house though, right?
There's a lot.
I think they were at the house, and then Donahue,
Donatell, yeah.
Sean Donahue.
Now, Chris Donatell,
This is El Paso County. Yes, Deputy Sean Donahue, I think, is the one I talked to because he said
The recording.
he would text me the case number, and then he said that we got come and go footage, so I texted him back. Yeah, I mean you can read the rest.
so the deputy that went to the county show, the clerk said, oh yeah, he was getting it. The deputy reviewed the video, and he does not have the video.
Doesn't lie.
He saw him
The one viewed it today or last night?
last night. He's going back again today.
So let's see. Donahue said basically that it said there was nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't seem under arrest. He left on foot. He only purchased a bag of chips. And I continued to ask him questions about.
First of all, he got to me from the clerk. And the clerk said, yeah, it's him. But the deputy went and knew the video. The kid is back in the video buying the chips.
Yeah.
He doesn't think it's your car.
Okay.
But he's over there back now. We can go there and look at it, but we can't get a copy of it.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to have the
Yeah,
I mean, I was over there when I don't know who was over there at like 11:30. There was another deputy over there around.
that would not have been the guys over there.
Yeah. So we were driving around. I saw a squad car or whatever there pulled in, and I said, "Hey, can I look at the footage?" He said, "I don't have permission for that." But he said, "I've looked over an hour and a half. I don't see description of your son or something that's close to it."
What kind of iCloud sign in? Sorry.
Let's text real quick, and it's in my note. I think it's the kid's stuff, isn't it?
I'll need a username and
Yeah,
password.
I got it in my phone.
You see anything there? It's worth. I saw a screenshot on the phone of a kid on a sidewalk or something like that. You guys
Somebody sent that.
So there's been like 100 videos, photos that I went through. And I know that a couple of them were what appears to be him with his same outfit, same, looks like him, there were people scrolling on there. So we had like 400 comments to go through.
So
That
that should be the iCloud
we sent it.
username and password for his phone.
Was irrelevant. We read them back
Then
or whatever. So yeah.
yeah, you can write all that there. And that's the Gmail username and password attached.
So yeah,
Do you care if I just take a picture of that?
Hey, how about I screenshot it and send it to you? How about that?
That's
so like it lived on Gatlin. One of them I sent to my cousin. I just don't remember where this one.
That's it.
Gafford's behind us.
Oh, he's a Catholic.
Oh yeah, no, Gafford.
That's way up in the city.
All right, what's your number?
719
Okay.
208
Okay.
1406.
You guys stop one?
And I just left that's my daughter's iCloud too. Not that it'll matter, but just in case, I just left that one on there for you.
You're pretty sure that's right.
Yeah. Right. But I mean,
So where was this one taken up with time?
I need to look back. Give that this thought of the part extending the.
I give you a number. I can send a picture to you. I'm gonna send it to the guy that's over looking at video. 719.
Maybe. How could you think?
So.
No. Within 5, 6, 5, 7. And that one was somewhere over by your house.
Yeah, what video here we didn't.
You could beat over the common door.
Oh, I Safeway. I was like, I don't really think Safeway is our Safeway.
So you did see he had a whole bunch of emails for Safeway.
Well, this is why. This is why. So we'll all be in there. They only let you do the just for you coupon clipping. So everybody in the house with phones have to get social.
In the system.
Well,
Our son gets random emails from
you'll notice like supers on there too.
my email box.
Yeah.
That's your point.
That's why it's
Select all for
That's all. That's. And then I'll get in there and be like, what number am I putting in and try them all.
If anybody's searching on your house yet?
Yeah, so that was the first thing they did. Was it's about 6 people showed up, and because we waited about 4 hours, and the first thing they do, they come in, they just were like, hey, we need to get your ID. You have to run in like I guess like search regs and stuff like that. And then they said, well, typically or sometimes kids can like hide, and someone told me something about kids could be in the jar and not realize that they could breathe, like different places. So the guy went through every room and all the officers and everybody else like stood this way, and he did like flashlights, checked all the spots to make sure he wasn't like hiding, because at this point it had already been so long. If he doesn't ever come in to hide, he might do like a play, like jump out behind that thing, but not like anything specific. Yeah, so he went in like all of our closets. We like moved stuff. Everybody was silent. Then we looked at the alarm to see like if there was any motion that might have been in any direction that we we didn't know. So I didn't do it. He did it. We spent a while doing that. Went over certain things. Like they walked me around. They were like, does he always leave this here? The clothes that were laid out, because we laid up when he goes out of town and it's just me there. I try to lay out all the clothes, and I do it for him too if I'm somewhere, so they can just get up and find their clothes. So they were like, all these clothes are laid out, and I was like, yeah, it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because he's got like 2 beds, so he used to see other beds, like to lay out all his stuff. So they walk through, just asking simple questions. Would you normally do this? Would you normally do that?
Working on the Nintendo right now. Does he have a gamer ID on that Switch?
Yeah, you don't remember the to come on the
Can I see this phone? It might be.
Absolutely. Yeah, he had one, and then when we got the new system, we just created a password where it's like,
when he goes to play, I know you had said that you have to like basically kick him out the door to go ride his bike event, but when he does play outside, where does he go?
Goes to Braden's house.
Well, you don't have to kick him outside if he's not on his medicine. If he's not on his medicine, he's hyper, he'll go to. But if he's on his medicine, it's more like if until it wears off, it's 5 minutes for ADHD. So until it wears off, it might be like I don't want to play. Like it's zombie mode at first. So when it wears off, like if it's the weekend and we give it supposed to be go to church, he would not go outside on Sunday because it's still in the system at church. But he didn't take it because he didn't take it Saturday. He didn't take it because we went hiking. Because we did a 6-mile hike. He didn't take it Sunday. I'm sorry, that was Sunday. He didn't take it Saturday. He didn't take it Sunday. He didn't take it Monday, which causes stomach problems. So he was off his medicine. I don't even think he ever done it.
They said that the manager of the store says it knows the kid. He comes in cooking with the dad. So that's not us. But which we constantly commonly have. So this is something go. Oh yeah, that's a kid. I said so. They said that they kid that they're saying it's kid, but they know their name comes in all the time.
Do like put
So
send
that's
it.
like we don't show back on the road. Definitely not enough for clerks to know. Yes. No, I don't think it's their fixed.
It's all this says is this. I don't know if that's
We go get gas over here.
that's always the purchase or sometimes.
The Gmail account associated.
I think
Should be the
I don't think he was last.
Sounds like
So I don't need to be the last year. The guy that Brister was quoted in Arizona, that one worked. He's saying, yeah, I know, but this guy can all the time. That's not your guy.
right. Yeah, no, I don't think ever. I might have been one time.
The deputy was looking. The deputy did not think it was him. He's going back to look to see if this kid that he sees in the store that he buys the chip with, he checked into the car. I don't think that's going to be. I don't think he made it up. It is something. Could be wrong, but it does not look like that's being based on this.
Did you get what you needed?
Yes.
I do think.
I have a lieutenant and a deputy going down to that stuff. So right now, we'll get down and talk to them. Talk to the local deputy. So this morning,
Okay.
checking the golf course.
Yeah, because we saw him put the light on and we thought like there was people out there, but they were doing like another call, so he like kind of chased them down.
No, it was actually.
Oh.
They didn't know what they were going to find and whatnot.
Yeah.
They didn't want to get people all riled up. They were checking on it. There was some noise coming from their shed. It was in that golf course area.
Oh.
So they went in and started.
Okay.
See what had been pushed down.
Right.
He was not in. But I want you to know, that wasn't in looking for following.
Because they were just like, we were going to talk to somebody, and we both drove off, and it was like, we both drove to make sure it's not the problem. We both drove off, and I'm like, we're going into the woods and talking to people. Because we thought, like,
Yeah.
okay, whatever, and drove on.
So they were going into that. I mean, there's an abandoned shed or something back there. But they went in there, fenced in, because you can tell people going there, that's what they found. They were going there looking for it.
Okay, thank you. I mean, like, I'm glad they weren't like saying I couldn't see it would have been.
They just didn't. They didn't want to.
Right.
Yeah, you got to tip. You might be over here.
Yeah,
exactly. Running toward the shed.
Exactly.
You guys can run with it. I'd like to talk to you talk to your Swedes. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They might go on this party. So
What color is Braden's house?
I'm gonna talk to the parents on it.
I don't handle anything. I don't even know. I think it's like 10. I don't even, I've never even spoke to their parents. So now,
Would your husband know?
yeah, I think it's like 10. You know, I drove by it. I thought it's on.
Eugene, what color is Braden's house?
Or I didn't know.
Is it on your street?
So come in our neighborhood.
Our house is like the earth end, something like that. T intersection, dead end right here. There's Canberra, where I referenced, and then Braden. Basically, you go straight to their house from the intersection.
So this is
This is us. That's Mandan. Rubicon. Rubicon.
Find out about that declaration house. If nobody's there, we'll start doing a back search.
Braden.
And go from there. We'll be out there. All right.
you said.
Canberra, which she's in there somewhere. And
Where's
this is-
Connor at?
Connor, they live over
Like Academy or something.
somewhere, yeah, way over up Academy. It's just his mom teaches at that Webster school or works there, so that he goes to that.
They just
Connor's mom's number.
did you give her that?
No, we got sidetracked
She
on
just actually
15 other things.
Yeah.
sorry.
So
I don't have.
Braden is on Rubicon.
Here's by Gammy.
Goes back in.
Gammy, yeah.
Connor's mom.
You guys let me know when you get down that section. Okay, we'll do. Well, we're doing everything we can for you right now. So get you guys up. We got your number. Make sure your home is charged. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That'll work.
And so this is school. It's down here, Grand Mountain. Just a reference. And what is it? What is it? Fontaine? Fontaine is the main drag coming in. Park stuff.
You know that part.
The first term when you come in. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna do you have a card on you? I'll have my other card. We're gonna head down to talk to see if we can get a hold of Braden. See what time.
That's right. Right? Oh my gosh, sorry.
Might be at school. We may, and he goes to Grand Mountain.
Yeah, the whole neighborhood does now.
Except Connor.
Okay.
Well, Connor, because he's way over here somewhere. I don't know. I'll just have to, like I said. Braden does.
We're gonna try and talk to Braden. We're gonna get a dump on the phone. Sergeant Hess, the guy that was sitting here, he's also working on things in the area too with other patrols. He's sort of like the lead for in the field. We're gonna see what information we can gather from there, and I will inform you guys as soon as I can. What we find. If something comes up, no matter how minute, please call us. Okay. That 208 number that you texted, that's my direct stuff. So, and I think I called you from it, so you should have it in your phone. So, yeah, hit me up, let me know what's going on. If I don't answer immediately, send me a text too.
Okay.
Okay. All right, guys.
All right, sure, please. Seated record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Bethel, I want to apologize to you. I didn't realize that the audio was going to be that long. I would have offered you a seat in the gallery as we have other witnesses because that witness chair is not the most comfortable to be sitting there for 55 minutes and 12 seconds listening to something. So next time we'll do a better job about that. So what are we doing next?
Just continuing with her. There will be another video here shortly that is much shorter. 3 minutes and 43 seconds will be coming up here in just a little bit. And then we'll get into the really long one, which is 4 hours and 19 minutes.
So we'll probably get about a little less than that.
Hopefully, yeah.
Just find a good breaking point for that, and then we'll go. All right, we'll be in recess. Just about, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you,
All right, I'm gonna go find that clip. I think Analyzing Life had that clip of her brother. Hold on, let me go find it. Okay, I found it. Hold on. Okay, let's see here. What is going on? Everything's so slow today. All right.
That's my sister.
Pretty tough for you being here right now.
Yes, sir.
Hang in there, all right?
Why, teacher?
Mr. Lowry, do you need a moment?
Take a break for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you step back in the back of the jury room for a few minutes. All up for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated.
Oh man, that was crazy. No reaction from her at all. I know, right? We haven't seen anything except for her, making like signs with her fingers, doing her hair, laughing when she shouldn't be laughing at certain areas. That one I couldn't tell. When people blow up the screen like that, something happens with the pixelations and it's really hard to see. Unless you got like high-tech equipment, which I don't. Because I'm no professional here, people. This is just an outlet for me and I don't know, a hobby, I guess. And I'd like to sit there and try to help people. At least get their faces out there. But I will say this. I've never, except for there's 4 trials that I am going to cover, but I don't ever want to do a child one that has been killed. Nope. It is too much. It's too overwhelming. I can't imagine what the family goes through, but I can't do this no more. Only missing people. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I wonder when Harley is going to be there. She's on the witness list. You missed that part of her brother? I don't know. I missed Ollie yesterday because, dealing with doctors. But what was I going to say? Dealing with doctors. So, but I've seen clips from people. I believe I'm going to step back from kids. Yep, it's too much. It really messes with your psyche. And, okay, you people know this, but even knowing somebody within a case makes it even more personal, if that makes sense. Okay, and I did hear in court that they talked about a couple other people's names she said, and I want to say, and I hope I can find it. So there's 4 names that she has used. Okay, Carmen, Taylor, Letecia, let's see, what's the other one? Janelle, but they said Jezebel. That's another one name that she wrote in a letter to me, and if I can find that, I will share it. That was terrible yesterday. Yep. I was thinking about you. Oh, thank you so much. You know, I don't like drama people, and you know that, but I'm not going to do it on this stream because this is about Gannon. Yeah, so I'm just trying to stick up for myself on a certain situation. I'll leave it at that. I just up to my head with Summer, Gannon, and Oakley. Yeah, those 2. I think Summer was abducted. That's my opinion. People accuse the parents, do bad crap to the parents. I just can't with some of these people. So mine is J.J. Tiley, Gannon, Evelyn Boswell, and I can't remember the other one. Oh, Quentin. So 2 of those trials, Evelyn Boswell and Quentin, ain't going to be till next year. She used a name I looked up. Oh, Violet. Really? Well, from my understanding, the names that she put in one of my letters, they looked up the names, and they're from books and movies, I guess. I don't know. They did some deep digging. That's good, though. I kept looking for you after lunch, so I didn't want. Oh, thank you, Dippy. Evelyn, but her mom isn't until 2025. Whose? What are you talking about? Evelyn's grandma or her mom? Because, okay, the last update I seen, I'm just saying, they said her trial ain't going to be till next year, 2024. Okay, who's 2025? I'm confused. Oh, really? Okay, you know what? I've been so overwhelmed with crap going on in real life that I haven't been searching these cases like I usually do. But I appreciate everybody being here for me. Oh, and I do want to mention this. If anybody notices, I took one of my videos down of Letecia's hearing, and it happened to be the hearing of Gannon's autopsy photos. So I took that video down. It's not there, and there's no way I can blur it out. I can't find any tools to do it. But if I can cut that segment out, I'll repost it. But I'm respecting Gannon's mother. I got an update. If I had a way to get it to you, I would. Now, Leilani, they are trying to get her case dismissed. That ain't going to happen. You're welcome. I don't know what you're saying thank you for, but you're welcome. When are you going to go live again? You know, I was there the whole time, pretty much. but I was cleaning because remember that day we were on live for like 7 hours. So I didn't even get to eat till 6 p.m. I got to get a new headset. You know what? Here I paid what did I pay for these? The other ones. I think $83. They don't give out sound, okay? These cheap ones, these headphones, they work better. Unbelievable. What a waste of money. No, better lawyers are trying hard. Oh, they're not going to win with that DA. Nope. I may go tonight. I didn't go yesterday at all. Oh, I thought you were doing the morning of the hearing. That's very kind. I do hope learn how to cut it out. I don't make videos. Well, it's not showing in the YouTube Studio editor that I can blur out faces for some reason. Usually you can. But it's just giving me an option to cut it down. So I don't know. We'll see what I can do. With my headphones, I sound like I'm underwater. I know, this stuff is so confusing. I'm not tech savvy at all. Stuck on headphones. Oh my God. No laptop, kept cutting off. So I said, forget it. You know what? I used to have that problem all the time. And I think what I found out my problem was back then, let me think. I had too many tabs open. That's why. And I turned off notifications, and it seems to do just fine. Cutting, yes. Oh, what's this? I thought I was tech savvy till YouTube. You know what? I'm like pretty new, in my opinion, to YouTube. Let's see. I think I started doing videos after Chris Watts. I never even heard of it. And then when I first started, I didn't talk in them because I hate hearing my own voice. And then with time, I ended up learning, teaching myself how to do everything. So I'm kind of proud where I've gotten. Yeah, I had a stroke in 2016, and I pretty much don't remember the first year afterwards because I had to learn how to walk, how to talk, how to feed myself. It was awful, you guys, awful. If you guys notice, sometimes my speech is off, and I have a hard time pronouncing words. That's why. It ain't because you know what? I've had people say to me underneath my videos, oh God, what was that one? My 9-year-old nephew can talk better than you do. You should get off YouTube. I'm like, wow, are you kidding me? That is so mean. I blocked him. You got to have thick skin. And lately I haven't. I'd cut it. I'm not either tech savvy. Yeah, I'll figure it out. The girl's voice is fine. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, yeah, there's so much crap that goes on YouTube. Like if you're new, you will learn, to pick your battles, per se. Stay out of the drama, otherwise it gets worse. I've had drama now 2 times, unfortunately, okay? One was years ago, and the other was recently, which I've done a video about, because I got to stick up for myself. And it all has to do with letters. Unreal. Unbelievable. I'll explain it in a video. What the heck? Dippy, I'm sure you'll get in time. You will. If you ever need help, I'll help. I help anybody. Because no one taught me, and it sucked. But it's nice to get pointers from other people. You know what? I even reached out to a couple creators in the past. None of them ever responded to me. They responded when I didn't do videos and I was in their chat. Too funny. A question? What's that? Okay, that 4 hour, I sure hope it's video and not audio. And I hope it's when she was interrogated. It's going to be a long day. No, I'm not kidding. See, the thing about me, I'm now professional, okay? And everybody can do their own thing and, whatever. I choose not to be monetized, and I could be monetized, but I chose not to. Not when I'm talking about missing people. Yeah, I won't do that. And I had to do a couple more channels. Want to know why? Because still today, people are still trying to take my channel down. It all started when I first told people my communication with Letecia. It was really bad for 6 months. And it's still happening today. So I got other channels. And if I don't cover missing people, maybe I will monetize that. But I don't think so. You know what? Okay. I did make a video for her. I gave her some pointers. Everybody that knows me a year and a half ago knows I lost my mom, my best friend. She had me at 16. We found out she had lung cancer. It went to her brain right away. She died 29 days later. Well, within that time also, my dad had cancer. And she was going around running and not being with her mom, okay, at home. And if her mom, like she says, said she don't want her there, well, that'd be too bad. On my part, I'd be like, I don't care. Just so she knew I was there. I held her hand. I slept next to her, my mom, and I held her, okay? That's what I did. And I gave her a point. I go, if you don't go spend time with her right now, you're going to forget that for the rest of your life. When my mom passed away, I was holding her, and people might think I'm crazy. I felt like her spirit or something, like go through me. It was the strangest thing I have ever felt in my whole life. Okay. She passed away already. Yeah, I know. But I made that video before she passed away. I hope it's interrogation too. Yep. There is my sis. How are you, sweetheart? Okay, thanks, Dippy. Oh, yes, the hate is real. It makes no sense. I mean, are people like that? Are they like that in real life? It's crazy. I mean, me. Oh, here we go.
Not from us, you're
Right. Right. Then let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Hold on, guys. I'm getting there.
Really is a pain, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's
So there's not a different setting, is there?
and it's
Yes, the camera's bad.
easy.
You just got to remember to do it because it would be disastrous otherwise.
It's going to be a disaster.
It just is that camera's view when it automatically reboots up and starts again every time we start it. It has the whole jury box.
Oh,
And so you have to zoom it in to cut out Ms. Gratiano, so that we know that we're not getting the jury box. And because there's a juror that sits right behind her too, so you can't. All rise for the jury, please. Now be seated. Record should reflect the jury have returned to the courtroom. We'll recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Nstauch. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. So after we had a chance to watch that initial conversation that you had, I guess the initial recorded conversation that you had with the defendant, I want to clear up some things that we hear in there. In your initial question and answers prior to us getting into actually watching the video, you mentioned that there were concerns about any health issues. Did some of that come out in this particular report?
Yes, it did.
Was that the ADHD and the bleeding from the rectum report?
Yes.
There was reference of a Petco on North Nevada that the defendant indicated she had visited. Is that the area at University Village dominated sort of by that Costco that's in that shopping center?
Yes, it is.
There was reference to a Nintendo Switch and trying to track that. During the investigation, did you learn whether you could or could not do any tracking on the Nintendo Switch?
We could not track the Switch.
Did you learn later that the Switch was actually found in the house?
I did.
There's lots of discussion in that video, or that recording, I should say, about things that required investigative resources. Do you remember hearing those things?
Yes.
Does that include going to different residences, like that? I think it's 10350 Declaration Drive, to look for potentially clues that would lead to discovery of where Gannon might be?
Yes.
In your experience as a seasoned homicide investigator and detective, is time an important element in an investigation?
Yes,
Is the fact that resources are being expended to chase down potentially a runaway child as opposed to a homicide investigation, did that waste valuable time in the investigation?
yes.
And was that wasting of resources a direct result of misdirection from the defendant?
It is.
During your course of conversation with the defendant at that Starbucks on January 28th, is this essentially the fourth time at least that she's given this story that Gannon has run away? Meaning, does the 911 call, the call for service, reporting it to Al, and then now reporting it to you in this recorded phone call?
Yes.
So almost a quadrupling down of that runaway story.
Yes.
What was her demeanor like? I guess because we can only hear what is being said. What were her outward demeanor expressions like? Were they normal?
She was calm and collected.
Did you ever change personalities while you were with her during this recorded interaction?
No, she did not.
Was her personality consistent throughout that interaction?
Yes, it was.
And then there was reference to, by the defendant, there was reference to ADT data to show what time she had returned from doing the run to Petco. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you also, during this investigation, become aware of neighborhood ring or doorbell cameras that caught that action as well?
Yes.
That confirmed sort of that timeline?
Yes.
Was it consistent during your course of this investigation that there would be some kernel that could be confirmed, a kernel of truth that could be confirmed from the defendant, wrapped around things that were unconfirmable or turned out to be totally false.
Yes.
Some point later that particular day, 3:45 p.m., did you reach out to the defendant again by phone to request particular items?
I did.
What were those items?
I requested that she bring a toothbrush and or hairbrush with her of Gannon's
What was the purpose for that?
to collect for DNA purposes to develop a DNA profile.
Is that a common thing to do in a missing child case like this?
Yes,
Why is that?
because if the child is located and is deceased, we're able to identify them.
By comparing the DNA from the body to the DNA profile that you might gather from toothbrush or a hairbrush?
Yes.
Were you making efforts to get the defendant down to the sheriff's office to sit for a formal interview?
Yes.
While that was happening, did Nstauch, Gannon's father, show up at the sheriff's office and actually sit for an interview?
Yes, he did.
Was that at about 4:30 p.m. on January 28th?
Yes.
Did you send a text to the defendant asking her to come down at roughly the same time?
I did.
Did she come down?
No, she did not.
Did she even respond to your text message?
I don't believe she responded initially, no.
Okay. Later that evening at about 6 p.m., did you get a call from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What's the, and what was the call? Was it to your cell phone?
Yes.
Does the sheriff's office have areas in the building that make cell phone service difficult?
Yes, they do.
Did you experience that with this particular phone call?
Yes, I did.
So what did you do in response to that?
Because I wasn't able to completely talk to Letecia on the phone, I hung up with her and I called from a landline located within the sheriff's office.
Did you get a better connection on that?
I did.
Was that particular phone call recorded?
No, it was not.
Do you remember what she told you or what the discussion was during that phone call?
She was discussing her relationship with Gannon and Lena. She told me about how her parenting and Al's parenting was separate, that they never formally adopted each other's children, that she wasn't allowed to make parenting decisions for Gannon or Lena, and Al was not allowed to make parenting decisions for Harley.
And then did she tell you during this particular phone call the last time that she actually saw Gannon, at least the way that she's reporting it?
She did. She mentioned that she saw him, I believe it was between 3:15 and 4, and she had mentioned that there was a TV show on that she had liked to watch. And I asked her what that TV show was, and she could not tell me the name of the TV show.
Did she describe the clothing that Gannon was last seen wearing by her?
Yes, she did.
What was that?
She said it was a blue shirt, blue pants, and his tennis shoes.
Did she also mention a blue hoodie?
Yes.
Did you ask her during this phone call if she would come down and talk with you at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she accept that invitation or did she decline?
She declined.
Did she give you a reason why she was declining?
She said that her stomach was bothering her and she was having to make multiple stops at different Walgreens to use the restroom.
Later on at about 7:03 p.m., did you get another call from the defendant? What was that phone call about?
She was FaceTiming me and she was mad because her daughter was left alone with a bunch of men in the home, she claimed. At that time, the sheriff's office was at the home to get Lena at Al's request.
So I think that's later on when she's asking about that. Would that potentially have been at 11:52 p.m., that particular call? A FaceTime call where she's upset about and needing Al to come home?
That could have been, yes.
Okay. I guess after that 703 call, did you get another call from Al in which he was upset?
Yes, I did.
What was that all about?
Al called me and he was sobbing. I could tell that he was upset. And he told me that he didn't tell us everything. He had previously done an interview with my partner, Mark Riley. And he explained that Letecia had rented a vehicle from the airport when she picked him up, and that he did not disclose that to us.
Did he also talk about trying to find her normal vehicle, the black Tiguan?
Yes,
Was he able to find it?
he was not.
Was that causing him distress, at least as he's relaying it to you?
Yes,
Did that lead to him coming back into the sheriff's office for another interview?
yes.
And then later on that night, about 10:45 p.m., did you get a text message from the defendant? A rather long text message.
She's texted me multiple times that night, yes.
Do you remember the specific content of that text message?
I don't for that time frame.
Okay. If I showed you a report, would that refresh your memory as to the specific content of that text message?
Yes.
Your may approach.
You may.
And for the record, what I'd handed to Ms. Bethel is pagination 01-0043. Did that refresh your memory as to this longer text message?
Yes.
What did the text message say to you?
She was asking what I wanted from her, and she was saying that she was being set up and that she learned that information from a fellow Blue with El Paso County.
Was that basically an implication that she had an inside source to the investigation to you?
Yes.
Was that, did that turn out to be true?
No, it was not true.
Did she also express during that text message the same sort of thing that she was upset about her daughter being in the house with people from the sheriff's office, men from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she relay in that particular text message the idea that she could hear what was being discussed inside the home because of cameras or something in the home?
Yes.
Did you respond to her?
I did.
What did you respond with?
I asked her if she had any information to help me find Gannon.
Did you also invite her to come into the sheriff's office to talk with you?
Yes.
Did she accept, or what happened?
She declined.
Retrieve that page from. And then just a few minutes after that, 11:52 p.m., is this the FaceTime call that you got from the defendant?
Yes.
Was this a recorded FaceTime call?
Yes, it was.
Audio recorded?
Yes.
Mary, may I approach with People's Exhibit 336? Do you recognize People's Exhibit 336?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a FaceTime interview with Letecia.
Have you had a chance to listen to the content of that disc?
Yes, I have.
Is the recording file on there a fair and accurate representation of the audio of that FaceTime call?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 336 and ask for permission to publish.
All right.
What, are you accepting it as being admitted?
Yes, it's admitted.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, I was distracted because I was looking then because this is, while it says FaceTime, it's only audio, right?
It's only audio, yeah. And just so that the record is clear, I never did hear whether there was an objection or not from defense as to it moving admission.
All right. All right. Exhibit 336 will be admitted.
I'm just trying to figure out I got your message about something. I talked to you earlier. You didn't say anything else. I'm just trying to I'm confused at what you want me to do, what's going on. You talked to me, now you want to talk to me again.
Well, you sent me that message saying I don't know what you want from me, so.
Yes, because my child couldn't leave. I couldn't go home. I don't have anywhere to sleep. I mean, I just don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, that sort of kind of came out of left field for me. All I'm trying to do is gather information to find Gannon.
I don't understand what you mean came out of left field. My own child could not leave. So how is that out of left field?
What do you mean your child couldn't leave?
She was trying to go to Starbucks and was left there and forced to stay there with men in and out of the home by herself.
Okay, I don't know what happened at your home. I know that she was offered the opportunity to come into the office and she didn't want to, so she didn't go into the office.
But what does she need to go in the office for? She can't go get food. She can't go get coffee and have to be asked why she gets coffee. Either Starbucks app to see that she gets coffee like every day. Oh.
Is there anything more that you might be able to share with me to help me find Gannon?
Just give me this.
Where are you now?
You keep asking me this over and over and over.
Where are you now?
I'm not going in to talk to you
Okay.
without an attorney when you already talked to me earlier.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
But I just don't understand what's going on.
Do you have any further information to give me that may help me find Gannon? Any new developments, new information?
I told you this.
Okay. Well then, I'm going to go ahead and end the conversation then, because we've already spoken.
Okay, so why do you keep saying? Because someone came and looking for me, wanted me to go talk to them, so now it's you. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
You and I have already spoken. If you don't want to come in to speak with me at the office, that's completely fine.
Why was someone?
I don't know. And so what I'm saying at this point in time, Letecia, is if you don't have any other information for me to actively look through to find Gannon, there's no point in me continuing this conversation. I need to get off the phone here and start working on leads and developments. All right, thanks.
So, first of all, where were you when you got that FaceTime?
I was in the sheriff's office.
The other noises that you can sort of hear in the background, do you know what those other noises were?
To me, if I remember correctly, it sounded like windshield wipers on a car.
Okay, making that weird moaning sound?
Yes, they were rhythmic.
Okay. The sounds like potentially her demeanor is a little bit different than what was happening at Starbucks. How would you describe that?
She was angry with me.
And angry because of the idea of trying to get her down and talk to you at the sheriff's office?
I'm not exactly sure why she was angry with me, but she was angry with me.
What was your goal? What were you trying to achieve as you're accepting this FaceTime call from her?
I thought that maybe she had additional information for me to follow up on so I could find Gannon.
And did she resist that giving you additional information that might help find Gannon?
Yes.
Besides the fact that she's expressing anger, did she have a consistent personality with what you had experienced in a previous phone call and at Starbucks?
Yes.
There was reference made by her that she wasn't going to come down and talk to you at the sheriff's office unless she had an attorney.
Correct.
Did that indicate that she had a good understanding of what her rights might be if she does come down?
Yes.
What was your answer?
Yes.
And then did you basically throughout that night, early morning hours, were you getting text messages from the defendant?
Yes. Yes.
What was the nature of those text messages?
A lot of them were about her, focused around her. I kept asking her to come in to talk to me if she had any additional information for me. And eventually in the early morning hours of the 29th, she gave me a story that she needed to talk to me. She was asking for a friend if we released information to the media. I told her we did not. She said something that had happened to her and she couldn't tell me around Albert because he would be mad and would become violent. And I ultimately arranged an interview for her, which was supposed to start at 10 o'clock at the sheriff's office on that Wednesday.
10 o'clock a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Was it odd to you as you're describing those text messages, the early text messages, that the focus from her perspective was on her as opposed to finding Gannon?
Absolutely, yes.
Why was that odd?
In my experience, investigating other crimes and investigating other missing children, the parents are always willing to give me whatever information they can to find their child. And I've never experienced a parent being concerned about their own well-being or welfare while their child is missing.
In those text messages, did she also describe injuries that Gannon had suffered?
Yes.
What were those?
She said that he had blood on him.
Did she say from cuts?
Yes.
Did she also describe burns?
Yes.
Did she deflect any cause of those injuries away from herself?
Yes.
Did she in fact say that she did not hurt Gannon?
She did.
At that stage of the investigation, was that an odd development that she's now indicating that he was hurt, but she didn't hurt him?
Yes.
In what way?
Most times, if you don't know what happened to somebody, you wouldn't put yourself out there to say that you didn't do something to that person.
So you mentioned that you arranged in these text messages to have the defendant show up for an interview at the sheriff's office at 10 a.m. on January 29th, which would be Wednesday. Did she show up at 10 a.m.?
She did not.
Were you able to have any contact with her around that time frame to indicate where she might be or why she wasn't there?
I did text her. Yes.
Did you get any responses?
She eventually did respond to me and told me that she had to put measures in place because she was her daughter was being stalked and her family was receiving death threats. And so she wasn't able to come in until she got those things taken care of.
Was there any indication, investigation that either her or her daughter was actually receiving death threats?
No.
What time did she arrive?
12 o'clock noon.
I may approach with 337.
Me.
Detective, I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Miss Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 337?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
It is a copy of the interview I conducted along with Detective Kat Houston with Letecia at the Office of the Sheriff.
Is this the interview from January 29th, 2020, starting at roughly 12 p.m.?
It is.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of, I think that's actually a thumb drive or a portable drive, right?
Yes.
Is the content of that thumb drive a fair and accurate representation of that interview of the defendant?
It is.
All right, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 337.
Mr. Cook, 337.
And Your Honor, permission to publish, and just for reference sake, this recording is 4 hours, 19 minutes, and 46 seconds long. And so we will have to stop it for the lunch break and then probably a second time as well.
Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is this is both video and audio, right?
It is.
Okay. So we're going to start this. We will take a break, a normal lunch break. We'll flex that to a reasonable breaking period. And then we'll send you on your way and we'll come back. But in the meantime, start with that. And Ms. Bethel, you can step down and sit in some places a little bit more comfortable for that long a period of time. And prosecution, go ahead.
Thank you.
And then just because you're in here and you're in our building and stuff, do you mind if I just pat you down really quick? We hug. I need you to face that way for me. Sure, if you need me. Yeah, go ahead and put your arms out for me and just separate your legs slightly for me. There you go. That's gonna like poke me or anything. Like you're not diabetic or anything, are you? Okay. Anything in your purse? Like, okay. Perfect, thank you. All right, if you put a seat on a cup, we'll be right back with you.
While we're actually watching this part, I do want to put something on the record. Normally, I wouldn't necessarily want to play the dead time when there's not an interview happening, but I think her actions inside the room are also relevant for mental health issues. So I'm playing it different.
All right, that's your call.
you doing? Did you get some sleep?
I'm eating today.
Oh my goodness. Want something to eat? I've got some stuff.
I would love that.
What would you like? I've got some pizza hot pocket and some tamales, some burritos.
Hot pockets would be good. But I mean, you don't have to like. I don't.
No, we can get you. Okay, that's totally fine. Yeah. Let me get that started for you. See, I have like Coke and Sprite and like apple juice. Do you want something like that?
You have diet?
We searched high and low for diet, and there's no diet.
I'll
Like
take a right up Coke. Thank you.
all the vending machines are even sold out.
Thank you so much for getting that.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's my card, just so you have it, so I don't forget later. I'll get that checked. Okay. So that's my partner, Detective Houston. I know you saw Mark with me yesterday. Right. I work with a couple different people.
You're like in charge of.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in charge. It's just, we all pitch in and help out where we can. So Mark helps me whenever I'm out and about, and Kat helps me whenever I'm here. Right. So she's going to be hanging out with us. And I also have something going on. So if this ends up going over, which is totally fine, I just want you to know who Kat is and that. Okay. Where did you park? Did you park in the garage?
Mm-hmm.
The garage that's right behind our building?
I thought parking ticket. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Perfect. For validation, what kind of vehicle were you in? So that I can put that on that validation slip whenever because I'll give you something to turn in so you don't have to pay.
Yeah, it's a Volkswagen Tiguan.
It's a Volkswagen Tiguan?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's see, what else? So I'm just going to go through my normal spiel with you.
Okay.
I know that we talked last night, but because you're in here in the police building, I want you to know certain things, okay?
Right.
So first of all, you're in here voluntarily. You can leave.
Okay.
You just have to let me know that you want to leave.
Right.
Because I need to escort you out of the building, okay? If there's ever a time that you need to take a break, you need the bathroom, you need more water, you're still hungry, whatever it is, let me know. Okay, I can't read your mind, so I need you to let me know what's going on with you,
okay,
so that I can help you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because the whole purpose of us talking is to gather some information, and I know
have a question about that. I understand that. I know it's recording and all that. It's totally fine. But does that usually stay within the court and stuff like that? I'm just asking.
Yeah. So this
because I'm gonna have to tell you some very personal things.
Okay, and that's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
and so it is not our common practice to go and be releasing stuff like that. Also, another little admin thing that I do just to sort of kind of cover my butt whenever I have people in here talking is to go over a Miranda waiver. It doesn't mean that you're in trouble. It's just because you're in a police station, and I want you to be absolutely certain of your rights.
Right.
Okay? So I'm going to go over that with you right now. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned.
Mm-hmm.
If you can afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish.
Okay.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights or not answer any questions or make any statements. Great. Do you understand each of the rights that I've explained to you? And having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me? Yes. Okay. So if you could circle yes, circle yes and then initial. It's sort of redundant, but if you'll initial next to yes. And then down at the bottom is an X here. Mm-hmm. If you'll sign that for me. Now, sorry, I got a new watch and it doesn't like to work for me. It's 12:10. Thank you. Mm-hmm. So, because, I know I met with you yesterday. We talked on the phone. We texted. We've been talking with each other a lot. But because this is recorded, I want to get, let's start from the basics. Okay. Who you are. You have your ID. Yeah. In your purse? What's in it? Yeah. What are they? Is that a new?
It's like a Quay brand. Yeah. They're really good. They're better than the Michael Kors. And
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I know this is your South Carolina ID.
Mhm.
What's your middle name?
Oh, it's I do my maiden name, which is Hardin, Hardin.
Hardin?
Yes.
Okay, and that's your maiden name?
Mm-hmm.
The given middle name?
Lynn.
Mm-hmm. Lyn?
Yes, ma'am.
There you are. Thank you. What's the phone number for you in case I need to get a hold of you?
843-655-7460. Don't ever drink sugar, so this is probably going to be
What is, in case I need to send you any documentation via email, how can I do that?
CECIA, like my name, Lynn, and then 2006 at yahoo.com.
Are you on any social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram?
Well, I wasn't for a long time, but just recently I just got like my Facebook back because we didn't have for like 2 years.
Uh-huh.
So I do have Facebook, but I've always had Instagram, but it's mostly like a travel YouTube type thing.
Okay, what's Facebook?
It's just my name.
Is it Letecia or Tisha?
It's Letecia. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you said it's under Tisha?
Mm-hmm. So actually, it's not. It's because I abbreviated it. It's TT.
Is it your same last name?
Mm-hmm.
Nstauch.
Yeah, because I really don't like, my first name, I'm always like, oh, Tesha. They're like, what Kesha? So I just put T because
Have I been saying your name wrong?
No, you haven't, but I always try to change it. My mom didn't like it, so like we tried to change it. So yeah, so I just gave up just to put T.
What do you want me to call you?
You can call me. You can call me Tisha, which is my
Tisha. Okay.
You know, we always have a name we don't like or something.
And you said Instagram.
Now my Instagram is under Dr. Nstauch.
Dr. what?
Nstauch.
Is it spelling of your last name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I have my doctorate degree in education.
Okay. Like, is this like a Dr. Pimple Popper kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
So it's for your education doctorate.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then address that I need to set if I need to mail anything.
It's 6627 Mandan Drive.
Mandan Drive.
And then 80925.
And where are you working?
Well, I was working with WD3, but I didn't want to work as a teacher anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I decided I was going to be a flight attendant. So that's currently what I started doing with Spirit. So I had been going back and forth doing like FAA. First you have to get like a study guide. I know you probably like, oh, you have your doctorate degree, you want to be a flight attendant, you know, it's like to travel. But my goal was to like teach online too and do the flight attendant so I could do both.
Sure.
So I've been looking over my books with Spirit and like things like that so that I could go to training. So I was supposed to go to training. We get like a training date February, March, April. So in the meantime, I was just doing like subbing at the early college. That's why I told you early college, picking up sub shifts and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're more of a substitute.
Well, I was just a fifth grade teacher at French, but it's gotten so difficult in elementary schools. I don't want to do it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was kind of like in between. I just finished working with them. And
yeah, I'm sure kids nowadays are a handful, right?
it's hard because I did special ed for so long. Because that's what my doctorate's in. And then you're like, oh, like
You get burned out.
you try to help so many people and it's hard.
So you're gonna do flight attendant with Spirit?
Well,
Have you been picked up by them yet?
Well, I got an offer letter from Spirit, I just got one yesterday from SkyWest.
Okay.
And the reason I like SkyWest is because they have a domicile in Colorado Springs and in Denver. So you can actually like work there and I could do both at the house. I was going to, I thought that was not great. I was going to do like Pikes Peak and like, I'm sure I wouldn't have a problem because I just finished this past year. I was going to just do them both. And then, so I hadn't decided, but now that SkyWest just had offered it, I was like, that would be perfect because it was just like centrally located, you know.
Right.
But you could come home all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that was a big problem that we had is because I was going to take the Spirit job and then I would be based
anywhere. They don't have a base anywhere in our area. So like I would have had to be in Las Vegas.
Oh wow.
So I would never get to see anybody at home. And then you like stay in these crash pads.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with it?
We were on vacation with some people who the wife used to be a nurse, and she actually transitioned into being a flight attendant.
Right.
She was telling us all about it. Actually.
Right. Yeah. So
it's scary.
it's
Like
pretty
so
good.
familiar.
I did start getting scared about it being in Vegas, and I was like, man, I'll never get to see everybody at home. And like, I mean, I love the travel part. So then I was stuck with traveling but being alone, or traveling with everybody else, but maybe not as much here. So anyway, that was in a nutshell. I was kind of in a self-evaluating. Is it okay if I just pop that? Because it's like
that's fine.
it would be crazy. But yeah, look at so I was in like a self-evaluation type thing, trying to figure out the transitioning for education and never having like another career, and then like worrying about how people would look at you like, oh, you have a doctorate degree, you're a flight attendant, you guys like don't make money,
Right.
So.
My niece is actually a flight attendant, so for Southwest.
They said that's the best one, and whenever they have openings, it shuts the website down.
Oh,
well, that's what I heard.
That's pretty awesome. I didn't know about that.
And apparently, it's really hard to get into.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to like handle emergencies in the air. So
yeah, and like the training is so. You think people just think we will serve people, but the training is so.
I heard it's very intense.
Yeah, they like do ditching exercises. They kick people out every day. If you're late for class for 1 minute, kick you out.
Oh wow,
and
that's good. We need standards like that whenever we're
flying. And let me just tell you this in case it comes up like somewhere. But Spirit flew me out to do the December 20-something training, right? Problem is, I didn't have anybody to watch Harley. Albert was working night shifts. And so it's always hard because it's always on me to find babysitters for everybody, all the kids. It's always on me. So I get out there, and he was supposed to help. I know she's 17. We let her stay by herself, whatever. But through the night, because he was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that kind of scared me.
Yeah.
So, like, she's just doing the Air Force. So, like, I know she's going to have to learn how to, like, shoot a gun, protection, but, like, she's not ready yet. Mature. Like, she's very mature, but she's not ready. So I came back, and I was, like, talking to them. I just told them, I was like, my daughter's at home, whatever. And they're like, we can move you to the next class. Like, I think it was February, whatever. So anyway, so just in case you're like, oh, I thought you were, but I did fly out. They flew you out or whatever. And I came back because I was panicking about her, the dog, everybody, and take care of. So
she's your baby, right?
Yeah.
So, why don't we talk a little bit about what's going on? So I understand. So initially, you didn't tell me some things because Albert was there. And when we say Albert, we're talking about Eugene.
He doesn't like Eugene because his dad is Eugene, and he was a child molester.
Okay.
So he raped his sister. So he freaks out about the words, like if he hears Eugene. But I said maybe that might help you. If you don't have to call him Eugene, it probably would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is take me through Sunday into Monday, and be as detailed as possible as to what you were doing, who was there, where you were at, how long you spent, et cetera, et cetera. Because the more detail I have, it might spark something.
Okay. Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because I wrote down all sorts of stuff, and I was like, because I was like, I tried to write anything he might say, and just in case, because I have like notes on different things or whatever. We already talked about the beginning. I figured you read that. So my paper is that we're at the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday, which was the day that we went hiking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we went hiking at Garden of the Gods. We actually, did you see the picture from Garden of Gods?
I didn't.
Okay, so we have pictures where we went to Garden of Gods. We were going to take the dog for a walk, but then my daughter got called in to work because she works at the massage thing.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we're going to go hiking. We do the thing is like, it's always like, got one kid likes to hike a lot, the other one don't. So the whole time, like, come on, let's go. We got to burn calories. All those type of things. Then he started having a stomach problem, and he pooped in his pants. So it kind of cut our hike a little bit short, But I was like, it's okay. It was kind of cold. Like, I say cold for me, but I'm used to like 80-degree weather, so it was kind of getting cold. So we decided to go home.
Okay.
So we go home. I don't really remember what we did the rest of the day. It was probably just like random things around the house. I feel like we went to dinner. Oh no, we didn't get dinner because he wanted to take a nap. So he came in and he asked me about. That's when he asked me about the whole bath bomb. And he had food in his pants, so I thought he wanted to like take a shower. So I gave him a bath bomb.
Okay.
So went through the night. We were just doing like a regular random. I don't know who should be talking to, but
You can talk to both
yeah,
of us.
we used to be doing like random things around the house. It's Sunday, no football on. You know, I mean, I don't know like specific every little detail we did, but just a normal, everyday situation. Other than he was in a lot of pain because he gets really bad. It's okay if I like show you like graphic, right? Not graphic, but like with my hand motions.
Yeah, that's good.
He'll get where he has to like poop, and like I swear they're like that big. It might take like 2 to 3 weeks. He has like a GI problem, so because he takes Vyvanse, so like he had went the whole time without Vyvanse. So whenever that happens, sometimes it'll get where his stomach like wants to work, but then like can't. So he spends a lot of time in the bathroom, like kind of like hurting and things like that.
Okay.
All right. So then at this point, the dogs, we have 2 new little Frenchie and a English bulldog. They're really like
French and English bulldog.
yeah, they are. They're really kind of like the Sadie's the French bulldog. She's kind of like high maintenance, but the kids always help out a lot with them, But Gannon wasn't feeling too well, and the dogs how they like know someone's not feeling well. So they were all laying down there, and it was gassy, like very, very. They're back with that, very, very gassy or whatever. And life goes on. But so Gannon had started a candle again. Normal. He's very like responsible in terms of like if you give him something and say do this, like a list to prepare, it's fine. So we let him do things like that. Like Albert lets him like use the box cutter to cut the box down, and like teaching things to be like a independent, growing up adolescent. So I didn't see a problem with him, light a candle, whatever.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember the exact time. I'd have to look at when the fire thing went off. I was tired. Albert had left because we spent the whole night up prior with Saturday because he was going to train in Oklahoma. So we stayed up most of the night.
Okay.
Just everybody was going to miss each other, wouldn't see each other for a while, whatever. So I was kind of like, tired. I had dozed off for a little bit. And Lena asked me, could she stay up and still watch the rest of her iPad or whatever. Usually I'm always like, no, strict, like, hey, no, you can, whatever. But I did feel kind of bad because it was just her birthday. And at the same time being her birthday, we had a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
So we made it about her, but like I was trying to give her a little bit extra because not everybody got to make it there. And we went all out for Gannon's birthday. Like we took him to a Rockies game. We took friends with him. I mean, like popcorn, hot dogs. But we didn't do that with her. But in her defense, we bought her a Switch. So it was kind of like different, but she didn't understand that. So I let her stay up longer than she's supposed to as like a, not necessarily bribery, but, So stayed up a little bit later. And so she was still she's a very hard sleeper, and she's hard to like pick up, move if she falls asleep, whatever. But I could tell she was just barely asleep when I went in there. So it starts beeping. It's like a beep, 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 beep. And I thought that someone was coming in the house. I look and not see anyone at any doors or hear anything. So I was like, I thought it was just a sensor. So I hit in our 2564, which is our alarm code, but it didn't go off. And I was like, what's wrong with this thing? So I walked through Lena's room, which the alarm is in her room, and I walked back like through the top part of the house. And you've been in the house, so you know the top part of the house.
I haven't been in here.
Okay, so there's the upper level and then there's the below basement. So I like walk back and forth or whatever. I didn't see anything going on. Then it started saying fire, 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 fire. Like it kept saying fire. So and I thought it was you know how like so there's like sensors for your fire alarm and then there's sensors for your like alarm. Mm-hmm. So I was just going to everything trying to like ban it while it was going off because I was thinking kitchen, fire, nothing's wrong, whatever. So I was putting like towels over some of the sensors because I thought that was like monitoring the fire thing, whatever. And then I realized it kept going and going. So then I see smoke coming up from the downstairs. So I run downstairs, and my idea of a big fire is anything that I see on fire pretty much and there's smoke, that's just because I grew up in the country. So, like I've never bonfires, like things like that, So there was smoke coming up through the basement. So the basement has, so if you walk down the basement, there's just sofa and stuff over here. It was coming up through the basement. So I run back up the stairs, go grab Lane, and luckily, my point telling you about her being not a rough sleeper, she woke right up. So she wrote back up, and I almost grabbed her, and I was like, get up, get up, get up, get up. I said, I gave her the keys. I said, can you go? I don't remember the exact order, but I said something along the lines of, can you go take the dog to Daddy's truck and sit there and wait? Right. So I don't remember the order of how we all ran out the house, but I know that at that point I did. She ran out, and I can't remember if I ran out to make sure they got the truck or if she ran out by herself. I don't remember that part, but I do know that I know that they had gotten in the truck. I came back inside, run back downstairs, and that's when I was trying to get Gannon because I couldn't I didn't know how to get everybody at once. So my main thing was to get the front people out, and then go. So then I ran back downstairs to get Gannon. And then the fire was on the floor over here, then on the sofa. So I'm pretending this is the sofa and this is our floor. So it was right here and right here. And I saw the candle that was over here. So there was covers everywhere because the kids always get on about, they leave a lot of covers laying around all the time. I mean, there's like 10 clothes and LOLs and blankets and all this. So they were all right here. So I take a whole bunch of them and I go and like basically smash down on the sofa and the fire to put it out. So I got a burn, and then I was like, get up again and started running at that point because it wakes him up. He's alert. He's realizing that the covers and everything's on fire. The carpet's on fire, and we all go outside. So we get in Albert's truck and we drive. And I drove off in panic because I saw that I put the fire out. So I knew that there was no, nothing wrong, that it wasn't going to keep going. I drove off in panic because I was like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? Like, who should we break the carpet? We done this and this. Gannon's upset, freaking out because he's scared he's going to get in trouble and da-da-da-da-da. So, the whole talk was going on. So we drove maybe around the block a little bit and came right back. So we came back in and developed a plan for the next day to figure out, honestly, we were going to fix the carpet and try to not say anything. And the reason for that is because Albert freaks out about every little thing. If the kids do something and I'm on me, and he'll be like, you did this, you weren't being a good mom, you weren't doing this, you weren't doing that. And so we both kind of were a little worried about it. And he gets very crazy, if something goes wrong. So that was the plan. Go to sleep, rest. He was going to stay out of school. We were going to get the carpet fixed and then go from there. So Lena didn't want to sleep in her room. Everybody was still kind of frazzled. And I think Lena slept with me or on the sofa. I brought the dogs up. And again, he wanted to go in his room at that point because he was already sleeping. So that's where Sunday, pretty much kind of stopped and everybody went to bed and yada, yada, yada. And I think I sent Albert messages because he was sleeping, was on a different time zone, and he didn't see him that night. So. Okay. And I didn't feel that no one was in harm. Make sure I say that because the fire was not going. Now, I know that Gannon had black marks all on his shirt, like smoke marks. But he had on a long sleeve shirt and a short sleeve shirt because sometimes he has on whatever. He had on a short sleeve shirt with a long sleeve shirt. So I didn't see him in any kind of nothing other than the little burns that we had. I didn't see. Where did you see burns on Gannon? All right, so with Gannon, I just saw that. Okay, so on the top, right here, so say the shirt's right here, right here there was a burn, and the reason for that was I think whenever he was trying to come up, it kind of burned him a little bit. I'm not gonna make an assumption. I don't really know. And as far as that, I didn't see anything else. I didn't know any other differences or anything like that. All I saw was that. I said, "You okay?" He ran out the house. He was firing out the house. Everything was normal. Yada yada yada. Now I'm gonna let you know in a little bit why he was bleeding. Okay. But at that point, when you get to the Monday morning thing, I'll let you know about that.
Describe the flames for me. How tall are these flames? Is it like smoldering on the carpet, sort of kind of creeping across like a grass fire, or is it like coming up, working its way up the couch? Like, how is it?
Well, really don't know. I know that it was like here, centralized on the floor, but like I could see, I think the smoke might have like kind of intimidated me more because I spent the whole night coughing. So I think that kind of intimidated me so much because I couldn't, the visibility was starting to be a little bit, like as if I had walked into a small fire, and I was just afraid that it was going to, because, like upholstery for the couch, that was my biggest concern, was the upholstery for the couch. So,
okay.
So I would say, it was like maybe like in this area, like right here. It wasn't like here.
So the flames were, 2-3 feet high, you think? How much light did you see coming off of this through the smoke?
No.
Okay, and that's fine if you don't know.
I'm not like a professional, and I was in the moment of freaking out to like give you an accurate answer.
Sure.
Because I don't want to tell you what's here, and it might have been here. I don't want to tell you this, and this. I don't know.
This is all based off of your memory to the best of your ability. And that's all it is. Okay.
I do know that I saw covers coming up on fire.
What was what covers were coming up on fire?
Like he had a cover on because he was sleeping on the sofa.
What was he covered with?
What do you mean?
What kind of blanket? You had mentioned there was LOLs, there's quilts, there's
color.
What blanket was he using?
Oh, I'm not sure. There was a couple that were there. There was a black. They were all. I put them all back in that bin that was sitting there. He said you didn't.
I haven't been in there.
Okay, so there was black. It was like a little furry. There was watermelon ones. I don't remember specifically which one he had, but I know that there was blankets in the area because he always would make us around. It was a mermaid went around. But the whole operation of when I grabbed them and put it out, I grabbed them all and done it.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Were any of them like damaged whenever that happened? Oh yeah, they all. I left them all there when I showed them that night that like they were damaged or whatever.
Okay. Well, I haven't been in the house either.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm speaking to you like you.
Yeah. No, I didn't go into the house either, so I was like trying to make sure that.
Yeah.
So then Gannon decides that he doesn't want to go to school because of his tummy issues, or because he's going to help you with the carpet. What is?
It was kind of a combination of both.
Okay, and who excused him from school?
Well, I had texted Albert and said, could he not go to school for his stomach?
Okay.
Because he was hurting with his stomach, but also the whole plan was that we were going to figure it out.
So who actually contacted the school to excuse him?
It wasn't me. I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
Did someone contact? Because I didn't.
I would assume that somebody would contact the school, or you probably would get like a phone call. I know with my kids' school, if they're not there by 8:15, the office.
Then they would call Albert, not me, because he would have the like the automated system where he's like, your child's missing. Your child is missing from school today, whatever.
Okay. Yeah. So that's Sunday, and you're saying a lot of we and that kind of thing. So you mentioned earlier that Harley had gone to work.
Mm-hmm.
She got called into Massage MV.
Mm-hmm.
So who went on the hike?
So it was originally going to be all of us. Harley, me, again, and Lena. And then Harley got called in. She switched this with someone, but then that person, like, I guess the policy is that person agreed to take your shift, but then they'll come, you still have to come or something. I don't know. So she just was like, I have to go. She's only going to be working there like a few more weeks or whatever. So I told her, I was like, don't burn any bridges. I know it sounds crazy that you have to do that, but you got to go in. So she went into work on Sunday.
Okay. So it ended up being you, Gannon, and Lena that went hiking.
Right.
Okay. And so then let's go through Monday. Yep.
So we wake up on Monday. Normal. How we wake up. Like everybody gets up, whatever. Gannon stays in bed. He already knows that we are going out and about today. That was the plan. I walk Lena out, because usually Gannon walks her outside. So I walk Lena out to the front door and around to make sure I seen her around the corner to get to the bus stop, and she did.
Okay.
I come back inside.
I don't remember if I laid down a little bit. I probably played on my phone for a little bit, wasted a little bit. Because she goes outside at like 6:50, 6:55, still early, take the dogs out, things like that. Well, I go down, we're talking to Gannon about, hey, like, this is the plan, like, go downstairs, the basement, whatever. I say basement, but I mean, like, his room is, it's a furnished basement. And I realized that Gannon, he actually had, like, marks, like, on his arm, and they were actually, like, peeling at that point. And I swear, I did not realize that they had, I don't know if, like, they start, like, because burns are sitting there, I don't know if they started, like, peeling, like, overnight, or, like, whatever. And he has, like, really bad anxieties. So whenever things are peely or, like, things like that, he bites his own nails a lot anyway. Like, anything that's, like, loose, things like that, he bites them. So I don't know if, like, as burns, like, burned a little bit. And when I do this, I don't mean, like, I'm giving you a location. I'm just saying, like, as in burns, like, on your skin. I guess when, like, like, pull a little bit stretchy or whatever. So, like, on your arm, it kind of gets a little stretchy and peeling. Mm-hmm. So then I was, like, freaked out because I was like, I didn't know that his arms were like that. So I'm, like, crying because, and this is where I have to start telling you, like, I'm, like, very, like, I was scared because my thought process was, Albert is going to kill me. Like, because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to, like, really check him down. And he really got a little bit more burnt than he should have. So I was freaking out because, like, and Gannon was like, it's okay, like, there was blood. And, like, he had on his arm, and as it was peeling, where did they have to pull the hospital and just asked, I don't know enough about burns, but I should have called the hospital and just asked, like, I made a mistake. I did. I swear to y'all, I didn't know they were that bad. I did it all. So I feel horrible. Here I am. I know it's not, about me, but as a person, I was feeling horrible that I didn't call Albert to say, they're like this. So I told him, I said, okay, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put some, like, aloe on your arm, and things like that. And I was like, it's going to be okay. We're going to fix it. We're going to, and all I could think about was we're going to fix it. And I don't know in my mind how I was going to fix it as far as he wasn't in pain. He wasn't saying, like, I'm hurting or anything like that. He was more of, like, peeling it. Like, like, it was like, it was like a boil. Am I saying the right word? Boil, like, blister. Like it was pulling a blister, So there was blood, and then so I'm, like, holding him, and I had blood on me. And when I say blood, let me explain to you. I don't mean, like, dripping out, pouring everywhere blood. So let me not, like, give you that thought process, because sometimes when I say, like, if I say flames, to me, I'm like, this is a big flame, There was blood. So I was just so, like, that. So I was like, we'll just clean it up. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. Where's the blood at? So the blood was on his arms, on his, like, sheet that he had, which we washed the sheet. So it was on his sheet. It was on his arms, and he had some on, like his arms had, I guess, from, like, sleeping or whatever. He had some on the wall. So we cleaned up everything. I put, like, garnish the garnish like the wrap thing. Put a wrap thing, and I was like, we'll check it with the aloe and see if it gets better. Because my next thing was, I'm going to assess the situation in so many hours, and if it looked, because I did look online, and it said, like, if it turns a yellow color, that it could be infected or whatever, and I was like, that was going to be my next step. So I don't want you to think that I was, like, neglecting the fact that. So you realize that he's got a burn, you do some treatment that you think is appropriate at the time, and then you tell yourself, I'm going to do this follow-up. Right. Okay. So then what happens after you take care again and make sure he's okay? Basically, I'm facing the house, and I know there's two things that I got to fix, And when I tell you that Albert will freak out over things, I just want you to know that. So I want you to picture my mind of how I'm, like, afraid to be like, okay, I got to fix these situations, and I need to fix them fast with carpet and things like that. Okay. So number one, I was like, I need to fix the carpet, and number two, I need to figure out, assess, like I said, does Gannon need to go get, like, some burn cream or whatever? Let's get
Pause it and then pick back up after.
Councilman Burke. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can, everyone back in the jury room at say 1:20, we should be able to start this afternoon on time. What we're going to do is I've been talking with the attorneys, and when we come back, there's still going to be about 3 hours and 20 minutes or so of the video to go. We will take another break during that. That's just too long to have you sit. So we will take another break during that, but that's what you can expect when you come back. So if you want to bring beverages or something like that, feel free to do that so that you have something to drink. It seems like it's getting a little warmer in the courtroom. When we came in this morning, it was a sweltering 64 degrees, but it's a little bit warmer now. So, and I expect it will be this afternoon as well. So anyway, we will see you at 1:20. All right, for the jury, please. Thank you, Mail. You see, the record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, no.
Defense?
No, no.
Okay, all right. See everybody back. Morning, then.
How long did they say? They cut it off. I have no idea why they did this. Well, she sure does like to talk about herself. And it's all me, 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 and her daughter. However, there's a missing 11-year-old. Yeah, they're taking a quick break. I don't know if they're going to be back and then... Or is this their lunch break? I'm not sure. I don't know what they're doing. Oh, yeah, because their time is different than mine. It's 12:51 here, Central Time. Okay, thank you, Dippy. I'm telling you, this girl is exhausting. Lunch hour, 30 minutes. Okay, so right now they're going to be gone for 30 minutes. Because usually they get like an hour and 15, so I'm confused. Okay, did they take that break right now? Yeah, because I want to put on something else if they're on break. Hold on here. Oh, he does? Okay. I like that he does that. Let me look. Okay, cool, cool. Thank you so much, Dippy. Okay, so I'll put this on for now. Oh boy, I don't know where to begin. Part 1, part 2. Okay, we'll do this.
Chief, when
Thank
we
you,
broke
Dippy.
yesterday, I'll note that the prosecution is here present. The defense and defendant also are in attendance. This proceedings being held here in this courtroom, of course, subject to a conduct order that prohibits the use of any electronic devices from recording or photographing any images or transmitting them from the courtroom. In addition, in the locations where this trial is being simulcast in both Ada and Madison counties, the administrative order also prevents the use of devices for that reason as well. So they're not permitted to be used to record or photograph or transmit any sounds from the trial and the proceedings. So the court appreciates everyone complying with those courtroom orders. The court's also been advised the jurors are all here and have signed their affirmations. And so I understand the state would have another witness to call at this time. Is the state going to be prepared with the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't we have the jury brought in then, and then you can call your next witness.
Rise, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, as mentioned by the bailiff, the court would note all the jurors are here in attendance, properly seated, and they've also filled out their affirmations for the day. I appreciate you being able to do that and continuing to follow the court's admonition. I'd ask the state at this time to call their next witness.
The state calls Ray Hermosillo.
All right, sir, if you'd come forward and just pause in the middle of the gallery here, I'll have you placed under oath.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, thank you, officer. While you're being questioned, please remember we're keeping a record, so make verbal responses and try to avoid talking at the same time as anyone questioning you. With that in mind, Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. Can you state your name and for the record and then spell your last name?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the Rexburg Police Department.
Is detective your rank?
It is.
Okay. Are you post certified?
I am. I have 22 years in law enforcement and 2,100 hours of training through post, and currently hold an advanced certificate through the Post Academy.
Okay. How long have you been a detective?
Oh, 4 years now.
Okay. And what other responsibilities have you held before you were a detective?
I was a patrolman and a patrol supervisor.
Okay. Have you worked for any law enforcement agency other than the Rexburg Police Department?
No, sir.
Okay. And you may have said this already. I apologize. How long have you been with the Rexburg Police Department?
22 years.
Okay. Have you been involved in the investigation regarding J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell?
I have.
Okay. How did you become involved in that investigation?
On November 1st, I was contacted initially by Fremont County. I was advised that there was a Jeep in our jurisdiction that was possibly involved in a attempted homicide. And at that time, I contacted Gilbert Police to inquire what they needed us to do in reference to that.
Okay. And what did you do in response to your conversation with Gilbert Police?
Once I obtained some information from Gilbert, they asked us to seize the Jeep if we had located it. They also asked us to perform intermittent surveillance on the residence. And so at that time, that's exactly what we did. We performed intermittent surveillance until we located the Jeep.
Okay. Can you describe what you saw during your intermittent surveillance?
We had taken some photographs of Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow walking into the residence, but we were unable to locate the Jeep at that time.
When you say residence, where are you referring to?
565 Pioneer, number 175.
During your surveillance, did you ever see a teenage girl with Lori Vallow?
No, we did not.
During your surveillance, did you ever see a young boy with Lori Vallow?
No, we did not.
Okay. At the time you were doing the surveillance, were you aware of who J.J. Vallow was?
Not at the time during the surveillance, no.
Okay. Were you aware of who Tylee Ryan was?
No.
So is it fair to say at that time you weren't looking for children?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective, when was the first time you heard of J.J. Vallow?
Gilbert police came down to Rexburg. Let me back up. We were able to seize the Jeep on November 4th from that residence. At that time, Gilbert police was advised, and they came up to Rexburg on November 18th, 2019. At that time, they came up to serve a warrant on the infotainment center inside of that Jeep for GPS locations and things like that. When they came up, that's the first time we heard of Tylee Ryan or J.J. Vallow. So November 18th, 2019.
Okay. And at that time, were you told that they were missing?
We weren't told they were missing. We were told that their grandmother, Kay Woodcock, was concerned that she hadn't spoken with JJ for a while. And they just asked us to keep an eye out at the residence. They said they were going to do some checking down in Arizona to see if JJ was possibly with friends down there. And if they needed us further, they would get with us at a later date.
Okay. Did they get with you at a later date?
They did.
When was that?
November 25th, 2019, I received a call from Detective Ryan Pillar. Ryan advised that they were unable to locate JJ in Arizona and that he was in contact with JJ's grandma and she wanted a welfare check. So at that point, we told Detective Pillar we would do a welfare check the next morning.
Okay. And you said that was November 25th, correct?
Correct.
So what did you do in response to that request from Detective Pillar?
The next morning, November 26th, 2019, myself and Detective Dave Hope went to 565 Pioneer, 175, which was Lori Vallow's residence. As we pulled up behind the residence, there's a garage area on the west side. Outside the garage area, we had located Alex Cox and Chad Daybell, who were unloading a pickup truck.
Okay. Did you speak with Alex Cox or Chad Daybell that day?
We did.
How did that conversation go?
I walked up to Alex and I asked Alex if Lori was home. He told me she wasn't home. I then asked Alex if he knew where JJ was at. We were there to do a welfare check on JJ. At that point, Alex got a blank look on his face, kind of a frightened look, looked over at Chad Daybell, who was on the other side of the pickup truck. Chad then looked at Alex, and they both kind of just looked at each other and didn't answer my question initially.
Okay. What did you think about that conduct?
It raised some red flags just based on the way they acted with that question. I then again asked Alex if he knew where JJ was at, and he stated that JJ was with Kay in Louisiana.
What did you think of that response?
I told Alex that wasn't likely because Kay was the one who called in for the welfare check. And then again, they both kind of just looked at each other, which again raised our suspicions.
Did you speak with Chad Daybell at that time?
I personally didn't speak to Chad at that time, no.
Okay. What did you do next?
I asked Alex if there was a way I can get a hold of Lori. He stated she wasn't home. I asked Alex where I could find Lori, and he stated that she was in apartment 107 in the same complex, just a different apartment. That time I asked Alex if he had Lori's phone number, and he stated he didn't have it.
What did you think when he stated he didn't have her phone number?
I assumed he was lying because they were close. And based on our investigation thus far with Gilbert, we knew they were close. So I assumed he was lying to me about the not having his sister's phone number.
Okay. What did you do next?
At that time, myself and Detective Dave Hope went back to apartment 107 in hopes to make contact with Lori. We knocked on the door at 107, and there was no answer.
Okay. So you weren't able to make contact with anyone there?
Correct.
Okay. What happened after that?
Once we weren't able to make contact, Detective Hope began knocking on apartment doors next to 107. I started walking back to my car because I was going to call for more people to come to our location, start knocking on doors. And at that time, when I was walking back to my car, I saw Chad Daybell driving towards me in his black Chevy Equinox. So he had just left 175 and was headed our direction. And at that time, I stopped him in the alleyway.
And did you speak with him?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I asked Chad when was the last time he saw JJ. And Chad told me it was in October in apartment 107 with Lori Vallow.
Okay. Did you ask him anything else?
I did. I asked him how he knew Lori Vallow, and he stated that he hardly knew her, that he had only met her a couple of times.
Okay. What did you think about that response?
Sustained.
Okay. Was there anything suspicious to you about that response?
There was.
What was that?
We knew that Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell had been married 2 weeks prior to my contact with him.
Okay. But he said he hardly knew her.
That's correct.
Did you ask Chad Daybell anything else?
I did. I asked Chad for her phone number, and he stated that he didn't know what it was.
Okay. What happened after that?
While I was speaking with Chad Daybell, Detective Hope saw me talking with him, stopped knocking on doors, and started back to where I was talking with him. As Detective Hope showed up, I again asked Chad Daybell for Lori's phone number because I didn't believe that he did not know it. And at that time, he finally gave me Lori's phone number.
Did he give you a reason why he hadn't given it originally?
He said that he felt like I was accusing him of something, and that's why he didn't give it to me.
Okay. What did you do at this point in your investigation?
I broke contact with Mr. Daybell. He was able to drive off. And at that point, I called Lieutenant Ron Ball, and I told him that there was something going on with the whereabouts of JJ. Based on the deception, the way they looked at each other, their non-evasive answers, their lies, I felt there was something more going on. So I called Lieutenant Ball and had him grab a few detectives and come over to our location so we can figure out what was going on.
Okay. And did Lieutenant Ball show up?
He did.
What did you do after that?
He showed up with Detective Dave Stubbs, and at that time we went and knocked on apartment 175, which is Lori Vallow's residence.
Okay. Did anyone answer?
No, they didn't.
What did you do next?
We knocked on apartment 174 because through our investigation, we knew that her niece, Melanie Boudreau, lived right next to her. And we didn't get an answer there either.
Okay. What did you do after that?
At that time, Lieutenant Ball instructed me to go to the prosecutor's office to obtain a search warrant for those residents while they stayed on scene to try to get a hold of Lori, Alex, or even Melanie Boudreau.
Why did you feel the need to get a warrant?
At that time, we felt that there was something more going on with the whereabouts of JJ. And we weren't getting any cooperation from Chad Daybell or Alex Cox at that time.
Okay. Did you get a warrant that day?
We did not.
How come?
On our way to the prosecutor's office, Detective Hope, with the phone number that Chad provided, called Lori, left her a message. She didn't answer her phone. And once we were at the prosecutor's office, Lori Vallow then returned the phone call from Detective Hope, and Detective Hope spoke with her on the phone.
Okay. Do you know what happened after that?
He was able to convince Lori to open the door. She stated she was home, and there were detectives outside that wanted to speak with her.
Are you aware if Detective Ball and Stubbs spoke with Lori Vallow that day?
They did.
Do you know if they had a body cam recording that conversation?
They did.
Have you seen that body cam?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Based on your collective investigation, what did you learn?
I learned that Lori Vallow had told Detective Hope. Correction.
Objection, Your Honor. He's going to go into hearsay evidence, saying what Detective
Well, I think
Hope
there
told
needs
her.
to be some additional foundation in what is going on. I didn't see a hearsay coming, but it seemed like a foundation issue to me.
Okay. So, Detective Hermosillo, I asked if you were aware if there was a body cam recording of that conversation.
There was.
And did you watch that body cam?
I did.
Did you speak with Detective Ball and Stubbs about their encounter with Lori Vallow?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that a normal part of an investigation to meet with other officers who are working the case?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is that something you regularly do in the course of an investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Based on your conversation and the video, what did you learn?
Lori Vallow told the detectives.
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay. Because he's learning it from, well, I guess I'm not going to do a speaking objection, but if we want to do a sidebar, I can.
I'm going to overrule that at this point. I haven't heard hearsay come out. You can answer the question, officer.
Your Honor, if I could, will the court allow me to elaborate a little bit?
If you'd like to have additional voir dire on your objection, you can do that.
Okay. Well, I don't have any additional voir dire. Okay. Detective Hermosillo, are you basing your testimony on what you saw somebody else converse with the other detectives or the other officers?
I'm basing my testimony off what I saw on the video.
Okay. Judge, that's hearsay. It's somebody else speaking, and he's speaking for that person.
Let me have a brief sidebar with counsel. All right, the court had under advisement an objection made by the defense that the question was eliciting an improper hearsay response. I am going to sustain that objection, so I'd ask you to ask a different question this time, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. So, Detective Hermosillo, you did testify that you did watch body cam.
That's correct.
Okay. Based on what you saw, what were your what next steps did you take in your investigation?
I contacted Detective Pillar with the Gilbert Police Department because we were unable to locate or substantiate where JJ was at that time. It was late evening and we still hadn't heard where JJ was at that time. At that time, I had Detective Ryan Pillar get a hold of Melanie Gibb to see if JJ was with Melanie Gibb, and he was not with Melanie Gibb.
So you were not that evening able to substantiate the location of JJ Vallow.
That's correct.
Okay. What did you do? What was the next step in your investigation?
Next step was the next morning, November 27th, 2019. We met at the prosecutor's office and obtained a search warrant for apartment 175, 174, and 107.
And what was the address of those locations again?
565 Pioneer, Rock Creek Townhomes.
Okay. Were you able to obtain those search warrants?
Yes, we were.
And did you search those apartments?
We did.
Okay. Can you walk us through that? Which apartment did you search first?
We started with 175 first, which was Lori Vallow's apartment. When we initially went into apartment 175, they had to break down the front door, which was included in the search warrant. We went into apartment 175. There were couches, dishes in the sink, food in the pantry, food in the refrigerator. Upstairs, there were beds, toiletries, everything that looked like someone had lived there, except for there were no clothes on the hangers. There were just empty hangers in all the closets. And so that caught our attention as well.
Were any people in there when you entered?
There was nobody in apartment 175, 174, and 107 was completely vacant.
Okay. So you didn't locate JJ in apartment 175?
No.
Okay. Did you find any evidence that JJ had been there?
Yes, there were some toys on the front step. Appeared to be little boy scooters, toys. There was a little boy suitcase under the stairwell in apartment 175. There was also an older prescription prescribed to JJ Vallow of Risperidone that we located. But aside from that, there was nothing else.
Okay. Was there anything else of interest that you found in apartment 175?
There were several guns in the garage of 175. Several different army type knives.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Several different empty magazines for various weapons. So there were things of that nature in the garage that caught our eye.
Okay. Did you search any other buildings that was in apartment 175, correct?
Correct.
And then you searched apartment 174?
Correct.
And who did apartment 174 belong to?
Melanie Boudreau, who was Lori's niece.
And did you find JJ there?
No,
Were any individuals present when you searched that apartment?
there was not.
Okay. And you may have already stated this, I'm sorry. Did you search apartment 107?
We did.
What did you find in apartment 107?
It was completely vacant.
Okay. Did you search any other buildings that day?
We did. In apartment 175 in the master bedroom, there was a rental agreement for a storage unit in Rexburg. And on that rental agreement had Lori Ryan as the tenant of the storage unit, with the storage unit number being C52. It gave the address, self-storage on Airport Road in Rexburg. So based on that information, we were able to obtain another search warrant for the storage unit.
Okay, and what did you find there?
In the storage unit, there were some children's bikes, some winter clothing. There was a personalized blanket with photographs of JJ and Tylee, Colby Ryan, the defendant, Miss Vallow. Just family photographs that they kind of had sewn onto a blanket.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7A through 7K. The court has a copy. The court has a copy already.
Yeah, the originals. I will switch you. I think I have the originals and those are copies, I'm told by the clerks.
Detective, can you take a minute and look through what's been marked as 7A through 7K and let me know when you're finished?
Okay.
Okay. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 7A through K?
Yes, I am.
What do those exhibits purport to be?
Photographs of the exterior and interior of apartment 175.
Okay. Were you there when those photos were taken?
I was.
Are those photos true and accurate representations of what you witnessed on the outside and inside of that apartment that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 7A through K into evidence.
Any objection?
May I have voir dire and aid?
You may.
So Detective Hermosillo, you indicate that these photographs were taken during a search warrant?
That's correct.
Okay. And that search warrant was obtained on what date?
November 27th, 2019.
Okay. And that was, what were you looking for?
JJ Vallow.
Okay. And you believe that a crime was committed and that's why you busted down the door?
Objection relevance.
We're outside of the scope of the foundation. If there's an objection for these photographs, how does it relate, Mr. Thomas?
I'm going to object to photograph number 7J, as I believe it's inflammatory and doesn't have any, not within the scope of what they were looking for. Other than that, I won't object to any of the others.
Okay, court's reviewed the photograph of 7J. Officer, were those items there when the warrant was served?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objections overruled and the photographs 7A through 7K are all admitted into evidence at this time.
Can you describe what's in State's Exhibit 7A?
That is the front door of apartment 175 facing westbound.
Okay. And is that the apartment, to your knowledge and investigation, that Lori Vallow was living in?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that the door you knocked on that morning?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I apologize. I didn't ask if I could publish these to the jury.
Okay, they can be published. They're admitted.
Detective, can you describe what's in State's Exhibit 7B?
That is the front room of apartment 175, standing at the front door entry, looking towards the living room and the dining area.
Can you describe what's in State's Exhibit 7C?
That's also the front room, standing in the dining area, looking towards the front door and the stairwell going upstairs.
Can you describe what's in State's Exhibit 7D?
So the photograph just before, there's a white little door.
If you'll give us just a moment, Counsel, we're going to dim the lights a little bit. So
Thank
that
you.
they can be seen better. Thank you.
Can you put the previous photograph back on? Perfect. So just below the TV on the stairwell, there's a white little door that is a crawl space that goes under the stairs. The next photograph with the Star Wars suitcase, that's where we located the Star Wars suitcase. There was also 3 or 4 or 5 preparedness bags with emergency kits under the stairwell, and that's what the black and green bag is there next to the Star Wars suitcase.
When you say a preparedness bag, what was in it?
Oh, there was water, flares. I believe there were MRE food, just like a 72-hour kit is the best way to describe it.
Okay. Can you describe State's Exhibit 7E?
That is a photograph standing at the top of the stairwell, looking down towards the bottom floor.
In State's Exhibit 7F?
This is a photograph of the master bedroom. The doorway to the right leads down the hallway to two separate bedrooms. The doorway to the left is the doorway into the master bathroom and towards the closet area.
Detective, I'm going to skip ahead to State's Exhibit 7H. Can you describe that? What you observed there?
This is the master bedroom closet. This is what caught our attention. All the blank, empty hangers hanging in the closet. There are no clothes. There's a towel hanging on the back door, but there are no clothes. Normally, when people go on trips and plan to come home, they don't take all their belongings out of their closet. There's still some items that usually remain. And this caught our attention because there was nothing in that closet other than empty hangers.
Can you describe what's in State's Exhibit 7I and where that was located?
This was a bedroom off the hallway to the north side. There were some of Alex Cox's belongings found in this bedroom.
Okay. How did you know they were Alex Cox's?
It had his name on some of the items in a plastic tub in the closet.
Okay. Can you describe what's in State's Exhibit 7J?
That is also in Alex Cox's room. There was a couple Tyvek suits that were also in the closet. There's the plastic tub that I just described earlier that had some of Alex's belongings inside that tub in the closet.
Okay. Detective, can you describe what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7G?
That's the rental agreement we located in Lori Vallow's master bedroom on the printer. It has Lori Ryan on the left side is the tenant or the owner of that storage. It also gives a phone number.
What is that phone number?
I can't see it from.
Is there a way to zoom in on this?
Hand the exhibit to the witness if he can.
That's not very clear. Can you hand the witness?
Thank you, sir. You want the phone number?
Yes. What is that phone number?
480-692-9562. Yes, ma'am.
And you stated that the contract was with Lori Ryan.
That's correct.
Through your investigation, are you aware if Lori Vallow's name was ever Lori Ryan?
Yes, it was.
How do you know that?
Through our investigation, we learned she was married to Joe Ryan.
And was that before she was married to Charles Vallow?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8A through Q.
Again, I believe I have the originals here from the clerk, so sorry to confuse, but we'll swap those copies.
Your Honor, that the originals, I realize there's a sticker on both, but the originals were the ones handed to the detective, and that's the court's copy that the court has.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, Mr. Wood, then.
Detective, can you look through State's Exhibit A through Q and let me know when you're done?
Good.
Are you familiar with State's Exhibit A through Q?
Yes, I am.
What do those exhibits purport to be?
These are items that were found in the garage of apartment 175.
Okay, are they photographs of those items?
They are photographs.
And is this the same garage that you testified to searching earlier?
Yes, it is.
In Exhibits 8A through Q, are those true and accurate representations of what you witnessed in that garage that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd ask the State's Exhibits A through Q be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
If I may, voir dire, Judge.
You may.
Thank you. Exhibit A, is that how these photographs are staged, so to speak? I mean, this is not how you found the garage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so were you involved in, and that's A through D are the ones that are in the garage, right?
All of them are in the garage except for 8E and 8F. Everything else was photographed inside the garage.
Okay. So E and F were not in the garage, correct?
That photograph of 8E,
Yes. Was not taken in the garage.
that's correct.
And 8F was not taken in the garage.
That's correct.
Okay. And as I indicated earlier, these photographs were staged. They weren't just, this is not how you found the stuff, right?
No, they were in tubs and bags, and we emptied those tubs and bags out to get a better photograph of what was inside of them.
Okay. I have no objection to the admission of these photographs.
Okay. Exhibits A8, A through Q are all admitted and they can be published.
Thank you. Detective, can you describe what you found in State's Exhibit 8A?
Again, this is the garage of 175. There were some tubs you can see in the background, a plastic tub that contain these items. They were taken out of the tubs and laid out. What this photograph of is a picture of a ghillie suit. Several.
I'm going to stop you. Can you describe what a ghillie suit is?
A ghillie suit is something that you wear if you want to camouflage yourself. If you're laying out in a field, you put that over the top of you to blend in with the brush or whatever the environment is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood, could we get a spelling on that for the record? If the detective knows.
I don't.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe it's GHILLI, but I could be incorrect.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Detective.
Several different magazines used to hold ammunition, different caliber of guns. There's also two or that you keep it quiet when it's fired. So that's what is laid out on the ground there.
Okay, thank you. Can you do what was found?
There were a couple black trash bags you can see in the photograph. They were full of clothing, some miscellaneous papers inside the bags. So we emptied the bags out and laid out the clothing on the garage floor and took a photograph of it.
Can you describe what you found in 8C?
This was also in a tub, several rounds of ammunition, different caliber of weapons, just a lot of ammunition in that specific tub.
Okay. Can you describe 8D, what you found in 8D?
8D was a rifle that we had found on the garage floor or in the garage. The thing that caught our eye with the rifle was the end of the rifle is threaded for a silencer or a suppressor. So that was also photographed.
And this may seem like a silly question, but when you say the end of the rifle, what portion of the rifle are you talking about?
The barrel.
Okay. What were you observing in State's Exhibit 8E?
So the black rifle was the same one from the previous photograph, just taken, laid down at the police department on a table. There was also another rifle inside of that bag, and that's the rifle you see above the black rifle.
Okay. In State's Exhibit 8F.
That was the other rifle inside of that bag.
Can you describe what you see in State's Exhibit 8G, or what you observed?
Those were the two silencers or suppressors that we had located inside the garage.
Okay. What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8H?
Those were knives that were also located in the vicinity of the rifles as well.
Okay. State's Exhibit 8I.
That was also a handgun located inside the garage, in a tub just off to the right of where it's sitting.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8J?
That was a Halloween mask, it looks like. That was kind of on top of a plastic bag, a plastic Walmart bag that's in the next photo.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8K?
So the Halloween mask was on top of this bag, and it had rope and duct tape inside that bag.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 8L?
That is Alex Cox's passport that was located inside the garage.
Okay. Was that passport still active to your knowledge?
It was.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 8M?
So these were documents that we had located amongst the defendant Valo's belongings, or what we assumed were her belongings inside the garage.
Were any of those documents an email?
They were emailed from in the upper left corner. Excuse me. Emailed from Chad Daybell.
Okay. Eight N. What did you observe?
Those are some more of the documents from Chad Daybell.
Is it fair to say that these documents were laid out and then pictures taken, subsequent pictures taken in a row?
Correct. They weren't found that way. Yeah.
States Exhibit 8O.
More of the same document.
Okay, thank you. What did you find on States Exhibit 8P?
Those books were with the documents in the garage that were appeared to be written by Chad Daybell.
And finally, States Exhibit 8Q.
That was a cell phone that was also located in the garage.
Thank you. Eight P. So Detective, like that. You testified of the search of this apartment and the garage. What was the next step in your investigation?
The next step, we contacted the FBI. We were just trying to get a hold of the defendant, Valo, and Chad. We were trying to locate the children. In speaking with family members, we spoke with Colby Ryan, who was Lori's son. And at that time, he also stated that he hadn't spoken with his sister for a while. And so our search of JJ also started to encompass Tylee Ryan as well.
Did you ever try to contact Chad Daybell or Lori Valo?
We did several times, but their phones were shut off.
Okay. At this time, were you aware of their location?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. And just to clarify, I'm speaking in the period shortly after the November search of the home.
Yes, at that time, we didn't know where they were at.
Okay. Did you reach out to anyone else? Let me rephrase that. Did you contact family and friends?
Yeah, we contacted Colby Ryan, contacted Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreau. We were contacting anybody that would listen to us or take our calls, trying to find the whereabouts of the kids.
During this time, did Lori Vallow ever call the Rexburg police to report missing children?
No, she didn't.
Okay. Detective, if I say NCMEC, do you know what that means?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's an acronym for National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Did you contact them?
We did. December 11th, we contacted NCMEC and entered JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan as missing and endangered children.
Okay. Did you ever alert the public that there was a search for JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
When was that?
That was December 20th, 2019. The police department gave a press release and tried to get those names out in public to assist us in any way we can, in any way they could. We also set up a tip hotline through NCMEC.
.404B, we previously on this.
Findings in that record, I'll overrule the objection and you can continue this line of questioning, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Were you in, what county was that filed in?
Madison, I believe.
There.
We went there to assist the Kauai Police Department with the service of that court order.
And you served with that?
Was.
Do you know what date?
She was served on January 25th, 2020.
Okay. Did you do anything else while you were there?
We did. We also assisted Kauai Police Department with the search warrant of Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow's rental vehicle, as well as their condo they were renting in Princeville.
Okay. And to clarify, did you perform those searches?
No, I did not.
Who performed those searches?
Kauai Police Department.
Okay. Were you present when their condominium was searched?
I was, yes.
Okay. And did you go in after the search was performed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you find J.J. Vallow in that condominium?
No, sir.
Did you find Tylee Ryan?
No.
What did you observe in that condominium?
Normal furniture, clothes, beds. Just appeared that two adult people were living there.
Okay. And did you find any children's toys?
No.
Did you observe any children's medication?
No.
Did you observe any children's clothes?
No.
Any teenage girl clothes?
Nope.
Okay. Did you see anything that would indicate that minor children had lived there?
No.
Or, excuse me, had been living there?
No.
Okay. You stated that the rental car that Chad and Lori Daybell were using was searched as well.
That's correct.
Did you observe that search?
I did.
Okay. Did you aid in that search?
No, sir.
Okay, just observed it.
Correct.
Detective, I'm going to talk to you about the concept of proof of life. If I use the words proof of life, what does that mean?
Any documentation that would be able to confirm if somebody was still alive.
Okay. Did you ever, pursuant to your investigation, find a proof of, well, let me rephrase that. Pursuant to your investigation, what was the last date you are aware of proof of life for Tylee Ryan?
September 8th, 2019.
What was that proof of life?
It was a photograph taken in West Yellowstone.
Okay. And were you able to identify who Tylee Ryan was in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Pursuant to your investigation, what was the last date you were aware of proof of life for J.J. Vallow?
September 22nd, 2019.
Okay. What was that proof of life?
It was a photograph taken of JJ, excuse me, sitting on a couch.
Okay.
In defendant Vallow's front room.
All right. Your Honor, may I suggest this would be a good time for the mid-morning break?
That's fine. We can go ahead and take our mid-morning break then. We will go for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then we will resume again until the lunch break. I would remind the people in attendance here, please take your personal effects with you and don't leave any bags or other items on the tables when you go. So we'll be in recess.
All right.
Okay, we will go back on the record on KCR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. Just finished our mid-morning break. We'll have the jurors return and you can continue your direct examination, Mr. Wood, of this witness.
Yeah, that courtroom's so quiet, you guys. Jesus.
All right, please.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been. Detective, can you look over those and let me know when you've had a chance to review them to be.
That I see.
Your Honor, I'd ask that States Exhibit 9A through D be entered into evidence.
Any objection? You may.
Thank you. These folks were in at a station or at
Taken in our impact.
station when you got there?
That's correct. It was
Where was it taken from?
65 at a garage of.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, E through DR evidence published.
Thank you. Detective testified about, so I realize we're going back a little bit. Can you describe what's shown in State's Exhibit 9A?
That is a photograph of the Jeep that I see
Testified about,
so
I realize we're back
from
a little bit.
the view of the passenger side.
Okay, that's weird. I just checked on my phone, and as I'm looking at the screen or whatever, and it's not echoing on my end.
That's the rear view of the
I don't know
Jeep
what's going on.
with Texas plates that we were told about by Gilbert.
Okay. State's Exhibit 9C.
That's a photograph of the inside of the Jeep taken.
And 9E.
It's also a photograph of the inside of the Jeep from the passenger side.
No, I'd ask that the witness be shown State's Exhibits 8 and 8. Sorry, I'm not spinning the mic. And
You hear all that paper noise? That ain't from me. It's
Detective,
the audio there.
you testified earlier about these documents that they were found in the garage of apartment 175, correct?
That's correct.
And that one of those at least one of those documents is an email?
That's correct.
I asked you earlier who the email was from. Can you read the email address that that document is sent from?
Judge, I would object here. I would ask the court to take the exhibit as it is, and the best evidence is the exhibit itself, not what can be read or what can't be read. In honesty, I can't read it, and I don't know. I just don't think it's
understand.
appropriate to have him read.
Okay, I don't understand the objection. There's a photograph that's been admitted, as I understand, through prior offering, and it's in evidence. So to the extent the witness wants to address what's on the photograph, it's permitted. I don't know how hard it is to read or not. I don't have it in front of me.
To me, it looks like chaddaybell@gmail.com.
Okay, thank you. Detective, we had talked about before the break proof of life, and you spoke about some photos. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 29A and State's Exhibits 13 and 14. Detective, before I ask any questions about that, I'm going to ask a few questions. Are you familiar with an iCloud account, Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
Yes, I am.
Is this an account that you have reviewed in the course of your investigation?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Detective, can you look at Exhibit 29A? What does that document purport to be?
It's a business certification record of the custodian of records of an Apple account.
Okay. Does it list the Apple account on that document?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Does it state anywhere on that document if the record was made at or near the time or from information transmitted by someone with knowledge of that document?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it state anywhere if that document, if those documents were kept in the regular course of the business?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Does it state that making those records was a regular practice of that business or of that activity?
Yes.
Okay. Is this document signed under penalty of perjury?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask that States Exhibit 29A and the accompanying records be allowed into evidence.
All right, 29A is an exhibit. When you say the accompanying records, are you talking about exhibit 14?
13 and 14, Your Honor,
Okay,
which I can lay further foundation for.
well, let's start there with exhibit 29A. Is there any objection to exhibit 29A being introduced?
There is, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
May I have voir dire and native objection?
You may.
Whose signature is on the document there?
Catherine Calvert,
Is it an actual signature or is it a e-signature?
an e-signature.
Okay, so it's not her actual signature.
Doesn't appear to be, no.
Okay. Have you talked to Catherine Calvert?
I have not, no.
In the course of your investigation, did you have an opportunity to contact anyone at Apple?
I've spoken with people at Apple throughout the course of the investigation, yes.
Who?
Off the top of my head, I don't have a name. Not in reference to Catherine Calvert, though.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a sidebar.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Upon discussing with counsel at sidebar, let me ask from the defense, is there any objection at this point to the admissions of exhibit 29A and states 13 and 14?
I don't have a copy of 13 and 14, but 29A is the business record, is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have an objection to that.
Okay, we'll start there then. Exhibit 29A is admitted into evidence, and you can continue your inquiry, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective Hermosillo, through the course of your investigation, have you reviewed the iCloud account, Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
Yes, I have.
From reviewing that account, are you able to tell who it belongs to?
Yes.
Who did it belong to?
Lori Vallow,
How did you know that?
based on the records on the account.
Okay.
and the photographs and everything attached to it.
Okay. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit, I believe it was 13 and 14? Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
What do they purport to be?
Photographs of JJ, Tylee, and Alex in Yellowstone. Also a photograph of JJ sitting on a couch in red pajamas.
Okay. And did you observe those photographs in that iCloud account?
Yes, I did.
And are those true and accurate representations of the photographs found in the iCloud account, in the Lori for Style iCloud account?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of State's Exhibits 13 and 14.
I'll take them up one at a time. On Exhibit 13, is there any objection?
13 is which one, the Yellowstone photo?
Yes.
No objection.
Exhibit 13 is admitted, and Exhibit 14 is a photo of a child on a couch.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 14 is also admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish those to the jury?
Yes. Mr. Thomas, you were able to see these courtesy copies before we published them, correct?
Prior to publication, yes.
Okay, thank you. You can publish them, Mr. Wood, if you'd like.
Detective, what do you observe in State's Exhibit 13?
It's the photograph of JJ, Tylee, and Alex in Yellowstone.
How do you know that's Yellowstone?
I've been there before. I recognize it.
Okay.
Here we go, you guys.
Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Nstauch. Records should reflect the jury's not present.
Something is going on here.
No, sir. Okay, let's go ahead and turn the jury.
Boy, that was weird. I didn't want to come on. Sorry, guys.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Nstauch. Record should reflect the jury. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video. I think we're going to start it right at that same point. Prosecution.
We're gonna leave out. I think I told you guys it was like maybe 10:35 or whatever the time frame was. So this is where I should have like made this mistake. So I drive to the so Larson Ranch. At the end of Larson Ranch is a bunch of new builds, like construction, things like that. I drive to the new builds.
Nope.
I was gonna be like, hey, look, he here knows how to,
All right,
fix
guys.
it. Because if I get online and start calling people, then they'll be like, make an appointment. I figure I might find somebody that, would do like a little side job and come and help us fix when I say carpet, I'm talking about fix the living room, the spot that I had cut out or whatever. So I did. I pulled up. On the back part, there were some new houses being built, and there were some like Hispanic, and I'm not saying that to be like discriminatory. There were Hispanic people that were out there, and I was like, "Hey, do you know where you can get the carpet that is in the Larson Ranch model home?" So I told them the model home, which was the same home that we had. I mean, I don't know if it's the model home, but I gave them the name because I looked online for the company for the name. I said it's in this. He's like, everybody has that same carpet. Yes. So we got a roll of the carpet.
Where'd you get that from?
We got it from the guy on the scene. Like I say, not the scene, but the construction area. So we got the carpet from the guy in the construction area. Well, I didn't get it then. He said he was going to bring it to me. So I gave him the address. And this is where I messed up. I gave him, and this is why I couldn't tell you this for an hour. I gave him our code to get in. He was going to go fix it. And I just assumed working in the house, he was going to be okay, whatever. And me and Gannon left. I just said, hey,
Did you give him the garage door code?
Yeah.
And what about the alarm?
Well, if you go in through, say, like you're walking in through our house, there's no sensor, so we always keep it on our alarm, and you can walk in through the garage and the alarm will never set off. Never. And the reason for that is, like, there's no door. Like, there's nothing that tells that door that it's open. You can send.
You don't have a sensor there.
Right. So we just always, and the kids come in every day in the garage and never have to, like, set, reset, anything like that.
Okay.
So me and Gannon go on. I don't remember exactly where we went first. I know we rode a little bit because I was looking for different places to buy the dog, like different key outfits. Because sometimes I get them at Ross. But Petco has some really good deals going on right now. So I was like, I'm going to go to Petco. Gannon was like, at that point, it was like he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. He wasn't complaining about like any like pain on his arms or anything like that. He just said he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. So we were in Albert's truck. So we lay down. I mean, he lays out in the back of the truck. So he's just laying down, whatever. I went to Petco. I can't remember if I went in the store beside Petco. I know we went some places around town, just different locations.
Places did you go to?
I know I went to Petco. I know I went to a gas station to get gas.
Which Petco did you go to?
The one at, is it Nevada in something?
Okay.
I don't remember
the newer one, like that.
It's nice. It's a nice area. That's the area I basically was in for. I wasn't gone that long for most of the time frame. That was the area that I was in. And then I made the wrong, when you're coming back and it tells you go this way, I made the wrong exit. Like I got in the wrong one. So I went back. I guess that would be, I went north a little bit before I turned around to come back because I made it. So I get back and did we go eat at that time? Plus, I didn't get anything to eat. Maybe I just got Starbucks. I could look at my credit card or something like that and see if you want to look and see where I spent that day. You want me to look?
No, eventually, yes.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
Okay. So, I don't even remember what happened. Then I realized I had to go back to Petco. That's why we turned around and came back. Because I started off, I bought 2 outfits, maybe 1 or 2, and then I came back in Petco and I got the rest of the outfits that were on there because I was like, I'll go 2 more for this price. So I did go back to Petco twice. So I'm sure you'll see that.
In between, did you go?
See, if we left at 10 something, it's like a 30-minute drive from Larson Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
So if I got there, got gas, got Starbucks, maybe I was there 11-ish. I don't want to say time. Because
So you go to Petco the first time, and then how long in between the first visit and the second visit to Petco?
Oh. Can I give you that, like, looking up?
A guesstimate or
maybe an hour?
Maybe no. Give it like any tracker apps or anything on your phone? Because I know, like, for me, I have that Life 360, and it'll tell me.
To show
Yeah.
you what we think.
it'll tell me, you know, what my short trips are. It'll even tell me if I walked somewhere. It's freaking awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I just get tracked by Google.
An Android phone, so it just tells me.
My family likes to know where I'm at, so
Well,
you
we
know.
can do that to Harley because, you know, we're the only child, and then her father was killed. So it's always like she and I, and like she was like really all I had, so I got remarried or whatever. So I kind of like do maybe a little over bored of talking.
Hey, you know what? I
do that right now. Like, all right, let's see.
Do you have the one with the subscription? I'm like trying to figure out if I should get that or not.
I don't. She always says something about purchasing it. She said it would help if
Like
you
the
like
crash detection
right. That's what
and-
she was saying.
Yeah.
And she was saying that it was kind of like how the Apple Watch would do if you had a crash detection. It would alert the car to say, yeah, okay, this is. I don't know if this is like a service thing, but it's on. I would say I'm waiting. I would say hour-ish because I did very indecisive person when it comes to like shopping. So I had to go back and make my mind up. I can read right here, but it's loading. I think maybe.
Can I see it? Maybe it'll give me better reception.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Give a password or something. I can put it in.
No, I could do my finger.
Okay. Sometimes this corner, if you hold it up high, it'll. Because I know people watching, I want them to have my passcode in, and they'll know our code for a lot of stuff. All right. Is it working? No. Oh, that corner is like typically the sweet corners.
Oh, they up here?
Yeah. I can set it down here. Let's see if it kicks on. Okay, so you make the second trip to go back and buy more outfits.
Mm-hmm.
And then where do you go from there? Is Gannon still telling you that he wants to like lay down? How's he doing? There you go. Yeah, I told you this was a sweet corner. It says purchase could not be completed. I didn't purchase anything. Purchase cannot be completed. Huh? What does that mean? I have no idea. I've never had that pop open before. Purchase could not be completed. Please try again later. Well, I mean, we tried. I guess they said it's the access signal, so. Membership includes two. How long have you guys had that app? Oh, God. For driving for a long time? Okay. Yeah, maybe a long time. If I want to say, like, it's never had me do it purchase.
He just says, he didn't even ask me to put anything. Purchase for nothing.
Sorry. It is bizarre. You didn't need anything. I didn't need anything. Okay. So you go back to Petco the second time. Does Gannon? These places that
Sorry, I was gonna say it says crash detection disabled. Does that mean I don't have the?
yours looks different than mine does. You don't have a subscription.
Like it gives me, but it sends me all the alerts. Like it says like Carly arrived home.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get those too. Yeah. If you have certain places set, like
No,
work
I get
or
it.
home.
Yeah, well, I get the work at home, but it'll say completed a 4-mile drive, completed a 50-mile.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like I think we might have different versions because I know it's Android. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. So when you and Gannon are out running around to these places and you know getting your gas and your coffee and like Petco a couple times, and does he go into the stores with you?
No,
or?
but I parked. And I know you're gonna see this, so I'm gonna say that I parked on the front, and like I don't know if you'll probably if you see the Petco cameras. I'm in the. Can I show you? Sure. I'm in the store a lot of times, walking back to the front of the store doing this. And my point of doing that is because I was making sure that I didn't see him like if he needed something or like getting out or whatever. And he stays in the car. Like I really stay in the car all the time with like if like Lena's in the car, and he'll be like, "It's okay, stay here, buddy. We'll be right back." I didn't think anything of it because he had his Switch with him and he was playing his Switch.
Did he know what store you were in?
Yeah, Petco.
So like if he needed you or whatever else.
But I did keep walking to the door several times, and I'm pretty sure I did it on the second visit too, walking back to the door just to make sure. You know, like if he was like, oh, you know, sure, I need you, whatever. Sure. So yeah, you can see that on there. Right? Do you need to know like what I did in there, or
so you're just in there shopping, and then
it wasn't even a long shop. Right?
Okay.
Like it wasn't.
And then you come back out, and then where do you go?
So I know we were right in that area, like different places, but I don't think I stopped anywhere else specific to get anything other than Starbucks. I made a wrong turn, and then the 2 times at Petco, and I was looking for Marshalls, but
After the second time at Petco, did you go anywhere?
I think after that Petco is when we started to head home.
Okay, so you go home,
and I want to give you like an accurate of that if I pull this up, because I feel like right after Petco we went home. I don't want you
to try and bring it up.
Yeah, I don't want you to think that I missed a stop or something. And I will tell you, on the way there, we did stop and get gas somewhere. I remember if it was on the way there or way home.
Do you remember what station?
But we did
Michelle,
stop and get gas.
7-Eleven.
Here,
Come and go.
You gotta go.
I hate to do this. Yeah, I need to run out. I'm gonna come back. Okay. It shouldn't take me very long, hopefully. But please continue talking with Detective Houston, and then whenever I get done with that, I'm gonna come back in and we'll get back on again. Right?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this up to you.
The USAF is being slow too.
Is it my phone?
You can try that corner again. It might. This floor's a little weird. So, after you guys left Petco, so did you buy something there that time, or?
The second time, yes.
Okay.
And I know she kept asking me about what was Ann doing, what was he, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to say this about getting back.
Okay.
So everyone has been, about this whole thing about camera footage and this happened because we didn't see this or didn't see this. So I'm very sorry.
What do you mean, everyone?
So, my whole family is being harassed. My mom is being threatened to be killed. My daughter is being stalked. I probably took me a while to get here because I had to put some safety measures in for her own well-being.
Okay.
And my family from back home is being threatened. People are saying they're sending people after them. All those things. So, there's always a world of people making situations and saying, let's be a good person, but then threaten someone else. Okay. And so being aware of that's what was going on. So in between all that and all these people were sending me messages that people were sending and blah, blah, blah. I didn't respond to any of them. During all that, there was something along the lines of someone checked neighbors 2 doors down or something, camera footage, and never saw anyone do this or that. I don't know, specifics. My point behind telling you that is, if this is what you guys, and I'm not saying this is what you're basing stuff on, if this is what you're basing stuff on, is in the day and age, timeline, security, things like that, you will see on somebody's security, Gannon and I run to the car at 10 something that morning and be returning at 2 something. So I remember specifically in the truck, I pulled it right in front of the ring. And
more ring?
Yes, but we don't have a subscription. Okay. But according to these neighbors who can see all the way to the truck every day, they should be able to show you during those time frames that we run in, we run out, we run back in, whatever. Okay. And then
so you leave around 10 something, and then you get back around 2 something.
I think it was 2:35, 2:25, 2 something.
Okay.
Because I knew I had to be back in time to do a couple things, and then I knew Lane would be coming there. I knew Harley would be getting off work, yada, yada, yada. So going on from there. Then it goes inside, I think first. I don't want to misquote myself, but I'm pretty sure he ran it first. And I had the bag for Petco and all that. No, I don't.
What store did you guys use?
We always go in through the garage if we park, on the front part of the yard and things like that. So we go in through the garage. Okay. He goes in through the garage. I go in. I'm getting ready to put up things, stuff like that. This is where it got. I made a mistake. Okay. So as we got inside, I heard something, but I didn't think anything about it because I thought, maybe Dana was like doing something. Maybe we were like doing whatever. The guy was in there, and I gave him the code.
The guy from the.
Yeah, it's all my fault. I gave him the code to fix the part. And he was inside. I noticed when I had like walked in and saw where they had like a little bookshelf thingy. I keep my shapes in there too, but we also have like our guns and stuff. I saw it was open, but in my mind I thought maybe I left my shapes or whatever.
Sunglasses?
Yeah. Okay. So I didn't think anything of it when I heard the noise, and I just started walking downstairs. I didn't walk downstairs with like a gun or anything like that. So I started walking downstairs, and when I walked downstairs, I hear something again. Well, at that point in time, Gannon was on the sofa, and I saw him, and I heard something again, and I walked on around to where so Gannon's room is here, and there's a storage closet here.
Okay.
And I heard something, and so I walked to the storage closet to open the storage closet, and when I do, he was standing in there. He had on gloves.
In the storage closet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like towards the end through, and he was like hitting on me, and it was like hard, like on the ground. And he was trying to spray me, and I told him, I said, and like on was like in a blur because I was trying so hard because Gannon had a table in his room, and I went back and hit my head on it, like with him. Gannon runs inside the room. And like tries to like be helpful, do something, whatever. And from there, it was kind of like a blur. Everything else that was going on, because I was just like crying, freaking out, and I don't know what. I really don't know. I don't. And I'm just like in the moment thinking memories of like, wow, like the thing was open. He had the gun. I didn't remember what happened there, and so I kind of like blacked out just a little bit, and so all these things are going through my mind as I'm blacked out. I don't know if like I know he was like when Gannon was like trying to get on him. I know he was like moving Gannon, and and it was just all like so like a cycle to me, and so I'm like out of it for a little bit, just for a little bit, and then from when the time I woke up. They woke up, but like I kind of like got a little bit, and I immediately like freaked out. I was like, I couldn't find Gannon. So it was like the guy was still in the house. Lena was on the way. I didn't know where Gannon was at because I was calling for Gannon. I thought he was hiding. Like I legit thought he was hiding in like maybe the other closet that was on the other side, the other whatever. I thought he was hiding. Like, I was so scared. So I run up the stairs because I hear. I know it's like almost time for Lena, and I hear that the Ring app, like alert for someone at the front door. But it could have been just like Amazon or something driving by because there was nobody at the front door. And then I run back downstairs because in my mind I was like thinking, where's Gannon? And I didn't want to leave and like run outside and scream and go crazy because I did not know where he was at the time. And everybody says to me, like because I told Albert and him about it. And they're like, why didn't you like run to go get help? And I didn't want to leave to go get help, and I was terrified because I know Albert would kill me because Gannon was still in there. So then when I get downstairs, he has the gun, and he has Gannon, and I'm sitting there like freaking out, like we're gonna do it, and Lena does make it through the door at this time. And then so I go upstairs because I know that. He was like, don't say anything, because I didn't know if someone thought like he was a cop or, if someone heard something or I didn't know anything. So my thought process was, if I say anything, Gannon's down here, I need to just be as cool as possible at like, because we order things on Amazon like all the time, books and things like that. So it was Lena. So the reason I sent Lena away was because I wanted her to be safe too. So I sent Lena on a mission to go get like the mail. Lena, it never gets the mail. Nothing like that. I sent her on a mission to go get the mail.
Okay.
And so I just started making up random things for Lena to go do. And I looked at Lena and I said, she was standing there, I was like, just stay gone for a little while. I didn't want her coming back and then that, like her in the situation as we were too. So like in my mind, I think if I say anything, if I do anything, I just didn't know what to do. I was in complete panic. So I go back downstairs again. And I'm like pleading and like talking and like these things going on. Like, back and forth with him. And why are you doing this? Why did you hurt us? Why are you doing these things? And then it just started being like a hustle with puzzle, like back and forth. I don't even remember how it kept going for, like maybe I say 5 or 10 minutes, but I don't know if it was that long. And then he was like on top of me again, hit my head again. Really? Yeah. And then I was on the table that was inside, like in between the red table over there. Okay. He forced me in there again, and he was trying to do it again, and I was just like losing my mind, like completely, like Albert's sister was raped. And so, like, in my mind, I kept thinking, Albert's going to be like I'm nothing. And I shouldn't have been thinking about that. I should have been, but I was. And that was all I could keep thinking about, was like, Albert was upset, Gannon's over here, Lady is coming, all these emotions are running through there. And it was like, he asked me to give him a toothpick, and I gave him a brown toothpick. And he hit me on the head again, and I hit like right here. Like like that. Okay. And so then he did that, and then I blacked out again. I was having a panic attack. And then I don't know what happened. I really don't. I don't know. I just know that I did lie. I did. When they came, I did say, and left, whatever. You know that. He never did. He never left. I just didn't know what to do, and I panicked in the moment. And I didn't want Albert to be like trying to hurt us. I'm trying to get a lot of fights. Yeah. And I just want that was the only reason that I made up the lie, is because I knew that I didn't want to face the consequences of, trying to explain to him all that was going on. Because he was saying to me, you're trying to make this about you. This is not about you. And I knew all those things because I've lived in it. I panicked and I just told a story, and I was going to try to think of man, I'm sorry that it might have delayed, like looking for Gannon, but I do not know where Gannon was. I do not know. I do not know his whereabouts from that point on, but it was still in the same time frame that I gave you guys. So there was no contradictory to that same time frame, because it still was about 4 o'clock.
So go over the time frame with me. What was the time frame?
It had to be around like 4.
Okay.
Because Harley gets off at 4:30.
Okay.
And so Harley had just gotten home, or no, was on her way home or something. And my phone was like alerting. I knew Harley was on her way home, and I was going to tell Harley when she got there. I was going to be like, look, this is what happened. We need to get help. We need to call 911. And all I kept thinking about was, it's going to be my fault, because I gave him the code. He brought the carpet. He did all that.
Okay.
And did he fix it? No, I had already cut it. Oh, okay. He brought the big roll of carpet. It's at the house. He brought it. Yeah.
Okay. And where's that at the house?
It's in the back storage room.
Okay. Is that the one that he was hiding in? Is that the storage room that he was in?
Yes.
Whenever you went down there?
Yes. I put the carpet back in the storage room. And the reason I put the carpet back in there, because it was laying so the storage room is right here. It had fallen over at some point when all this was going on. So I picked it up and put it back on the thing. I rolled it up.
Oh.
It wasn't all the way rolled out, but it was like somewhat rolled out through the commotion, and I rolled it back up and put it in the inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the time frame is that 4 o'clock is whenever.
I don't want to tell you exactly 4. I don't like saying that because I
About
don't
4
want
o'clock was whenever. We can say about.
Okay.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
So
Did they come home or?
Lane is still out and about, Charlie's home, comes home or whatever. I'm pacing the house, like trying to think of a plan of like, what do I do? And I should have like immediately, like, on the phone, did whatever. But all I kept thinking about was, it's not my fault. It's my fault because Albert's going to say to me, you gave some stranger access to our home. You know, this is all on you. And in my mind, I thought I could fix it. Like in my mind, I thought I could fix this. And I don't know why I thought that. That was horrible decision making process. But it also was in a very emotional state that in normal situations, people can say all they want. I will call, I would do this, I would do this. But if you're not in a situation, everybody handles things differently.
Sure.
And I was making an irrational decision in a panic situation when I should have immediately, being an educator, being all these things, it should have been one of those things where the immediate know how to answer. And you might think, this girl's going to want to be a flight attendant. She's got to be able to think fast. It was not that easy in the moment because my mind was in so many directions that I could fix it. I literally thought I was going to fix it.
Sure.
And that was where it went from there. So I was going to tell Harley. I didn't tell Harley. I paced around the situation and was thinking, okay, if I don't have any kind of like information, like if I don't have a plan in my brain by a certain time, that's when I'm going to call.
Okay.
And so that's how.
So you had like predetermined a time that you were going to call if you hadn't figured
I
anything
didn't
out?
come up with a specific time, but in my brain I kept saying, okay, I got to act soon. But I knew that, you know, I'm like thinking by 6:30, like I need to make a good decision because what am I going to tell the girls? Because they're going to be like, you know, like where's Gannon? Da da da. Like because we were going to all go eat sushi, so that was where that time frame would have been like, what am I supposed to do? Go get in the car and be like, Gannon's not going with us. I couldn't keep going on and on with the irrational decision of not calling 911.
Okay.
And I had to stop the decision.
So what happened? So tell me what happened as it went on.
So I called 911.
Okay.
And they said, hey, sorry, you know, this is not an emergency. You have to call this other line.
Okay.
So I called the other line, and it was a 4-hour wait for them to get there.
Okay.
So 4 hours later, they came. I'm still in a panic set. I'm like, these people are, nothing I say is going to solve this situation. So I did say that, can't live at this time. Again, I admitted it's a very rational decision because it could have been more helpful to be honest and say, this is the description, here's who we're looking for, instead of like the situation being like, he was gone. Mm-hmm. And that was horrible. I should have done that because I panicked.
Okay.
And make a decision. Okay. You know. And so from then on, that's when you guys came. They came through, asked me questions. They searched the house, every room, flashlight, you know, whatever. They went outside in the garage. They searched my car. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay. And was Harley there at this time?
When they did the searches?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Because it took like 4 hours. So it was like later in the night that this had happened.
Okay. So when you say they searched your car, which car did they search?
Like the car, my car, like the black car.
The black car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Like so, there was a deputy. There was like 6 or 7, and then one of those deputies that responded to the scene, he came around with a flashlight, and he like searched like everything up and down every room. Would ask me questions like, would the wallet be here? Would this be here? You know, like, would this be here? Would this be here?
Sure, trying to figure out.
I put everything back in order. Like I told you, I moved the carpet. You know, I fixed the situation because I was being stupid, and I should have told them what had really happened.
Okay.
And so he went through everything. He went through the outside. He went through the car. He went through the trunk. He went through everything.
But he actually got into the car?
He wanted my ID.
Okay.
And he asked me, he said, do you mind if I look around? He said, in the garage, he opened my car. In fact, he left my car to open because the next morning the back door was open.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he went in the car doors. I mean, I'm sure you guys have a record of who was in there. But he opened the car, opened up the truck. He looked through the bags in the truck. He looked through everything in the garage, looked the bags, whatever over here. Came back in. He did the same thing, and like in different parts.
So he's trying to be like really thorough.
Yeah, like trying to be really really thorough. He was going through every part of the house.
Okay.
And he asked me if there was anything missing, and it was the truth. There was nothing missing because I did take the gun that he had. I did put the gun back.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Okay. So, was there anything else that happened on Monday? Like, did you talk to Harley about it, or
About what I told you?
Mm-hmm.
No, I told them just the first situation.
Like what you told our dispatcher?
Right.
That and that was that Gannon went to go play at a friend's house.
Right.
And do you remember the friend's house name?
I never gave anyone a name or anything at all. And I'll say too, like, I didn't want to leave out any key points or whatever.
Sure.
I had my headphones on because when I was like upstairs when it all started, I had my headphones on, so my headphones were still on through the whole thing. So that's why if you ask me like where, like, did you hear any noises? Did you hear anyone leaving? Did you hear the alarm go back off? I had my headphones still on. They were still on my head.
When you came inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I had my headphones still on when I came inside the house. Like not coming in the house with them, but like in the house. When I went downstairs, I still had my headphones on.
Okay.
Yeah, so I did like this.
Okay, so help me understand.
Yeah.
So when you came into the house, you didn't have them on, but then you had them on when you went downstairs?
Yeah, because I came in doing like a normal, I would get ready to listen to music, I was going to work out.
Oh, okay.
So I like, you like move them back and forth.
What kind do you have?
Like I have Beats audio.
Like the ones that go over or like they come in?
Yeah, the ones that like they kind of like smash your head in or whatever. Yeah, so I always have to
like
I always have to
on your head.
Always have to like move them, like back and forth and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I was doing, like moving them when I was like, do I hear something? Because it's kind of like I heard something, but I wasn't sure that I heard something at all, and that's when I started when I'm here.
Okay. And are they like noise canceling or anything like that, or ambient sound, or do they just do like play regular music?
I mean, I think they would be noise canceling, right? Because that would be.
I don't know. I think you can get them either way.
That would be Beats. I'm not sure.
I think you can get them either way. So I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah, I don't know. We have two different pairs, and the one we have two different, and I know one of them is like the push, like push in kind or whatever. And the other one doesn't push in as much, and I have the ones that like. So that might.
Do you have two different pairs?
No, Albert. I'm saying like we have two.
It's a family.
Yeah.
Okay. So which ones were you wearing?
Mine.
Okay. Which color are those?
Matte, like a matte gold.
Okay. And what color are Albert?
Black and red, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. We just want to make sure that, like if we see them or whatever again, then we know which ones are yours and which ones are his. So that it's like, if you said that that your head got hit and stuff like that, and we'll go back to that a little bit, but maybe if he like touched them or something like that, then we want to make sure that we get the right ones.
Right.
So was there anything else that happened Monday, like after the deputies left or anything like that?
No. So I went out to my car that morning because I knew that Albert was going to fly in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so normal, like routine, like I got up, whatever. I got in my car and I realized that the guy had left the back door open. And then so I was like, oh, the car might not crank. And I, drive out and I drive down the street because I was going to drive my car, blah, 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 to pick it up. And I decided to come back because it was too early. His flight wasn't coming in until 8:53.
Okay.
And I was going to honestly just drive. I had to think in my brain, I was like, this is the best. But I didn't. I just drove down the street and came back.
And that was in your black car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you ended up picking him up later?
Yeah.
And you took your black car to do that?
No. So what happened is I took my black car, but I sent him a message earlier and I said, hey, is it okay if we get a rental car?
Okay.
And he said, yes. I have a leased vehicle, so you can only put 1,000 miles on it. And I'm pretty anal about, I don't want to go over and that type of thing.
Okay.
So his car is very expensive on gas. So I was going to get I did get a little economy car, and I knew we'd be driving around everywhere. Everybody was like searching, and in my mind, I was like freaking out because I'm going to be blamed because they come on our codes and our home. And so I was like, I know we're going to drive everywhere all day. So I was like, I'm going to get a rental car.
Okay.
So I did. And so I got my rental car, and I left my black car at the airport.
You left it at the airport.
Right. Because I had to have a way to, like, I didn't walk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Albert asked me where my car was at, and I told him it was at French. The reason I told him that is because Albert and I get in a lot of fusses about this whole working and changing career thing that you guys, I told you about in the beginning. And that was like a personal situation that I didn't want to fuss with him about, you know, like the working and changing, you're going to give up your career for this, and this. So I just said, he knew I had just worked at French. I said, it was at French, one of my friends brought me. That's what I told him.
Okay.
So that's why he thought it was at French, but it was my way of, so he thought that he knew I had to go get my stuff from French because I stopped working there. So, and that's kind of, I wanted it to go with the story because I wasn't ready yet to tell him I wasn't returning at all to education. It just wasn't.
Okay, so he doesn't know that yet.
Well, he knows that, like, I'm going to be a flight attendant, and oh, never mind, I can't do it because I've been back and forth. You're going to go from making I made like 60 grand to, I think they make like $18 to $20 an hour, but you could only do so many things, like reserve shifts, you got my crash pads. So I'm back and forth on something I really want to do and the money. So I went back and forth with him on that, and that was just one of those things where I just wasn't prepared to be like, oh, you're gonna be a teacher again. Oh, you're gonna do this again. Oh, you're back at school again. Blah blah blah. You know, so you're back at subbing again. So
you drove to the airport in your black car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time did you do that?
His flight landed at 8:50 something, so I got there in time to my car, and then I walked up to the thing, and he was coming down the escalator, and then I go over to budget, and I get the rental car. He's sitting on the little corner over here, waiting on his bag. We walk out with his car.
And so, where did you park your car at the airport? Do you remember?
In the short-term parking, maybe about like a middle.
Okay.
It's a long, like the short-term. It goes from, you got the rental cars, the section here, section. So it went to like the farther section, and maybe like over here.
Okay. Okay. And then, so you're in your black car this morning.
Right. Because I had to turn the rental car back in.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you picked your car up this morning?
No. So I took the rental car back last night because I didn't know what time situation, he's upset with me for not telling you guys first, so that, it could have been a quicker search or whatever the case may be. So I didn't know, like, I thought we were going to have to stay, like at a hotel or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I parked my car. My probably picked me up because I was going to get a room at the hotel.
Okay.
And so I thought you guys did that because it was shared certain point. So.
Well, people are working different pieces,
yeah.
And so I just want to make sure that while we're talking that I have all of the information, right? So if I ask you something that you feel like has already been covered before, I'm not trying to be a brat or anything like that. I just want to make sure we have everything. We're all on the same page with everything. Okay. So you drove the rental car back last night, early this morning.
No, it was last night. It wasn't that. It wasn't that late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then Harley picked you up, and you left your car at the airport still?
No. Okay, so I drove the rental car back, got in my car, left. Okay, so I didn't have anywhere to go because they're fussing at me, and people were not, everything's going on in the searches and things like that. So I didn't really have anywhere to go, and some of my stuff was at home, so I didn't have a car to get gas. I didn't have anything like that. So I was basically like just, like going somewhere parking, like trying to stay warm because it got a little bit cold or whatever.
Sure.
So finally I looked, and he was like, I need you to tell me the truth. And that's when I started messaging her that, hey, Wood, I'm going to come home and I'm sorry. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's all my fault because I should have let everyone know that I gave someone a code. And I tried to replace the code. So, So at that point, I leave my car at the hotel, which was near Harley's work.
Okay.
And Albert was like, "Are you guys coming?" And I said, "Yes." We're on our way. I leave my car at the hotel the entire night, and leave Harley's car. We stay at home tonight, last night, and then I come back with Harley when she came to work this morning, and I walk over to the hotel.
Okay. So had you gone and gotten a hotel room and then changed your mind and decided to stay home?
No,
or parked your car?
No, I parked my car because I was going to get a hotel. And my thought process was like, we got in Harley's car and went home, and I don't want people like Class is there. You know, I didn't want people like no domestic type situations like going on. You know, just me myself against like her family and that type of thing. So my plan was we'll just come back here and stay at the hotel if we have to.
Sure.
So that was the whole point of me leaving my car there.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember which hotel it was?
Yes, it's the IHC, the Holiday Inn. It was right there.
Holiday Inn.
Yeah, and again, that's where the police were at.
We were?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it could have been something separate, but I just assumed because when I got in my car to pick it up, I just
work
at the one at Center Point.
Center Point, so over by like the movie theater and stuff like that. Okay. And it was sheriff cars or CSPD cars?
Like El Paso, whatever, white and maybe green, maybe white and something.
Okay.
I just assumed they were there because you guys think my car was there, but I parked it there because we only drove one car in case we came back. We had to stay at the hotel. So.
Okay.
So yeah, it was parked there.
Okay.
And then I picked it back up this morning. So.
Picked it back up this morning?
Yeah.
And then you came here, or did you go anywhere first?
No, I was just driving around because I was on the phone trying to figure out situations for, like, my mom was getting, like I told you, was getting all those messages. So I wanted to, like, talk to them because they were freaking out and I hadn't been able to talk to them in the last 24 hours. So at that point, my mom was like really worried that I hadn't told her why are these people in her district, and so at that point in time I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to anything people say, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer.
In her district, and so at that point in time I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, anything people say, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever. So it took longer to get out there to you guys. But in the meantime, like when we did get out there, there was like all these people out in the neighborhood and like stuff going on in Facebook and stuff like that. How did that happen? Like,
Albert had someone else start talking on Facebook. One of the kids' mom.
Okay.
So she like initiated something on Facebook, and then of course all the people commented.
Okay.
Because the community page is a quite active page for her.
Okay. I didn't know if you had posted something or Albert.
Not originally. He had the little Cambria.
Okay.
To post an original post initially, and then.
Okay. Is that like a friend of your guys's or?
That's one of the kids, Braden's mom.
Okay. 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 So I want to go back a little bit.
Okay.
Just to kind of.
I could like use the restroom really fast.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
I didn't get to eat all those. But I have to like be like.
No, we're coming back.
Okay, I was gonna say, was it like a long-term process or something like that?
No, you can just leave everything wherever it is, and we don't have to like clean up anything or anything like that. And I'll just show you where the restroom is. Do you want to leave that here, or move what? Your hot pocket. Oh, you don't want to take it to the bathroom, right?
Oh yeah, Booster on it.
take a look at Letecia, see what she's up to. She's looking at that picture or the monitor of her sitting there. And she keeps looking over here. I put her on the big screen so I could see. My eyes are bad.
Anything else? You need another coat? I'm okay, thank you. Water or anything? Yeah. I know. I can't control this job. If you lose this job,
Oh, here she goes. She's crying
it
again.
wouldn't work out that way. Yeah. I know. I'm not gonna do that because I'll work with this job. Okay. All right. Let me do. All right. I know you're going. It's okay. Sorry. You know, a little caffeine. Okay. So I just want to back up with you. We kind of have like a good overview of everything, but so we can get really narrowing down to try and gain it and everything else like that. I just want to try and get some more specific stuff on everything. Yeah. So I did write some stuff down. So I did. So going back to the just a little bit to the fire part, you said that Gannon had some stuff on his arms. What part of his arm was that? Like I don't remember, like the inner area. You just point to like wherever like in the inner area like this. Okay, so like right here. Yeah, but like the burns are like not like you're thinking like
like round burns. It was more of like not like burns that are like this, right here. It was more of not necessarily burns, but like a little bit like skin, like it was like skin peeling, like in like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that was like on his left arm, his right arm.
It was on both arms because remember when I came in, I took the covers and like basically like got on top of both of, like on him and the fire. Not like him pushing him on the fire, but like you know, like I was just trying to get the fire out.
Okay.
And he was like hanging off the side of off the side of the sofa.
And he was still asleep?
No, he was like saying my name, like he was alert, like what's going on because he had just like woken up.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was not having a full conversation with me, but as in just like calling my name, and he's like, I'm so sorry. He kept saying he was sorry. He didn't mean to do it. That he's been around me for a year. So it was him thinking, oh my gosh, shoot. Like kind of like waking up and like, shoot. You know, say like we would say in the mind of a kid.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Okay. So the next day, you go to, like, you're trying to figure out how to get this carpet fixed. And you said that you had already, you cut the carpet?
I cut the carpet.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you use to cut the carpet?
I had Albert has like these tools that are like wood working tools, like chisels and I don't know the specific name of the ones, but they're like a little saw thing. And I just like took the carpet and did like this.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I didn't necessarily saw it, but I just kind of was like, they're very sharp tools. He has a lot of woodworking tools and stuff in the garage, so I just took one of those things, got like a handle. And
what color? You know, like he used.
Because I tried with a box cutter, but I couldn't, like it wasn't like deep enough to like really pull whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I tried a couple times with a box cutter until I get kind of like started the process, but then I had to get like a stronger object or whatever.
Okay. Okay, sure. So you cut the carpet, and then you guys are gonna go try to figure out how to like get this fixed or whatever else. So you said that you went over to like where some new construction is. Do you remember? Can you tell me more about that?
I'm not familiar with the area. I mean, I could if you want me to drive you there, or whatever. I don't know. Like they give you street names if that's what you're asking.
Sure, that's fine. But can you just describe it for me a little bit better?
Okay, so like the school, there's the school in the back, and so there's a bunch of new builds that are in the area right near the school.
Okay, sure. Okay. Do you remember, like, when you went to the new builds and stuff like that, was it, like, the first house in or, like, 12 houses in? Or
yeah,
how far in did you have to go?
There was a couple. I'd rather just go slow because you're going to quote me on me telling you an estimate of the number, and I don't think that's fair to me. So I can give you an accurate description of which house it was.
Okay. Well, for now, let's go with what you kind of remember. Like, do you remember, did you have to drive far in there or just a short distance?
I don't know what you mean by like far in there.
Like into where the new builds are.
They're all like you just go around like in loops.
Okay.
So I don't know what you're asking.
Okay.
So far.
Sure.
I mean, I could show you. I just don't know your terms of distance that you're asking me. Like.
Okay. Well, I guess like so. You're saying that they're like in a loop or whatever.
No, the whole area is in like there's loops, there's streets, there's you know like different sections of the new build.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's like I can show you because you're gonna quote me on me giving you hand motion and things like that, and that's not fair to me being on a conversation. That's just not fair. And I'm sure if I had a attorney here, he would say we're gonna go show instead of just giving you something that would be an estimate.
So you went to the new build, and you found this guy and asked him about.
Yeah, his name was Eduardo.
Eduardo?
He said, or Eduardo. I don't know how to say the Spanish names right, but Eduardo.
Okay.
Something like maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I heard Eduardo.
With like a G?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it might be a J if it's the Spanish. I'm not sure how they did it, but I'm not Spanish, but Eduardo.
Yeah. So he said he told you that was his name?
Yeah, he said Eduardo. Yeah. And so maybe about like 5'8", really skinny. He had on a tool belt. Had on like a was like a sweater vest, like a cold weather vest. I think it was red. I'm not really. I don't really remember exactly, but he did have blue jeans on, and he had on the work like the combat boots or whatever. I'm assuming in my mind that this was just this was somebody who was he looked like he was like a legit worker. There was people, like on the houses. There was people working in different areas, so I didn't think it would that he was a legit, not necessarily a contractor, but someone that was going to be able to.
Someone knowledgeable to be able to.
Yeah, right. And I didn't explain to him what had happened. Like, I didn't say, okay, this happened. I said, we need a piece of carpet. You have the carpet that for this model of home.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said yes. And I was like, do you have the carpet? And I gave him like a hand reference of like the size that I would need. And he said, yes, we have a roll for that. They have I don't know if he said they had all of them have the same, and there's model homes or the same color. He was saying something along, I don't really know the definition of that, but some certain homes have the same exact thing and everything.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, might have the same floor in one, the same, because a lot of the homes are the same every 5 houses or whatever.
Right. Like they have like 3 or 4 houses that they build over and over and over again.
Right.
Okay. And they put the same finishings in them. Okay.
That was my assumption that I had taken from that.
Okay. And so he said that they had it, and then what happened next as far as like him having it?
So
you need to get
no, it was I just always check to make sure it's not my daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, so he said he was going to bring the carpet and fix it. I gave him the code to get into the garage.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you thought maybe you would find somebody that would want to do like a side job or whatever else. Like how much did he say he was going to charge you for doing this and for the carpet and stuff like that?
So we never had made that that conversation. I just said, hey, and I'll give you a small donation. So what I did was I said, okay, I think my ex-husband, Holly's dad, he used to work in sheetrock and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So in my mind, I'm thinking, little jobs like this, back home would have been like $10 an hour. Here, it's probably a little more, like $15, $20 an hour, whatever. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. You didn't ask me earlier about the part, so sorry if we messed up. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. And then in my mind, the donation was going to be $50. So that's exactly, I had cash. That's exactly what I had was the $50 on the counter. And I explained that to him, that it would be on the counter. Thank you for, doing it. Make sure the garage is closed. And like I said, you didn't ask me all that, but I did go through a conversation. I just didn't be like, hey, bring the carpet. Here's the
sure, and that's why
I don't want you to think that, because that is not what happened. I went through the process of make sure you close the garage back. We have a security system. I told him we had cameras. I talked it up through the conversation. Okay. Let him know that this is the steps and the processes and stuff like that to follow.
Okay. So let's talk about that conversation a little bit, just because we didn't, and that's why we should go back and get more information and everything else like that. So he says he has the carpet, and then did you ask him okay, can I just have the carpet, or did you ask him can you fix it for me, or did he volunteer to fix it for you?
What do you mean just have it?
Did you ask him if he would just give you the carpet, or
I was going to be like a package deal. I was assuming, it's just I wasn't asking for the carpet for the size room. I gave him the size. So in my mind is he's bringing a scrap like rolls or scraps or whatever. That's already some extra from the job.
Okay. So you didn't ask him to just bring you carpet so you could fix it. You asked him to come and fix it for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I had in my mind to fix it, but then I was you have to measure, and then because I changed tools, one side was going to be this length, so if you cut it different on that side, and it just was a little out of my process so that I could.
Okay, yeah. Have you if you've never done carpet before? I would imagine that trying to patch something would be kind of hard, right? Especially if you had to use different stuff to cut it. Okay. Okay. So he agrees to come to your house to fix it. So you give him the address.
Yeah. I went through the whole spiel of here's where it's at, here's money, how much we'll be back home. It was probably a good 2-3 minute conversation.
Okay.
Of just specifics that needed to be done. And I did that out of panic because I needed to get it fixed. I didn't want to put it on Craigslist because people say call me or this and they upcharge and oh we need to replace the whole section and things like that.
And did he tell you like what he would charge you, or did you just say this is how much I'm willing to pay?
No, I just immediately said that I was going to give a donation, like in the terms of I didn't really have a lot to give you, but can you like hook me up? But I kind of was like, can you like hook me up like that? You know, being more of like a please do this for me. I really need it. Type. I don't have a lot of money.
Like a favor.
Yeah, I mean, because if he's on the job working and he makes so much an hour and can make an extra $50 that day, that was 150 might turn into 200. Gotcha. You know, so in my mind of thinking of doing that was back to the times that Holly's dad would do the same thing. You know, he would be like, don't go pay a subcontractor. Just go get someone who wants to work after hours, you know, or whatever. And so that was my thought process. That'd be cheaper, faster. Someone come do it right away, and then we're done with the situation.
Okay. So, what did you tell him as far as like how to get into the house and stuff like that?
What do you mean how to get? I just gave him the garage code. Okay. And I explained where the carpet needed to be replaced.
Okay.
There's no like when you enter the home, there's no like specifics. You just upstairs and downstairs. That's it.
Okay. So you told him it was downstairs and kind of the area that it was in, or
you walk downstairs, you would have saw it.
Okay.
Like it wouldn't have been like you needed to go search for it. I mean that's common sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I'm not saying you common sense. I'm saying to the person that's common sense, like, oh, that's perfect, you know. Because see, I had took the rug right here when I showed the police when they came. I had took the rug and put like a piece of carpet that was on it. But the problem with the piece of carpet that was on it was that was a piece of carpet that was from the outside.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So we walk on it. And
it was like an extra piece.
Right. And I mean, sure, they could have, you know, used the same carpet, but I needed a carpet to fit a specific size. So if someone had extra carpet, then why not go ahead and fix the whole thing, you know? Sure. And we could have a little extra roll for hopefully there's ever any emergencies or anything like that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Because I thought that there would have been some somewhere. Like,
in your house?
Right.
Okay.
Because, you know, like, sometimes, you know, like, I knew, like, when we had our home, we sold it, we left our square, what are they called, the hardwood floors? We left, like, maybe, like, 10 little sheets and things like that. So, like, I thought, you know, but in my mind, like, okay, no, I'm just going to go. I hadn't seen anything, so I had to, you know, go find it, yeah.
Okay.
And you act so much differently when you're trying to be impulsive and hurry up and get it done, quick decision, when I probably could have just been like, hey, you know, let's look at something that we have maybe in the back corner. We could have cut a piece out or something like that. But I didn't want to go mess up another lady's house.
An old lady's house?
Another lady's house. But it was her house. Like the renter, like the owner, we rent from them.
Okay, so you rent. Okay, I thought you guys owned. No rent. My bad. Okay. So, so you left, so you went there, you said that he was about 5'8"?
Yeah.
Okay, what color hair did he have?
I say 5. My husband's 6, but just a little bit shorter, skinny, dark hair like mine. You might think I'm Hispanic, so like I'm really brown in the summer, but
he wasn't here too. You're Hispanic.
I know, but people always think that. So skin complexion was a lot darker than mine.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you want me to give you like a for skin complexion thing, but I would say like middle to tannish.
Okay.
Color.
Was his hair, like, did it have texture to it? Was it straight? Was it curly?
Well, he had a thing on his head, so it was like a little, I don't know, that piece or something. And it was just, I can't tell you like a hairstyle because he had like a little brown, like strap thing around it, but it was just like almost like jet black hair.
Okay.
But it wasn't like long.
Okay. And then, what was his face shape like?
Like a little chubbier than mine.
Okay.
Like more rounded.
Was there anything about his face that like stands out that would help us be able to find him? Like that would we be able to be like, that's the guy right there? Like, did he have?
Well, I was noticed there was like some bad sand, but like maybe like a little bit of is it a craters or like the little holes. I don't say holes. No, like you know how you can see some people and it's got like a little like holy like skin from the acne.
Like acne?
Yeah, like stars.
Yeah, that's really good stuff.
Yeah,
Real
but
proud about telling
like acne, like stars were kind of like present just a little bit there.
Okay.
And not bad though, not like, super bad, but it could have been like even more like wrinkles or like whatever. But it's just a little section of like right here, but you can tell it was just like from old like, age or whatever.
Okay.
Or maybe even from dryness. I don't know. I wasn't giving him a consultation, but I do remember there was that little spot here.
Okay. Did he have any facial hair?
Yeah. Yeah, mustache that went right here, like around in this area, and that was completely it.
Okay.
We went like this here. Like the.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to give you this because I don't know how to say the wording.
Okay, just the mustache.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said his hair was like jet black. Do you remember like could you tell approximately how long it was?
Or his hair?
Like, was it long, short?
Yeah, I just told you that. I just said it wasn't long. It was the belt like barely fit around it and like flat, like like little flat pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
So, not bald, but not long. Nothing was hanging on the shoulders or anything like that.
It wasn't like a military cut or anything like that.
Yeah, no, not a military cut or anything at all.
Okay, so kind of like medium length. And then how old do you think he was?
I would say easily late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
But and based upon me thinking that too about the facial structure, you know how you can look at some people's skin and the elasticity or whatever, and it's different. Like those little, you could tell that had been there for a while.
Okay.
Almost like it was like I don't know, sunburn, but almost like you could tell something had been. That's a very unique feature I just wanted you to have because that wasn't something that, like, hey, did the person have lipstick? This was, on the face that would be present.
Sure. Do you remember seeing any tattoos or any other like?
No, I didn't remember seeing. I just remember the vest. I didn't see any tattoos. He had a shirt under the vest. I don't know, shirt or jacket.
Okay.
I mean, like, I think under the vest, but like, you know how you have the vest over and people wear the shirt? Yeah. That's like a Colorado thing, but kind of.
What color was the jacket? Do you remember? Or
I just remember the red part because remember I told you earlier I was like I think it's red, but I was talking about the top layer.
Yep.
Yeah.
That the vest was red. Yeah. And I didn't know if you remembered what color the shirt was that was underneath.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
And then you said he had boots on.
Yeah, he had on like the Rocky boots or like the construction boots.
Okay. Do you remember what color they were?
Yeah, they were that light tan, like a sand.
Okay.
And he had, remember I told you he had the belt thing. I had the belt. Right?
You said it was a tool belt?
Yeah, it was like a strap thing that had his pocket.
Okay.
And I remember I told you that at the scene. I don't remember like a specific color. It was just, you see somebody, you're like, person black shirt, but no, whatever. I didn't. Okay. I do, but the face did stick out, and I wish I was good at drawing because I'd want you to notice that or whatever. And it was like more rounded, kind of like craters type thing.
Sure. And then and you went through the fact that you guys left there and you went to a Petco.
Well, we already talked about. I don't know if I got gas beforehand or not, but I told you guys I would be more than willing to give you the information from an exact travel for the route. But we immediately left the Worsted Ranch area of the route.
Okay. Yeah. So you had said you were going to leave him the cash on the bar. Did you go back and put that there, or were you going to or had you left that there whenever you left?
No. So we have, I always have everything that was in all the notes and everything like that was in the drawer that's on this side of the kitchen or whatever. Okay. I had cash put in there because I had gotten cash playing the lottery. So I had gotten cash back from the lottery, and I had already laid it out on the counter. My mindset was the reason I already laid it on the counter was not because I had it predetermined I was going to leave it out for a specific person. I already had it laid out on the counter because I was going to give that money to Harley because Harley has been paying on the dog because Chance we financed him.
Okay.
I say finance him, but she's paying came back or whatever. And we always give her a portion of chance and a portion of her car payment. So I was going to give that back to her anyway.
Okay.
And so in that moment, I don't even remember when I came in that I checked to see that there, that the whole month, I left her $100, but I didn't check in the moment if that $100, so when I walked in, I didn't say, hey, there was only 20 there. And my mind wasn't thinking about, like it was gone. So I thought, okay. But in my conversation with him, here's how much you want to do, donation, blah, blah, blah. So when I come in, I didn't think to go look to see if he left the remainder of the $100. Like that just wasn't in my mind because
it was already there on the counter whenever you had left.
Right, and that was just because when Holly got in, I was going to tell her that was usually like I Zilly her money or like whatever we pay.
What?
Zilly?
Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, everyone else does Zilly, like food. It's kind of like Apple Pay or whatever. Okay. They usually like I Zilly her money or things like that. But Albert knows this. I haven't had my USAA credit card in such a while, so I didn't have a way to go get it or whatever. So I had lottery ticket money.
Okay.
So I was like, I'll just use the lottery ticket money that I'd been stashed in to go buy new lottery tickets.
Okay. And do you remember, was that like when you put it out there, was it like 20?
Yeah, so it's always 10s, and the reason it's always 10s is because I tell myself I'm not playing anything like above the like a 10 amount.
Okay.
And I go to the Safeway all the time and put it in that machine.
Okay.
Put more than $10 in that machine, they're going to keep it. You have to.
Okay.
You have to ask, like, I put a 20 in there. You got to spend 20 in lottery tickets.
Okay. So you had $10 or $100 and $10 bills on the counter when you left.
Yeah.
Okay. So you weren't worried, you didn't have to go back to like put that back out for him before you went out.
Yeah, no, and I didn't intentionally like leave it and say, whatever. In my mind when I left, because I didn't know like, hey, what time? I didn't have a specific time. I knew I needed to be back before Lena, but usually Holly gets off at 3:15, so I was assuming she might meet me back home.
Okay.
But she works. Remember I told you like they were having people having to take shifts and all that. So she isn't working till later in the day.
Sure. Okay. All right. So, and then you come home. Let's talk about what happens when you come home. Okay. And I know that that it can be difficult to talk about.
And I didn't want to talk about that part without. I'm one of those people that tries to like, if there's always an issue or like things like that. And in my mind, I was afraid of the whole like, oh, it causes mental health problems, like that type of thing. So
sure,
talking about it, I'm trying to like, I think if I'm like emotions, I'm trying to be the blocker to think that I'm not going to let that be a stigma that I'm going to have mental health problems because of this. So that.
No, and what I was going to say is because, I've been a special victims unit detective, and so I've had to investigate different types of assaults and sex assaults and stuff like that with adults and children. And so I just kind of want to let you know, and this is, I would let anybody that I was going to have this conversation know, that's what I've experienced with, and that it can be a hard thing to talk about, and that I understand that. And that it can be kind of a sensitive subject, and like people don't always want to say specifics, but for us, like, to be able to document everything and be able to really pursue it, we have to get into the specifics. And I just want to apologize up front for that, because I know it can be uncomfortable. Does that make sense? You okay? Do I have to talk about that? I don't want to, like I don't want to be dreaming. I'm sorry, you don't want what? Dreaming. I want to dream anymore. Maybe I keep saying it. Like in my mind, I keep saying it. And I'm trying to block it. I'm fighting about blocking out exactly everything, Sure. Well, so you would just ask, like, I can say yes or no. I just don't want to be like, terms of, are you talking about like, you're going to ask me questions about like, so what I'd like you to do is start by telling me what you remember hearing whenever you came in that day. And then, and as you walk me through it, I'll have to ask you some questions. Okay? Yeah. Okay. So you, and correct me if I get anything wrong, okay? You had said earlier that whenever you came in, that you thought maybe that Gannon had come into the house first. I'm almost positive he went into the house first because I had to get the bags that we had purchased. Okay. The pick-up bag. Sure. And you guys came in through the garage, correct? I want to say the garage. I'm like 80% that the garage could be parked on the front without the shop. Okay. So you come in through the garage. Gannon has already come inside. What's the first thing you remember seeing whenever you come inside? I usually always go in to think about, hey, I need to let the dogs out. Hey, I need to do this. Mm-hmm. Like that is my mentality, is to go in to do that. And the alarm could tell if no, it won't, because I had put those things on there. See, that's where the hard part is, because I can't give you the exact time, because yeah, but it might. Some of the sensors, remember I told you I had the things going on and we had put the little towel things on them or whatever. Some of the sensors were picking up, but some of them weren't. So I can't give you the exact time. If I went in, it could tell you if I went in and went upstairs or went downstairs first by the motion. But the motion was off because I had put towels. Right. You hadn't pulled those down from the night before yet. Yeah, in my mind that was not like. Some of them, like the one in the corner, hangs off the side. So it might have picked it up or it might have not. So if it wasn't for that, I could tell you by that, did I go straight in and go straight to the basement? Because it would say there's responsibility. I want to, so with this kind of conversation, it's really all about what you remember and what your perspective is. Okay. So I remember it was just basically being, normal, because I'm excited. We got, new clothes for the pets, and we're coming in the door, yada, yada, yada. Okay. The day's halfway through, I knew I had specific responsibilities to continue out the rest of the night. My brain hadn't said, hey, you need to go check or anything with the money yet, because I just wasn't on that, that direction yet. Sure. I was on the direction I wanted to work out, I wanted to listen to my music, I wanted to, relax. That was my mindset. So it wasn't to be like, okay, this here, this here, this here. That type of thing. Sure. It should have been, because I gave someone the code to get into our house, but in my experience in Lorton Ranch, it's been that, most everyone has people, they give people their codes and let them come in to fix things, and you can do the Amazon packages and have them delivered inside the door. I wasn't thinking, I need to run in and check, make sure it's okay. If I felt that I was doing a harmful situation, that would have been my first off, I wouldn't have done it, but second off, I would have went in immediately and been like, did he fix what he's supposed to do? Did he think he's from the home? That would have been my initial thing. So it was a normal, I want to listen to music, I want to work out. I don't know, I might have got something to drink. I don't, up and down dogs, that type of thing. That would have been my, mentality. But I didn't hear anything until I had my headphones on, and I thought, it's one of those things where you thought you heard something, because, the downstairs, if anybody makes any kind of noise, like a boing, it echoes really loud. Oh, really? It has a louder echo through the vent. Okay. So even sometimes, whether you're asking about noise counseling or not, even having things on or not, sometimes it's just the way that, they're sitting on there, you hear something, and that was almost like an echo noise. Okay. And that was, and below my room would be that storage room. Okay. So you were in your room when you heard that? So when I heard that, I don't remember if I was, I know I had the headphones on. Okay. I don't remember if I was in the room or walking back and forth, because I had a big speaker box over here, and then either I played the big speaker or played the headphones, or however on the big speaker back and forth. So I don't know if I was here, there. Again, I wish I could give you the motion thing, because that would give you a better time, like a 254 or whatever, 255 here, like that. But when I heard it, that's when I was just kind of like, oh, did I hear something? Remember, I even told you earlier, I had to, a couple of times before I even thought that would be of a concern. So when you thought you heard something, what happened there? So
I don't remember if it was one or two times or whatever that I kind of was like doing this here and like back and forth. And that's when I told you that I, started to walk down the stairs. And I told you that Dana was on to the right of the area. Okay. Like when you walk down the stairs, he was on the right of the area. Okay. And the guy was over there. Okay. And was the guy just out or? No, the noise was probably because of like moving around, I guess, or whatever. And the door was like almost not necessarily like a semi-crack, but well, maybe a little semi-crack. I don't know if he was looking out, like peeking out or anything like that. And so I noticed that someone was right there. And that's when immediately it was just, it wasn't like, hey, how are you? It was, if someone's in your home, they're not there to, when they're not supposed to be doing whatever, they're not there to like, talk to you. It was immediate from then on. That it went to that. Deanna came in. Okay. Tried to get on. So let's slow all that part down. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. So you go downstairs. You notice somebody's there. What's the next thing that happened? So I noticed that he was there. Mm-hmm. He had. I told you when I went in my room earlier. Two of the things that I remember triggered. Not the trigger, but I thought was odd. But I had my shades, and I remember I told you my doors were open to the cabinet in the room. Okay. So I noticed that they were open. So that kind of, mom was like, did I leave that open? But that also set off the fact of when your brain runs rapidly and you're looking, you're like, gosh, that's why that door was open. So like you put it together. Right. I put it together very, very quickly. And so that part ran back in my mind. And so immediately when he saw that, he saw me, I don't know if the intentions was to come in that soon. I don't know the intention if it was to do anything because I don't think the intentions was going to be like take anything from him because it was he already had on gloves. He already had obtained a gun from our home. Like had already done those things, and immediately it was an attack mode from him. Okay. And from there, and I didn't mention to you, I did go in the cabinet because I take a lorazepam for anxiety, and I was like already super anxiety from like having all this, like going on and stuff like that, like fire and stuff like that. So I took 2 lorazepams. So I did go in and take two lorazepams and blah, blah, yada, yada. And that was in the cabinet, the lorazepam, or was that somewhere else? Like in the kitchen? No, you said that you went in. Where was? I'm sorry. Like in the kitchen, we have a kitchen cabinet. I have to say that to you. Okay. The cabinet that I'm talking about, that the doors are, is a bedroom cabinet. Like a cabinet. It's like a armoire, like a smaller one has doors that open. Okay. I should specify cabinet thing or something. Right. The bedroom one, the kitchen one would be where the medication. Right. So I did take. That's why I said I think I might have got some drink or something, but I did take 2 of those. Okay. So that I did do that, and then I did come out of it. Okay. So just so we're clear, kitchen cabinet was where your medication was. Describe for me the armoire in the bedroom where the shades and your gun was. So you want to know like what's in it or like what? What does it look like? What color is it? Sorry, so it's silver, like a chromish color with like glass. Okay. And it does have handles, like a little knob that you can pull on or what, like pull open. Mm-hmm. And then of course they have like I keep my important documents in there, like a passport. Does it have drawers or anything? No drawers. Okay. It has the insert, like the shelf. Yeah, the shelf. Okay. Perfect. And where does that fit in your bedroom? If you walk in the room, like say I'm like opening the door, walking in the room, it's exactly right here. Okay. And does it fit on something or does it have its own feet? Like is it on feet? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure that we're talking. Yeah, it has its own feet. Okay. Yeah, and like if I had to do like I don't know what samples or whatever, I just wanted to tell you about the medicine because I didn't want you to like, I mean, it's prescribed to me anyway. So. Yeah, true. That's yeah, and I had already taken one that morning too, so it was just, I only have taken a panic attack, but I just had taken a lot. I don't say a lot of it, it's not that, but I don't take any at all unless I'm having a panic attack. And I had it was a little bit more than usual. Right. Just because it was just, like, okay, the whole anxiety of it. So you go downstairs and you see him and you said that he had already found a gun. he had already been in the home, like in our home, like moving, like I say moving, like doing something, because you wouldn't have just walked in and known, hey, there's something here. You had to go in, and most people would probably look through drawers and things like that. I don't know. I'm not making that assumption of it. I'm just saying he had already obtained one. So I'm kind of like, I can't speak for what, like what went on or anything. Okay. What can you describe the gun for me? So it was our black gun. Black gun. I don't know what make and like what the brand was or whatever. Okay. Was it? Do you know whether it was like a revolver or like a no, automatic? Automatic. Yeah, like you just pull trigger. Okay. And is that like do you know the caliber? Maybe. I think the 380 or 9, one of those. Okay. So you said it was Joe's black gun. Mm-hmm. Okay. How many guns do you guys have? 4. 4. Okay. What kind are they? I don't know the big one that Albert has. It's kind of like an AR something. Okay. And there's the shotgun. So two, I think they're both 380. 380? Yeah, like I think I think it's like a 380. They're both 380. Okay. And are they both black or like sometimes they have like the colorful ones? Yeah, mine's like a teal color. Okay. Do you have a black one and a teal one? Yeah. Okay. 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 I just wanted to cover that really quick. Okay. So you go downstairs. You've already obtained a gun. You think it's your black gun. Well, no, I don't think. I saw the color black. Okay. So I was assuming where I told you that my mind went through that was like that it was our black gun. Right. Now at that time I wasn't 100% if it was or not because there's plenty of black guns. Sure. So tell me what happened next. So you want me to go through the whole like assault again? We need to know like more specifics about it. So you said you saw him and that he had the gun and then he attacked you. How did he attack you?
We'll take a recess until 3:15. Discuss the case, discuss the case with any else. A little research about any aspect of the case. With that, we have the room 3:15. Rise for the jury, please.
Oh my God. I'm telling you, she is exhausting. I just can't with her. What's going on here? Look at her.
No, because I know there's another video that's, I don't think, it'll probably be mid-morning Friday where they get to me, so.
I'm sure we're going to finish this one today.
Yeah, there will be some empty time, I think, in the room that we'll just push through, but when I mean empty, nobody's in it.
Right. But it's not going to be like 30 minutes, right?
I can't remember. Honestly, there's a chunk though.
Okay. Well, we'll just, if we get it finished today, great. If we don't, we'll finish it up on Friday. And my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here.
Okay.
You don't have to clean off tables. You don't have to do anything.
Good. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess then.
All right.
Okay, what are they doing here? Are they just taking a break? That's it? Because you know, her going on and on and on, you know, I kind of zoned out there. Hey,
Hi, how are you?
hi, beautiful.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well.
It's been a while.
It has been a while. It has.
Yeah. What do you think? Have you been watching?
I've been listening to it. Yeah, I've been working just in between. I've been out at the pool for a little bit and just trying to get it clean. But I've been listening to it. So, yeah, and I actually posted a little video where Letecia's crying for herself. You know, this
Did you?
whole fucking time, Gannon's allegedly missing and, you know, no emotions whatsoever. But as soon as she starts speaking about herself, oh boy, how that changes, right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I said the F word. You're live. Sorry.
Oh, who cares, really?
Well, I don't. Some people don't curse, and I used to not say that F word at all. And here the past year, I'm like flying with that F word left and right.
Oh, shit.
But yeah,
That's what YouTube does to you, okay?
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think just life in general, people, human beings, you know, it's like people are just shitty anymore.
I know.
Just people, I don't know. They no respect anymore. It's just crazy.
It is, ain't it?
But what do you think? Yeah, what do you think about what's being said, the interview, and
Okay, what I noticed about her, okay, well, oh God, how can you believe her? She's giving herself away. She's worried about herself.
oh yeah,
Don't even dare say anything about Harley. Oh my God,
right,
no.
right.
Okay, but you got a little 11-year-old little boy missing, a sick little boy at that.
Not even about Gannon. I mean, even at the beginning, I mean, what was she saying about bags, her purse? I don't know what
Yeah,
kind it was. It obviously was not a Louis Vuitton, but I don't know, maybe one of those Kate Spade. I don't know, but oh, it's
I don't
better
know.
than this or that. I'm like Michael Kors something. I was like, what?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you seriously talking about a bag? A bag. But it just blows my mind. You know, she just did not care about what she did, you know. And the thing is, Kit, I don't think we're ever going to get the full truth because her insanity plea. And you've already heard her bump her head so many times saying she bumped her head and I blacked out. So I don't think we're ever going to get the truth of what really happened because she's not going to, I don't think she's going to put it out there. I really do not think we're going to ever truly know.
Oh no, she's gonna make sure that she hurts everybody.
No,
And
I do agree on that. I mean, that's
yep,
the whole point for
it's
this
horrible.
trial is for her to hurt, you know, Landon, everybody, you know, but I don't think we're ever going to get the true all of the details. I don't feel like, and you know, I do feel that the whole candle situation now that they're saying, oh, her brother said, oh, she's OCD as far as cleanliness. I feel like that candle has been mentioned so many times, just a plethora of times for maybe she just went out of control because Gannon knocked over the candle. But that's the thing in today's interview, just a little bit ago, she said, didn't she say she had to wake Gannon up? So if Gannon was awake and knocked over a candle, why did she have to wake him up when the fire started? That did I hear that right?
I don't know. She just makes no sense to me. Okay, her brother says she's OCD. Remember, I told you I really didn't get to watch anything yesterday, but I
Right.
played your video of him in the courtroom,
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and that was so sad. And you were just saying that she's OCD, not in that closet where that carpet was.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like she just went crazy
Yep.
over this carpet situation and really hurt little Gannon. And then, but what made her freaking go to the extent 18 stab wounds, Kit? 18 and then 3 gunshots? What would push someone over to that degree? A little boy, a kid.
I don't know. And like, okay, I was listening to what was I listening to? What cop? Um, they said all that blood that they found in Gannon's room was cast off from like the stabbing.
Yes,
Ain't that
splatters, blood
crazy?
spatter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
passed out from that.
I mean, it's like I don't, God, I don't get it. I'll never understand it. It makes me livid to think about how, she could do what she did. And no, I do not think she fucking went insane at that moment, her childhood demons. Her brother plainly said her mom was so overprotective of those kids, including Letecia. She would doubtful. I'm not saying she didn't get, maybe verbal abuse. Hell, who hasn't, and well, I'm sure there's people that hasn't, but a lot of people have, and physical abuse. Heck, I got a few spankings
Yeah.
growing up. I didn't get beat, but I get it. But to do what she did, I don't know. I'm anxious to hear what her mama's got to say, and I'm really anxious, like I told you before, for Harley's testimony.
Oh yes. I wonder when she's coming.
I don't know when she'll be on the stand.
I mean, because what they give, they think it's going to take 2 months for the trial, right?
Well, I think now they're saying it's actually going
going
through
at-
a little quicker than what they thought. So it
I
does.
agree with that.
Yeah, it's going very smoothly. I still
Shockingly.
think it's a matter of time before Letecia acts out, though. Maybe when Harley gets up there, she had no emotion. Her brother up there freaking crying, showing more
know.
emotion in those few minutes than she ever has, ever, and she sat there with her arm propped up to her face. Stupid bitch, evil C word.
C word, C word.
C word,
Yes.
the bad C word. I don't say it, but evil C word. Get myself worked up over here.
You know what I noticed about her?
What's that?
She glares at all the female witnesses. Have you noticed that?
Have I noticed? Say that again. All what? The female witnesses?
All the female witnesses. It doesn't matter if
Uh-huh.
it's cop or not. She stares at them. She stares at them.
I think envy. Yeah, just so jealous of.
Ain't that weird?
No, she strikes me the wrong way. I could have never been her friend in real life. She's one of those people that, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could have been her friend. Me.
Well, what's really sad is her brother saying he had a bad feeling about the suitcase.
God, that was heartbreaking. And, and he's a victim too, but it does make you wonder, why didn't he mention, and I get, and, I don't even want to question it because he is a victim, but I'm going to just put it out there anyway, why, if he had this bad feeling, why did he not say something to the police? And maybe that's why he's breaking down like he is, because he didn't. And hindsight's 2020, right?
Yeah.
He plainly said that he thought maybe his sister did, rage, love the defense asking him about that, and they didn't get the answer they wanted, huh?
Nope, they didn't.
Absolutely not. He said, yeah, I thought that at first, but not anymore. Too much. And it is. And I'm curious to hear what that doctor has to say, because I can't imagine what information she was able to gather from Letecia that made her find Letecia insane during that time, especially with all of the cover up, all the lying, everything. Hey, hold on, I'm gonna mute my dog's going off. Somebody may be at the door. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay, I'm reading this comment here. When the stabs on his back, sit on your knees, pretend to stab your pillow 18 times, see how tired you get, how long it takes. Yeah. Crazy.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Oh, one other thing that I wanted to mention so I don't forget, because I hate my memory. I didn't know that they found blood or whatever DNA in that moving van that they were in. Okay. Now, Why didn't Harley smell a decomposing body?
Well, hold on. Let me take this goodie powder. Hold on. I have medicine in my mouth. You have to think I haven't seen the cargo van, like the inside of the cargo van. But if it's what I'm thinking, then there would be a panel. It's like a kind of like a box truck where you've got the seats up front, and then there's the kind of like the loading area in the back. So you can't just walk or look back there. You're gonna have the metal blocking you, so you wouldn't necessarily smell it unless you got out and went in there. And I'm sure Letecia would not let her go in the back of that moving truck. But like I said, I've not seen the back of the moving truck, so I don't know that that's
Yeah,
the case. But
they showed the inside, but it was hard to tell if they were in there taking the picture or if there were seats in the back.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, a cargo van, I would think more like a budget truck, to where you've got like the loading area, but it's separated from the seat. Normally it's like a bench seat, I guess, up front.
Yeah.
But that's just my take on it, what possibly, could have been the reason. And the hotel situation, I don't know. I guess she booked it because in my opinion, I just think that she booked it, obviously 25 minutes prior to getting to where she was. God, I don't want to say dumping, but that's what she fucking did, is dumped.
Yeah,
the suitcase, But she booked the room, and then a 1-bed room for whatever reason, and one person. So I guess trying to say she was traveling solo, but we do know Harley was with her, and I'm sure I don't know if they'll release the footage of that, but then again, the defense is making little hints kind of to make the jurors think reasonable doubt in regards to Harley. I've seen that several times, where they would make a little comment. Where was Harley? Was Harley considered a suspect at the time? Stuff like, or person of interest. So, hey, Chris. So, I think that they're definitely trying to put that reasonable doubt in the jurors' minds.
Well, yeah, just like they said, did you take Harley's DNA? And they didn't.
Yeah.
That one, too. I'm like,
Okay.
oh, my God, she's throwing her daughter under the bus, man.
Yeah, and I think that's once Harley's up there, I think that's when she's probably going to be acting out when Harley's up there, because that's like her best friend. She even said, she even said that much.
I see she was here at the end here before they took break. I see she's crying in there.
Letecia?
Yeah, she's actually crying. Not in the courtroom. No, on the video.
Oh, yeah, she cried for herself.
Yep.
Boo-hoo, this happened to me. She had to put on that show, and then you're going to see her stuffing her Kleenexes down her pants before she leaves.
Yeah. God.
That's exactly what she did. Conniving, evil human being. I'm trying to get better at not saying yada, yada, yada all the time, considering she says the same thing. And I'm like, man, that's my go-to word. But now it sickens me to even say it anymore.
You know what she keeps saying that I caught on to?
What's
right.
Yeah.
She says it like 3 times in a row. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's not yada, yada, yada. Right.
Well, yeah, what did Chris Watts used to say in Nicole Kessinger? Like.
Oh my God, every sentence. Oh, it was like this, and something like he went this, and the word like. It's like, Jesus Christ, like. Shut up, like, now.
Like, yeah, girl.
Like, yeah.
Right.
Right. Yada, yada, yada.
Oh my God. Too much. She's too much, man. I don't know how these detectives did it, but they knew something was off. They knew.
Oh, absolutely. They did.
I thought they don't have courts on Thursdays.
They don't.
Okay. He must have been talking about something else then.
Yeah, he said no courts on Thursdays, and then May May something. I can't remember the something, but May something.
Oh God, remember when he had his anniversary in December and he said his wife will kill him if he doesn't take her out on for their anniversary.
Who
You
did?
remember that? You
Who?
remember that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Judge Warner last year.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
My wife will kill me. So that hearing had to wait until after his um, whatever they did. They had plans. Hey, guess what?
What?
It's finally warm out here. It was 80 degrees yesterday, man. Finally.
Awesome. Yeah, I think it's like, I don't know, it's very warm. And I know at the pool area, it's like 10, 15 degrees hotter. So I don't know, it felt like 9 at the pool, but I don't think it's that hot. I think, what is it, Chris? Like 80, 84, maybe? Yeah, maybe 84.
I'm telling you, we were what in the 20s, 30s last week to
Yeah.
80 yesterday. I was in
Wow.
shock.
Oh, I bet so. I couldn't live in the cold. I would want to hibernate.
Well, you know what? And I'm such a candy ass. I'm cold until it hits 70 degrees. It's got to be 70
Yeah,
degrees or more.
I get it.
Yep.
Oh, hey, I'm going to jump off. I'll jump back on in a little bit. I'm at 9% battery.
Okay. Okay.
So I'll jump back on in a little bit.
Right.
Right. Yada, yada, yada.
Right.
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
All right. Okay, guys, I'm going to go through the comments here. Yay, finally home. Oh, good. Amy, ain't she amazing? She's analyzing life, but I call her my amazing. Such a sweet girl. Just like you ladies are too, though. Yes, he said virtual, so what are you jealous of? Are you jealous of the weather? Or what? You guys, I'm so excited. My new mic is coming. Oh my God. And it's a Yeti, so I know it's a good one. So the sound will be perfect. Oh, temperature? Yeah. That's cool. Okay, depending how tired I am, because you know how she's tiring, Letecia, okay? I want to go live tonight, like maybe 9 o'clock, and discuss a few things. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. See, I had a little break yesterday because I didn't get to watch it. It's always so different too when you're doing the live yourself because you constantly got to pay attention to everything. And I'm, so new at live streaming all the time. I'm not used to it. So I'm learning as I go. No, you go live. You go live. You go every night, right? Now that I know who you are, I recall seeing you coming through my subscriptions when you go live. It finally dawned on me a couple days ago. Has Lori's mom's interview? Who's Lori? Dippy has Lori's mom's interview. Lori Vallow? Yeah, it gets tiring though. But who has Lori Vallow's interview? Moms. Did you get an interview with Lori Vallow's mom? Dippy? Now I'm confused. Do you guys know when they're coming back? Dippy in the trial. Okay, you know what? I'm off. I don't know what I'm reading.
Are
Oh,
we ready to bring the jury back in?
here we go.
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Here we go. Oh.
All right, for the jury, please. Thank you, may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 versus Letecia Nstauch. We'll take our break here and commence with the video interview of the defendant. That's where we will resume prosecution.
Through the fucking door.
I know you said you worked with like victims and stuff before. Mm-hmm. Sure, I get that. I just need to not over that right now. Maybe a little bit. Like you want to take a break? I just you're wanting me to give you like play-by-play basically of an assault is very hard for you to ask me to do. Okay. That's not like me explaining how to play a game. That's very difficult to explain what you remember. Well, and we can take it slowly, and you can tell me what you remember, what happened, and stuff like that. You know, I want to make sure that you're okay, and I want to try and find Gannon, right? Like, okay, so the more details that I have,
the better it is that I'm going to be able to try and help you and to try and help Candace. Okay.
Well, me telling you about an assault on me is not going to get like a faster result unless we like actually put some action into it. You know.
What
like,
do you mean?
Like, I don't know. Like action is it too late to like check your body? I mean, is it?
No, it's not.
Like those type of things. Is that?
It's not too late at all, actually. No, not. And if you want to do that, we can actually absolutely get that set up so that we can make that happen. So it's definitely not too late.
Is it like a private like area, or like how does that work?
So what it's called a SANE exam, and they're done by forensic nurses.
Okay.
At the hospital.
Okay. So it's like in a actual. You wouldn't know that's what you're there for.
No. And so, I mean, well, obviously the nurses would,
right.
But not like just whoever else is in the hospital. Right. No. And so, because it is like because it's a forensic thing and because it's part of a criminal case, you know, obviously this person who assaulted you, you know, so that we could gather evidence to make sure that, you know, when we find them, that we can prosecute them and stuff like that. We would want to take you over there to the hospital, and we get the forensic nurse to come and talk to you.
Okay.
And then they have paperwork to go over with you, just like any other kind of like bureaucracy or anything else like that, okay. Right? And they get your permission to gather that evidence from you and to do an exam. Okay. And they're all female, all the nurses. Okay. So, and, you know, they have their process that they go through and they collect all that evidence, and then that's turned over to us. So it's not too late at all to do that.
So that was my...
But we need to know what happened, because just like if, you know, like, and this is just like a totally off the wall example, but like if your kid comes in and tells you, hey, mommy, I'm hurt because I fell down. Well, you need to know where they fell and how they fell and whatnot so you can help them.
But that's the easy, easy thing. That when you're doing several different things in your brain, and not to mention you're being violated physically, it's hard to give that specific, you know, details. I remember the pushing me in the room. I remember when my head hit. I remember those things.
Sure. And what I'd like,
I remember my clothes getting taken off. Okay. But I don't want to be telling this got taken off. I don't want to be on that.
And that's not what it
I would tell that to like a nurse, you know, in the specific, so that could assist in the process. But maybe I would. I say I would, but I don't know. It's just the hard thing to be like, okay, your pants was heavy. Remember this, you remember that, like that.
Sure. And really, we need to know like the narrative of it, and there will be some stuff that I would ask specifics of. And if you remember, you remember, and if you don't, you don't. Or what you can say is, you know, well, I remember that, but I don't want to say.
No, I'm not trying to not tell you anything. It's just a hard process. I guess maybe I'm thinking you're asking me too much detail. Then maybe I'm overthinking what you're asking me. So do you want me to like I said, do a play-by-play of what I remember? Like as far as like clothing?
Like, well, just start at the beginning and tell me what happened. Okay.
So, all right. So when he pushed me into the room,
okay,
I remember like a battle process of like, you know, like back and forth, you know, like that type of thing. I remember that type of thing.
Tell me more about that. The battle back and forth.
Well, with someone that he's not much bigger than me, so it's not like it was a big, powerful person. That I mean, I feel like I'm fairly kind of a little strong. So it wasn't just here get on the ground. It was you know, like getting like move around the room. I don't really remember like which direction. After I hit my head the first time, that's when it started to be a little blur into what was happening then.
Okay. And remind me, what was it that you remember hitting your head on that first time?
I think I want to say it was that red and black table. I'm sorry, red and blue table that was in game.
Red and blue table?
I feel like it was the red and blue table that was in Gannon's room because I remember like going back to hit my head.
Okay. And what? And you keep motioning back here. Did
Yeah,
you
like
the back of your head?
right. Yeah. So like it was in like well there was a couple like the ground was a big force, but I was also fighting back. So I don't want you to think that it would have been some sort of. And I did have like I was gonna like show you that I did have a bullet in there a little bit because from the bullet scratch, but I did have the ability to push back some because he wasn't like overpowering that. It was just like here you go.
Sure.
That sounds awful to say, but okay.
So when you got pushed into the room, where and you got pushed like you guys are doing this battle back and forth, and you hit your head, did you end up on the ground first?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't. I just remember hitting my head, and I remember the next time I hit my head, the second time that he came back after me and tried again. So there was a couple of times that I kind of was in and out of it. And not to mention, I had taken lorazepam, a little extra than usual.
Mm-hmm.
So, it was, a little bit. I don't know how to say, like, how bad. I did not, I'm like that, but it was
Sure.
kind of like being, like, zoned out a little bit.
Sure.
It was almost like I was out, like, blacked out.
Okay.
Because it was one of those things where I could, like, hear what was going on, but I didn't, like, know what was going on, or vice versa.
What do you remember feeling?
There was not, like pain as far as, like, your female part. I feel like the pain was on the struggle of, like, your body was tired.
Okay.
So, like, it's tired in trying to, like, your brain's telling you don't give in, but your body is just in a tired mode.
Okay.
And that was more of like just almost like I was giving up, but I wasn't. Like once we were, I can't talk.
So are you saying like once did he penetrate you?
I remember my clothes coming off. Not my top part.
Okay.
Remember the bottom part, and I don't remember if this was the first time or the second time, which wasn't a successful time. I remember my clothes coming off like on the bottom, and I remember having my top on.
Okay.
And I remember I was pushing like pushing back.
Sure.
And then I out of my mind, it was almost like a little blur because I hit the head again. You're like trying to push up, like to push somebody off, and you get pushed back down and hit your head. And then it's kind of like
I'm not gonna. Here's the thing: is that this conversation, like what we talk about, is not. I'm not gonna run and talk to your husband about or hurt his ex-wife or anything else like that. Okay.
I don't want to give in because I didn't agree to it, but at that point it feels like I didn't give in.
And thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. When you say that you gave in and that he completed it,
I don't remember about when I say completed. I mean as in I was able to like have that bolt of energy to get up again. I don't know if there was like completed. I'm not wanting to think about that.
So I'm not asking if he like ejaculated or anything else like that. That wasn't my question. I'm sorry, that's what I thought. So my question is, did he put his penis in your vagina? Right, yes. Okay. Do you know? Okay. Right, that question. And that was when you were on the ground? Okay. And you said that he was pushing you down. What part of your body was being pushed down? Remember? Okay. So you said that like you kind of like came back up. At some point, I don't remember. Okay. I don't want to give you wrong information about step by step about my body being violated. I don't think that's fair. Like I don't think that. Then every time I have to keep saying to you like, it'll happen. I have to say that to you again. I have to say it to you again. Difficult. Okay. Was there anywhere else that you were penetrated? No. You mean like an area? Anywhere else on your body? Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Okay. And then at some point it ended. Okay. What happened next after it ended? So, but it didn't end at that direct moment because remember Gannon comes in. Okay. Like tell me about that. Gannon comes in to like jump on him. Okay. To like kind of help me out. Okay. And so I don't remember anything but like laying back, and I remember that I could like hear that Gannon had came in. Okay. I could hear that he knew this is not what you're supposed to do. That Gannon did? Yeah, like Gannon was aware that someone was trying to harm me. Okay. He might not have understood the complete in essence of it, but he understood someone was in our home and wasn't supposed to be doing what he was doing. Okay. Right? Okay. I mean, our home we're very open. We're always like, we talk about like, oh, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't do this until you're married. So, okay. So he's very aware of, like that's not how things happen. Sure. In the two lines. So he came in at that point in time. And then I do remember that Gannon was like, I don't want to say thrown, but like he can't jump on a big guy. That's a big guy to him. Mm-hmm. 5, 6, 7, 8-ish is a big guy to him. Sure. Or something. And I don't remember from there. I just remember that Gannon tried to jump on him, and I remember Gannon was over here at this point in time, and then it was just kind of like a blur about what happened. But I do remember after when I say finish, I don't mean what you're asking about exactly. I do remember when that was like getting up, that it was a situation. So that was when he had the gun again, and afterwards, not necessarily at him, but had the gun and had Gannon. Okay. Can you tell me more about that? So I just know that in the way he had him was kind of not necessarily at like a here. If I had the ability to show you, it was more of like a. Show you how to look? Okay. It was more of like this wrapped around, but like Gannon didn't, when he recognizing like the gun, he wasn't trying to at that point fight back to him. Okay. He was just crying like to me, like to help him. Okay. And so that's why I made the decision to try to send the other kid somewhere else. What if I would have ran for help at that point in time? I had every opportunity to run for help then. And I'm not a good enough shooter to like, or really don't, to like feel like I'm gonna shoot somebody, because I don't, what else are we gonna do? You see what I'm saying? So I'm just not, my mind wasn't thinking that of trying to create harm if I made a dumb decision. Okay. And that was probably where I should have done some sneaky technique of, I thought about it after. I should have like gave Lena a letter, or something like that and said, hey, go to the mailbox, take the neighbor's letter. Like, this is something I thought about after, but I didn't think about it like in the time frame. So when you were on the ground and Gannon came in, what do you remember hearing?
him yelling. What was he yelling? Like he was yelling my name, like directed specifically at me. And then like Gannon was? Yeah. Like what does he call you? He goes, well, I just remember I told you about my name thing. Yeah, that's what I was asking. Yeah. So he was saying Tesha. Tesha? He was like saying, are you okay? Okay. And then that's when he realized that wasn't. Like, not that I wasn't, but he realized I was kind of like in and out of there. And what were you saying? I was like immediately like doing the first part was doing the first time was doing the pushback, like get off of me, get off of me. So I wasn't said that, but I wasn't communicating with Gannon. Okay. Like I wasn't saying Gannon go, you know, do this specifically, or like I didn't say like run go do it. I didn't say anything directly that I recall. Okay. Now maybe I did that I recall wasn't specific direction, you know, to guide him in any direction. That was more of like a battle, like a back and forth thing instead of being. But at that point, I do remember like when I was down and you kind of get like that little concrete where your head jars back a little bit, where your head jars back a little bit. Kind of made me a little like dizzy a little bit. And was the man saying anything? I don't remember anything but noises. What kind of noise do you remember? I can't guess. That's the thing, right? So like I can't put words in your mouth. I can't guess. So I know like I'm sorry, pleasure noises. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it like pleasure noises, but like okay. And so he's making pleasure noises, and then Gannon comes in and yells your name. What does the man I don't remember specifically if he came and yelled my name or if he jumped first, but okay. What does the man do? It was more of like a this, but he was still inside of me. Okay. Kind of. I say kind of, but like he's moving. Okay. So obviously he's got to put more like force on your body. And that's just when I just started to cry. Because it was like a giving up. Kind of like a giving up type moment. Sorry that you are upset like that. It was just, because what, I mean, what are you supposed to do at that point? Sure. You can keep trying to fight, but they're already taking something from you that you only have pursued yourself. Sure. Do you remember Gannon saying anything else other than your name? I know he was hollering help at some point, and I think that would have been when he had. I don't remember. Oh gosh, I don't remember like anything other than. Oh, I think I feel like I remember the second. I don't remember around the second time of the battle he was saying get off of her, but I don't. I'm telling you, when I tell you that, and I hope to God that you were never in that situation, but it's just almost like a blur because you're so disappointed in your like emotional feeling, like your self-worth. Sure. How you feel about yourself. Sure. You feel like you're nothing. What did you smell when this was happening? I was going to say that to you. I forgot to, like earlier, and again, you didn't ask me that because I wouldn't think about it. I could smell like a very strong, like paint or like almost like a paint, like someone had been painting or like they were around a house that might have had the drywall, almost like it was like a work smell. Like you're doing this like the drywall. Are you talking about like paint or like the texture smell? Yeah, like the powder of the drywall. You know how like you sand, sure, it has like that smell. Like I could smell like that part on them. but I feel like at one point I thought I smelled alcohol.
And you said that your ex, Harley's dad, did drywall. So the drywall smell is something that you would be familiar with?
He would have did it a while ago.
Yeah, sure.
But I know, like, in our home and things like that, I don't say, like, know a lot about drywall, but just from being around the work sites growing up, I think with him, I was young when I was with him. I remember a lot about, drywall in general. So,
sure.
I don't know if it's specifically drywall. It's more of like a sandpaper-ish smell.
Okay.
Like,
did you smell anything else? You said you smelled alcohol.
At one point, I remember smelling not like a deep, strong alcohol smell, but I could have like a sense of alcohol, like a breath of it.
Sure.
Come up like aroma. Okay. And it kind of was like a, I don't know, almost like a feedish, like a awful type smell. Remember at one point?
Okay.
You kind of like you walk into a restaurant and it smells like some fresh tomatoes and that.
What do you remember feeling on your back?
Just a couple of days before this, I have been having like a lot of lower back pains like already. Mm-hmm. So it took that like pain away. It was almost like it was just like, because I'm getting pushed back, but I'm straining. Mm-hmm. So it was almost like I felt a little bit of nerve, but I didn't feel it. Like I didn't have any, hey, there's the back pain. Oh, back to this. It wasn't like that. I knew that there was nerve being shifted or, changed in some direction. That it was for kind of hard.
And just remind me, you went upstairs and told Lena to go away, basically, to keep her safe. And then you came back down, and that was when he had Gannon, or he had Gannon before you did that?
You mean?
Like when you said that he had his arm wrapped around?
Right. So once he had him, once I came back, because once I got up and whatever, there was the ring. Remember I told you about the lotion and things. So he grabbed him then. He had him still when I came down, but
you grabbed him then.
Right. Remember the ring is what triggered, because there was the first ring that wasn't there wasn't anybody on the ring, or there was no one there. Because I think I went up and down, or maybe I don't remember if I went up one time and down, or up one time twice. I don't remember exactly, but I remember there was two alerts, or two triggers to the door, and I was like, yeah, so two triggers. I feel maybe it was 2 times, because the first time there was nobody there. There was no. Something must have set it off. Yeah. So, and then there was Lena was the next trigger. Okay. But I knew the next one was Lena, because I knew the timing almost perfect, and you can hear from our house when the bus hits its brakes. Okay. So I didn't have to go look at an app or anything like that, because I knew that, timing was just the same as normal. That you can hear this is right there. You can hear, kids are on the way, like that type of thing. And sure, I knew it was Lena, and that was my first thing I open up, I let Lena in, I had a conversation with her just like it was a normal day. But then that's when because I didn't want to be like, here, go. I did quickly say, here, go, whatever. But I wanted to not just open the door and be like, here, go right now. Okay. I had to at least make a 30-second, 1 minute, maybe I'm exaggerating 1 minute, but 30-second dialogue of, here, I need you to go get the milk. Okay. Or here, go, Daddy said go ride your bike. Or, sure. That type of thing. Because later on, I knew she was going to have to eat snack at some point. And I figured just that later on she was eating I figured out another time she'd snack. I was worried about getting her out and about that time.
When
I'm sorry, I should have given her a note. I should have given her a note.
we don't, we don't need to go into like what you should have done or shouldn't have done or anything else like that. Things are never perfect, and we can beat ourselves up for 100 years about things we should have done.
Right.
Right. Okay. So that's not. I'm not here to judge you or anything else like that. I'm here to understand what happened.
Right.
And try and gather as much as we can so that we can help you and we can help find Cannon. Okay. When the attack was going on downstairs, you said you got hit. Your head got hit a couple of times. Were you hit anywhere else?
I don't. Probably. Yeah. Are you asking like about a punch or like?
Were you punched, slapped, kicked?
I don't remember. I don't remember being hit anywhere else.
Okay. Do you have any injuries?
I don't have like any specific injuries here because I was grabbing like this, like pushing up. Most of it was just like head. I don't want to say trauma, but head force on my head, and then the nerve in my maybe thigh. That part.
Okay. And then
I did like have like a little like this about a little part like right there was like bleeding. Okay. And then my nails, I know they look crazy now, but they were, and then of course that was the third mark, so that was it. So my nails were like that because when I get nervous, like I don't know, whatever. But that would have been some.
Okay. So you go upstairs, tell Lena to go, and then you go back downstairs, and he still has Gannon. What happens next?
So he still has Gannon. Hold on. Can I try to read?
Yeah, do what you need to do.
So he was the first time my body, and then he has Gannon, and I don't want to make sure he's hurt, so I go upstairs and back down. Oh, that's when he was asking. Well, he wasn't asking me. He was demanding different things. He was demanding like I probably didn't tell you that earlier, but I do remember that now. He was like demanding things from me. He was demanding me that I was not to say anything, that there would be consequences. He didn't say the word there were consequences, but it was in a louder tone or direction of saying.
What exactly did he say?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember there was some sort of you gotta make sure you're not telling anyone at the door. And I had common sense enough to know if he had Gannon and have a gun that I'm not gonna make a stupid decision. So coming back down, at that point in time, I remember being like, what? Like, I don't remember if I was supposed to be pleading or asking. Gannon was saying help. I didn't have a weapon. I couldn't just go grab and hurt him. So somehow, I don't remember exactly, but we end up being in it again, being in a commotion again. And that's the second time that he was attempting to try. And that's when I kind of went completely blackout, and I don't remember, I remember I told you he was demanding different things, and I gave him a brown suitcase. I gave him a box that was in the room. He demanded the brown suitcase. Well, he didn't demand the brown one. He demanded a suitcase, and I just gave him the brown suitcase.
Okay.
And in my mind, I didn't know.
Can you describe the suitcase for me?
I don't remember. I just remember we had like 10. Okay. I just remember the brown.
Is it like a check bag, a carry-on bag?
Yeah, maybe like 27 inches, maybe.
Okay. So it's like one you would check, not one you
would carry on. You can't check 27. You can only check 20, 21. So
check is the ones that like you give to them.
Like that, it can't be over 21. Sinners or whatever can't be over 20. It has to be over 21. It doesn't have to be over 21 check, but if it's over 21, it can't be a carry. So the bigger.
So it was a bigger one?
Yeah. Okay. So like I'd say about 27 inches, or inches or whatever. And I thought he was going to put things in our home, like take all of our stuff and like our, anything that needed. I already like take the gun.
What did he do with it?
And take, like, I don't know. I provided what he asked for or demanded, and then we got into it again because we were yelling, and I don't remember what we were yelling about, but it was just anything I could do. If I give you this, take everything, and we just whatever, And
you said that he wanted a box.
Yeah, he that was one of the things that I was trying to remember all the and that's why I said I thought he was going to attack our, like, whatever there was in our home. Originally, I didn't think that he was in our home to take. I didn't think he was in our home to take something because he was trying a gun. But at that point, I thought he was going to like clean us out. I say clean us out, take whatever he could,
like steal things.
Yeah, like steal things from us because you can. If you're in Lorton Ranch and you're like, oh, I'm going to the airport. Wait, it doesn't look like you're walking out the front door to TV. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that was my mindset of like.
Oh, so you think that he was gonna? Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're telling me is you thought he was gonna take stuff from your house and put it in the suitcase in the box. Right. It looked like he was going to the airport.
Yeah,
like he was stealing.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't want to say specifically the airport, but like it looked like to make it
travel.
Yeah, so like in my mind, I'm just thinking he's about to clean this out, but I don't really care. Take everything.
Sure.
That he wants to take. That was like in my mindset, and then I remember there was like talking or yelling, or I don't remember how we got to part, the second part, but I remember he wasn't able to. And of course, between all that, I mean, I wasn't running around naked. I had to put my pants back on.
Sure.
And and that was awful feeling. Like, I mean, it wasn't like, I just ran upstairs and I had to, like put myself back together.
What do you mean by put yourself back
together? My pants. Like I couldn't. If I would have showed up at the front door or whatever with Lena or anyone. I mean, I walk around in like shorts and all that. But I'm saying like it would have been, and like you say, we're not going to go on what I should have done, but it could have put off alarm to this is what you need or whatever. But this is my daughter. Is it okay if I just let her? Uncle.
Do you remember? So can you describe the box for me?
Brown box.
Like a cardboard box? Yeah, like a wooden box. Yeah, like a metal. Like, did it have stuff in it?
Yeah. No, there was nothing in it, but it was just a regular like shipping boxes. Like that's why that makes common sense of I'm putting stuff in there, but he could have easily have gotten that himself, but he would have had to have let again go. But that that was his way to have control of the situation.
Sure. And where was that box at before you got it?
In our storage room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that where the suitcase was as well, or?
Yeah, I got the suitcase and the box, and I was saying things because I did think he was going to rob us. Like I say, take all of our stuff, and I started out with being upset about being robbed, and then it was like, take anything you want.
Mm-hmm. It sounds really scary.
Yeah, it definitely is. Because in my mind, I'm like, but I knew if I am given into the situation, then I can get what like what I would expect the result out of it, which would have been that everybody would have been safe, and he's gonna get what he wants. And their intentions was he saw someone that he wanted to take advantage of.
So you give him the stuff. There's another altercation, and you said he couldn't, and you kind of trailed off.
Yeah, like he couldn't at that point in time, just like take my pants back off. Was it like the first time? Because I was more of in a like lackadaisical thing at that point. Because once we were like, when I hit my head the next time on the thing, I think that hit some sort of spot that I don't really remember after that. Like,
where was Gannon when that?
I don't really remember after that. That's where it kind of was. Everything from then was a blur, and so it was me telling you that was like, what do you mean you don't know what happened after that? And no one's going to, understand that unless they're there in that moment that I don't remember.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I have to ask the questions, right? Because if I don't ask the questions, then somebody later is going to be like, well, what happened? What happened next? Where was he? And I can't say, well, I didn't ask, right? Like, I have to ask the question.
I'm sorry, I wasn't. Yeah. I was just saying, like in general, not specifically.
Right. So if I ask the question, I'm not trying to like make you feel bad or anything else like that. I'm just trying to understand and make sure that we cover everything.
Right.
Okay. So you say that you hit your head again. You kind of don't know what happened next. Do you remember, or I guess, can you tell me how this ended?
I just remember like being out of it, but I could also, like in my mind, like I could hear, like loud banging, but I don't remember. I couldn't see, like what was going on or anything like that. It's like I could hear a little bit of a struggle, but I don't know what was going on. Okay. And that for me is hard because I need to know, like, and I hope that it's like dreams. I'm like, maybe I'll dream and remember what was going on, or maybe I'll have like a recollection later. Of, oh yeah, I remember this. But I clearly have been challenging my brain to give it to you about like exactly what was happening.
Sure.
At that.
Sure.
That point in time.
What's the first thing you remember after this incident, after the attack, the second attack?
I just remember being like, where's Gannon? And I was freaking out because I didn't know where he was at.
Okay.
And I didn't see anything that would have told me. And I thought he was hiding.
Okay.
Like I thought maybe he was in the closet or, somewhere hiding so that he knew, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed this.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my sight, I'm assuming that he was hiding, like in my mind. So like I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like Gannon, where are you? Gannon, I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like Gannon, where are you? Gannon, or maybe he was in the closet or somewhere hiding, so that he knew, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding. Okay. And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed.
help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding. Well, because if I am saying to him that everything that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my like sight. I'm assuming that he was hiding, you know, like in my mind. So, like I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, you know, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, where are you? Okay. So then when I realized Gannon would come out, or again, I can't say we do different things at different times, but if Gannon was thought it was safe, he'd come out. So then, in my mind, to be honest with you, when I said I'm gonna fix this, I thought Gannon was still hiding. So when the detective like searched the home, I really was hoping that that's what was going to happen, and he had been scared to come out because he didn't know if it was safe. Or maybe if he was like, you know, had hit his head or something after what I don't remember, he could have been, you know, hiding and maybe got. I don't know. I don't want to make assumption of how he could have maybe not been aware, alert. My thought process was when the guy said he was going to search the house, I was going to find him. Like we'd find him. That's when it really set in that I didn't know where he was at.
Has Gannon ever hid in the house before?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they play little like back and forth of like, you know, like hide behind the sofa or like boom. But it's only like, you know, a little bit of time. But but we don't have the violence of, you know, him seeing another man hurting someone. So I would think in that moment he would have been hiding. Okay. But he wasn't, you know, prone to be like, I'm gonna hide out. But his personality is very in like actually getting along with people, that type of thing. So
yeah, I didn't think that somebody had talked to the school and like they had said that he was pretty laid back and quiet.
Right, and that would have been, you know, my thought. Again, I wasn't on his medicine, so he has a different the way he acts is differently than he isn't. Sure. So he would be a more hyper, you know. So that's why I would have expected, you know, that he would have come right out. But on his medicine, he'd been like zoned out, how to make decisions correctly, because he would have been just like that when he takes it, give it to him, he can't do any sport like he has medicine. Okay. Like I mean, reading off everywhere. So my mind was thinking he didn't take his medicine, you know. So
what's his behavior like when he doesn't take his medicine?
It's not bad. Like it used to be where you couldn't get him to focus on anything. Mm-hmm. Like if you went to church, he could not sit in church without electronics. And I know that might have been a little bit willful, but he needed something to have that attention. For the ADHD, he needed something to have that on. So without his medicine, he could, and like on the hike, he might run way up there, and then we take up, you know, things like that much energy.
Okay. And is that what it was like on Sunday?
You mean at the hike? Yeah. It was like he had the burst of energy, but then when his stomach got hurt, and he didn't, you know, that's when he took more of he was able to control it because he was focusing on his obsessions on cleaning his body. I mean, imagine like walking around.
Sure. That would be uncomfortable for pretty much anybody, I think. Okay. What happened to the gun?
So the gun. This is how I knew. I didn't know in the time that the gun was out. I didn't know. I didn't know the time was out. I just assumed hot colors that it was. So remember, I said that I put the stuff back in the closet. I put everything back the way it was because obviously at that time I told them what had happened because I was in that mentality of I'm going to fix it. So I put everything back in the position that it was, and he did not take the gun. Where he couldn't have because the gun when I left it would have been upstairs. But I didn't bring it downstairs, but that was our gun. So that's how I knew for a fact that he had to have our gun, or either like he had it in the process of stealing it and somehow it fell, and he maybe had another gun. I'm not sure about that part, but I do know that I put it back in it.
So where did you find your gun?
Correct. My gun or
After it was over, and you said you were putting everything back where it belonged.
Yeah.
Where was it whenever you found it to put it away?
So, like at the carpet, because the carpet roll piece had like fallen off, so it was at the carpet.
Okay. And that was, and you said the carpet was kind of
like leaned against the
leaned in, but kind of had fell over coming out of that storage area.
Right. Because it was like, I want to say it was in like pieces. I want to say it was
the carpet or the gun?
No. I want to say that the carpet had like not necessarily multiple pieces, but I remember like maybe different directions. I don't remember, but I feel like I saw different directions.
Okay.
But yeah, it had fallen over, but the gun was there. I didn't see where Gannon was at. That's why I assumed in the situation that he was hiding.
Okay.
I didn't think that there was a concern, at the time that,
Okay. Describe for me what Gannon's room looks like after this happened.
I just remember putting things back together. Like, I say back together, but like I remember I'd already like straightened out his room from before, because when he had the like burns and stuff. And I do remember Gannon was I do remember Gannon was bleeding. And I think from the muscle could have been something with his arm.
Okay.
But I do remember he did have like gloves and stuff like that. I do remember at some point that he was bleeding. I want to say I remember he was not necessarily on me. I feel like at some point in that, and it might have the first time he might have like landed on me, or somehow I was like hold him, not necessarily hold him, but feel like he was there.
Okay.
So I had that like knew he was here, but yeah, I was still taking advantage of. But so yeah, back to what we said about the ring. So I put like everything, back in its order. I want to say that it might have been 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I don't know. It would have had to been, so it probably would have gotten off at 4:30. It might have even been a little bit longer that I remember being out of it. And the reason why is just the time frame.
Okay. And this all happened on Monday, right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that I had it all right. So you put this stuff back together. You found the gun on the floor next to the carpet that had fallen over. Where did you put the gun?
I took everything and put it back, because when I had to tell like Albert, that was the first question that he asked, was like, where are all the guns? Are they all here? That type of thing. So I put them all back together.
Okay. And I don't live in your house, so I don't know where it all back together is. So where are the guns typically stored?
Either in that shelf that I was telling you about.
The silver one?
Right. Or in the closet.
Okay. And
so I put the other guns were never, had never been touched until you guys.
I haven't been either.
Well, you're the person. So they were already in the closet, but the handguns usually are in different sections, which would be accessible in case of emergency. You don't need the shotguns to be that, that accessible. So I put my handgun was already in its safe.
Your steel one?
My handgun was already like in its place completely. I mean, I don't know if it was in the exact same location, but my handgun was present.
Okay. What that?
What you just told me.
In that,
yeah.
In that.
So they're not going to tell us what happened, huh? Oh. Oh my God. I just can't with her. She just don't know how to shut up. No. I don't know. A 10-minute recess. They didn't say why. The judge ordered it. Whatever. Not ordered it. Okay. Now, if you're listening to what she's saying, the things she's bringing up, she's talking about, in a sense, what she did to Gannon. Okay. She heard him. The fight. The suitcase. The gun she brings up. What else? Oh, they're loud. Hold on. Shoot, I can't mute them. Okay, they muted. Okay. The gun, the suitcase, and if you listen to his autopsy, the damages that she did. So within what she's talking about here, she's talking about Gannon. And I'm sure he was screaming for her to stop. And why? And help. She's going to have to live with these demons. She ain't getting out of this at all. That's my opinion. Anyways. Tippy, you're funny. Where's that? That is so funny what you just said. What do I did show up? I'm laughing. I'm not laughing at this most recent comment. I'm laughing at a comment I just approved. You want to rip her hair out. Yes, mental health. They're working on that mental health. You know, they're going to bring up, and see, I did agree in the beginning that she went a little cuckoo in the beginning. They had her in the cell. She was locked in there 24 hours a day, pretty much. She got to get out to take a shower. What, twice a week? So I think if any craziness happened, it was after the fact. I don't know. I am no doctor. I'm just giving my opinion. Yeah, I bet he was crying and begging. Because you know what? He had a tummy ache anyways. Remember? You know, who knows what to believe? I don't know. I don't like these kind of cases. I could tell you that. Yeah, and that's why I took my video down. I took my video down because I wouldn't feel good having it up and then hearing Landon making that post. I thought she knew, okay? But it's a different thing when the mother asks, please take it down. And I just respect the families in that sense. Yeah, thank you. Oh, no, I'm so sorry, Dippy.
Oh, yeah, I went down and got one.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's like a happy.
Yeah, I hope everything's going to be okay. Oh, gosh. I wonder how old her goddaughter is. I mean, it's none of my business. Hold on, I need to check to see what's going on outside.
Sorry for the interruption. We have need to wait just 1 minute, I think. The jurors. Let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
I know. I know.
He started here.
Yeah.
Came to me.
Yeah, I'm sure it's. Is it?
Sure.
Yeah, she's. It's not as bad. Very good. On openings, I did too. So that was my word. I felt awful the night before. I was like, "Are you freaking kidding?"
I don't even know what it's done.
I felt pretty bad.
No.
I never.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, I would have too. Except for it makes you feel kind of screwy.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall CR 1358 versus Letecia Nstauch. Record to reflect the jury is present back in the courtroom. Sorry for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. That was an emergency I had to deal with unrelated to this case. With that, go ahead and start with your work.
And then just as far as timing goes, Judge, do you want us to just play it right up till 5 and then
About 5 till.
5 till? Okay.
Yeah. So everything was already there. I just put, I say gun, when I say put the guns back in their place, there wasn't multiple out in different places. I just want to make sure that it was, it was, I put that gun back with its partner gun.
Okay.
To make sure it was in the same place.
So you put the black handgun into the silver armoire thing, chest thing, with your teal handgun.
Right, in the same chest.
Okay. And have they been moved since then?
Well, Albert took them.
Albert took both of them?
Mm-hmm. He made me give him mine too.
When was that?
Today.
Today?
Yeah. So like he took all then when you guys when in your department, I guess they went through my closet or whatever.
Okay.
They still left the guns in the closet, but you know, they weren't in the same place that they were.
Sure.
And so Albert took all them too because he was like, well, I don't want you to harm yourself and things like that. He was saying this to me, so he took them all and made me give him mine.
And that was today?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a history of trying to harm yourself?
No. Anything like he tried to say something about like I'll grab a knife. That was not true. I do not do that. Like I have never done anything in my entire life. Never received any kind of counseling or anything prior to anything like that, disturbing somebody, nothing like that. So there would be no reason. And right from the beginning, that mental health thing, I've always tried to put a blocker up because I know that things in your life can cause us problems, and I just never did anything like that. Like I might be like, I was raised in the country, so it might be like someone says something, that's a funny thing, like here was out, like that type.
Sure, yeah.
But not anything that would have been then like I'm going to cut myself and harm myself. He was, like in his military mode, protection mode. And,
well, he cares about you. That's good, right?
He wanted to just take everything away. From there, so.
Okay.
He was like, I don't want you to hurt yourself. And I was like, what?
So I just want to kind of like sum up what I think about, or what I kind of know generally about what happened on Monday. Okay. So Albert didn't go to school that day, or not Albert. I apologize. Gannon didn't go to school that day because he was not feeling well, and because you guys wanted to get the carpet fixed. Right. You went to the new build area. You met Eduardo. And you arranged for him to come over to your house while you were gone to work on replacing that piece of carpet for you.
He said come over to my house while I was going to work on replacing that carpet?
Yeah. You gave him the garage code and stuff so he could come in and
but she said I was gone when we replaced the carpet. I was on shopping while he was
gonna do the carpet.
I thought you said it. I was making sure you hadn't twisted the way I said it.
And that's exactly right. I want to make sure that nothing's twisted.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna go Petco, do some running.
Out to go pick us up to go shopping to get dogs some new.
Yeah.
Just have to do that.
Yep. So you were gonna go do some shopping, and he was gonna go fix the carpet.
Mhm.
You left the house around 10:30-ish, 10:30-ish, and then you go. There's at some point you got gas. You went to Petco twice.
And I think Starbucks earlier, but it was actually Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. Coffee.
Yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts maybe. Okay. And then you get home about 2:30. 2:30. You come in, and you said you wanted to listen to your music and work out.
Yeah, I was in the kind of like donut mode, not in the remembering. Oh my gosh, it's gonna fix it.
Okay. And then sometime between that 2:30 or after you get home at that 2:30 time frame, you were getting your headphones, putting your headphones on, music, zone out, whatever else, thought you heard something. You went downstairs, and that was when this attack happened. And then what time does Lena come home from the school bus?
It depends. They change the school hours. It could be anywhere between 3:15 and 3:30.
Okay.
Depending on.
So 3:15, 3:30 is the typical time Lena comes home. You don't want her to be in danger, so you send her out to go ride her bike and check the mail. And you go back down, another altercation happens, and the next thing you remember is that you kind of come to and Gannon is missing.
Right.
Okay. So, and that was probably like around 4 o'clock? Rough estimate.
Yeah, because it would have been, or it could have been 4:30, but it wouldn't have been after 4:45 because, let's see, Hollywood took 30 minutes to get home. So she hadn't got home. Lena was still riding the bike or out and about. Yeah, it had to be 4-ish. 4:15. No later, like I said, than 4:45 because that would have been already like on her way home.
I think I have a pretty good idea.
I'm pretty sure that was exactly right. Okay. Because I think because then I sent Harley and Lena to Dot Street. Yeah. Yeah. So Harley had a drive Lena.
What is the you have an alarm on your house? What company do you use for that?
ADT.
ADT? Okay. Write that down. And you have the same, is the passcode for the ADT stuff the same as like your garage door code and stuff like that, or?
Like, you mean like the login?
Like when you go in, disarm the.
Yeah. No. It's different because the alarm is Jan's birthday.
Jan's birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take a break. You need to use the restroom?
No, but I really need to. I haven't showered and I haven't eaten, and I'm just getting tired.
Okay. All right. And we had talked earlier about whether or not it would be able to take action at this point, as far as like gathering evidence, stuff like that. With whether it had been too long, and I told you that it wasn't. It's something that you're willing to do.
Yes, definitely. I would do anything for you to figure out who Eduardo is and make sure that.
Okay. And it's perfect that
I found you to say to make sure that I could just like.
Okay. What pants were you wearing when all this happened?
There was a set of like clothing. I had like washed the stuff like and I
sure. I get it.
I had taken some and stuff or whatever, but I put it with all the stuff that like I washed and stuff like that. I I don't remember if it was a black and purple or a black and blue, but it was like sporting athletic things. They were on my stairs, and I went home last night.
Were they like leggings or joggers or?
Yeah, they were like kind of like this,
like
yeah, well, but more of the nylon-ish material.
Things, so they were like black and maybe purple or blue.
Yeah, it was one that I wear like a lot of Nike, and it was one of those.
And you didn't give them the alarm code, right? You just gave them the garage code.
Yeah, because you don't have to have like the alarm code to come in the house.
Okay.
You have to have, and that's assuming that I even set the alarm. I mean, I may or may have not. I mean, typically I try to. Typically I try to, log into my phone and do it if I forget. That's just assuming if I had, whether I had or not set the alarm. But I'm pretty positive. I don't say positive. I'm certain that I set the alarm.
Sure.
But it doesn't have a sensor on the door. Like when
were you able to see if you log into your alarm account whether or not it was alarmed at that time?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show you, but I couldn't serve it.
Okay. You might need to like plug it to the Wi-Fi or something like that.
Yeah.
To do that, and there's open Wi-Fi. It's like EP. Yeah. It doesn't require a password or anything. If you want to do that, can you use the restroom or anything like that?
No, I'm actually. I mean, am I like free to leave or?
We're not holding you here. We'd like to get you over to the hospital for that.
I would totally do that, but I really am. I just want to get some food and take a minute, and I can drive myself to the hospital. I don't want to feel like I'm some, person they're going to look at differently because I am showing up with, seeing some people, and that's why I asked you where the secret, like where people would know, because I understand you have a goal and a purpose. And that is our human purpose to have done here. But I also am thinking about how emotionally.
Yeah, and I get that. And so I'll tell you that if we drive you over there, we don't go in the front. We go in a back way. So you wouldn't be seen by the general public or anything like that. And obviously we're not in like uniforms. Everything is concealed, all that other stuff. So it's not like we walk in with a scarlet letter or anything else like that. So, okay. Let me go check on a couple of things really quick, and then be right back. Okay?
Okay, you said I was free to go.
Are you wanting to leave right now?
I'm really hungry. I'm thirsty. Look at my lips. They're chapped.
Okay.
They're like really bad.
Okay.
I mean, you guys know it's not like I don't answer or talk to you or anything.
Okay.
I've kept some communication with you.
Okay. Can you give me just a few minutes to just check to make sure that I covered everything that I need to cover, and then I'll come back in?
She said that I would be able to go. She didn't say I would be. I mean, I'm sure I've been here hours. She said specifically that I would be able to go.
And I'm not saying that you can't. I'm asking if you can give me a few minutes.
I think if you can just call me, or I mean, I still have like, I have to maintain my mental health in this situation, and that's very important. And I just want to go. My lips are burning, and I want to take a shower. I mean, look at my fingers and all that things.
Right. So it would be better to get the forensic exam
done over there, like
before you
not
shower.
Not like things. I'm not doing like as in stage and things like that. I'm not doing that. I haven't showered in 2 days. I'm not doing that. But I will gladly go.
I mean, if you're saying you want to go take a shower before you go get the thing done?
I didn't say I was going to go take a shower. I said I need some time to just rest. I'm exhausted. I want to take a shower. My hair is nasty, and I'm not going over there like dirty, smelly for someone to.
You realize that's how we gather evidence, right? So if you go take a shower right now, and I understand that you're like uncomfortable, right? and that you want to take a shower. Right. So that's why I would like to get you over to the hospital to get the exam done.
Okay, well, then I'm driving myself because I'm not getting escorted to an exam when I'm already going through a difficult time with having to violate my body to whether you go in the front or the back. I mean, am I not allowed to take myself there?
I didn't say that at all. I'm trying to figure out, and I'm trying to impress upon you, like, if you go take a shower, then you wash away the evidence.
I know, I understand. I just said.
And you said you weren't going to go over there while you're.
I don't want to get dirty. I can at least go freshen up or something. Like I'm.
Okay. All right. Be right back.
Okay, so you tell me how to leave.
Please. I have to go
Please.
over here. Let me get somebody to escort you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cough, you guys. I couldn't help it.
Said that I could go.
Well, can you talk to me about what?
You told me I could.
I know, but I'm left.
I understand
that. I just want to get the fill in. So I have a couple questions about Sunday. If you're okay filling that in. I know you're tired.
I'm tired. I said that I could. So I just want to take a break. That's all I'm asking for.
Where do you want to?
That means I want to go to rest. Like he said, I could drive myself to the hospital. So I just don't want.
What do we need to go?
Am I able to just go? What do you mean? Am I okay?
I've been hearing about a hospital. I mean, what's going on with that?
This is why this is frustrating because I've already shared information that you guys can fully like watch and see, and you can know why I'm going to the hospital because she wants to get DNA, or to have your body checked.
Were you supposed to report this? Did that happen?
It happened on Monday.
On Monday?
What? I can't right now go through it again. I can't.
Okay. Yeah. So let me make sure that we've got everything lined up for an exam. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, she's gonna do that, and I'm gonna just take a break. I want to get food. Look at my lips. So chat. I haven't.
You want some food?
I know.
What do you want to eat?
Okay, she just said I could be escorted out.
Okay.
I promise you have my number. I haven't not.
You're done with all this?
Right, I haven't not communicated with you. I have been.
You done with that?
Nothing, but can I not take it?
You can if you want. I just didn't know if you were done with it. We recycle them too. So. Okay. We got hang tight for me just real quick. Let me make sure that she doesn't have any other questions. Because
she finished what you just said.
I get that. Let me double check with her.
She said I could go. That she
finished up the interview. I don't know. I'm not holding you.
Okay, if someone locked me out,
you want to go? You want to leave?
I will clearly ask.
No, she's arguing with
I
them.
want to take a break. Like I literally don't follow all your.
Where do you want to go for your break?
I want to see my child. I want to get lunch with her.
Well, I'm more than happy to get you lunch or to bring your daughter here or whatever needs to happen. I'm not saying that you can't leave. I would like to finish up this conversation with you. There's a couple of questions about Sunday that I have, and this is the first time that I'm hearing that you're sexually assaulted.
You go stand, right?
That would be, well, you came towards the door, so open the door. If you'd like to have the conversation in the room, we can. It's up to you. But like I said, I missed out on a bunch. So
I'm not being able to chill out.
Really? Is this some drinks? Where do you want to go?
So am I not allowed to? I'm scared to ask them the question.
Well, I'm trying. So I guess our communication isn't the greatest at this point in time. Are you wanting to leave the office to go get something?
Wait, yes, I clearly you have my number. I'm not gonna not answer you or anything. I'm gonna answer you.
How are you? Good. So
Oh, that's weird. Oh, never mind.
Man, I just want to get directions.
I do. And so, once again, we're back in the interview room. We're on camera. Mitch Mahalto, you think the investigation section. Okay. At this point in time, we were just a step outside and tell me if I'm wrong. That you decided that you wish to leave and that there's no problem with that. I asked if
You didn't ask. You could. You relinquished the party. You could.
And I told you that you would be applying for a search warrant.
He's applying. I'm not going anywhere. I literally just need directions. I mean, I have family numbers in there I don't have.
When you're going to be applying for a search warrant, is that understood?
I'm going to ask you one favor. You let me find out, or you show me something that you can legally take my phone and you don't have a search warrant. Show me that. Can you show me that? Can you show me that? Yeah, but can you show me that, sir? Because that feels like that's kind of a little unconstitutional.
And if that's the case, that was it. That can be something. We're going to go ahead and hold on to this phone.
Okay, can I use another phone to call the friend?
There are multiple phones here.
I'm not hiding anything from you. I just want directions. I want to be able to call my family. No, you don't understand. No, you don't. You are doing something that's unconstitutional.
Mm.
You need a warrant past it. Thank you.
So we're going to hold on to this.
Is this you don't even have a warrant yet. I just want I want to get my directions. I don't know. I want to. That's the call. You can. It's not about the phone or the number. That's just the call. So teacher, at this point.
Okay, so we're gonna hold you here until we get that third.
Do I have to sit this way?
Yes.
Do I have to like stay with the door? I mean, I've been shut up in here, ma'am, and I've been nothing but respectful to you. Sure, and I just and I think you too. I don't care that you had the phone. You took it out of my hand, and that was very disrespectful.
Oh my gosh.
Before it, I would have given that to you. I would have said sure. It was a way to do it. Okay, so that was my thing with you on that. And then all I'm saying is, do I have to be trapped in a room?
So, Keisha, I understand that, and I hear what you're saying about feeling disrespected about the form being taken, and that was okay, right? And I'm sure that I'm not letting him speak right now, but I'm sure if I did, he would say that he is sorry for making you feel disrespected. That's fine. Right. At this point, I'm being told that you have to stay, and this is where we have to keep you. Okay. This is going to be the most comfortable environment.
Okay.
Okay. It's like There's a couch and whatever else, or other interview room.
What was he saying? I'm paying for what now?
The getting search warrant.
We're getting grant the phone.
For you.
For me, what's needed?
Because you've given us multiple different stories.
Oh, he's talking about like the thing you stuck on the head.
Yep.
Oh, I was like, okay, I got it. I see what you're saying. I got it.
Because at this point you have evidence essentially on your body.
I got it.
Right?
I'm sorry. I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Can I at least like go to the bathroom and like
No.
nothing? I can't see nothing.
I can tell you that a forensic nurse examiner is constant to.
Yeah.
We're not telling you can't go to the bathroom. Okay, we're telling you is that you can't go into the bathroom.
And I had to like
hold up. And I've offered you the opportunity multiple times to go to the bathroom.
I know, but I wanted to consent.
Okay. So here's the thing. Okay.
You can take whatever you want from my body.
Right. We're not saying that you can't go urinate or defecate if that's what you need to do. Okay. We're telling you that you can't allow to have happen is you go in there and get paper towels and begin wiping possible evidence off of your body.
Do you want to watch me?
We will get back with you and we'll get you to the bathroom here in just a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
So just have a seat for us and we'll be back with you.
You just watch me. What about like a older drinks or something? I don't know. Hot meal? Mm-hmm.
So you need a colder bottle of water or a Gatorade.
Are you taking my drink? What in the world? Am I able to make a phone call? Can I make a phone call? You said I could use the phone.
Yeah. I told you that. We're not asking for we're not asking you questions.
I'm not allowed to make a phone call. I
We're not asking you.
have a right to make a
Okay, so things changed since I made that statement to you.
What?
Okay, and so that is at this point in time.
I just want to know why.
You're no longer. Please let me explain to you.
I'm sorry.
Things have changed. You did something, you were free to leave.
Right.
And you can stop answering questions whenever you wish, et cetera. Now, through the course of the investigation, we have reason to believe that you potentially have evidence on your body, and we're applying for a search warrant.
So that's what it was.
You're
want
not
to escort me to
free to leave.
You want to be escorted to basically. I'm not stupid. I'm very.
We know you are. We know you're very educated. So, and as somebody who's very educated, we're trying to get you to cooperate with it.
So we are going to apply for the search warrant.
I know. I said, could you just take me over there?
Here's because you've already said that you didn't want us to do that. Now we have to go through the process of getting a search warrant because you've already declined that option. So it's going to take a little bit longer. And right now I need you to have a seat on the couch.
But I cannot call him back. Can you call him?
Right now you're being held 6 foot.
Okay.
Can you do those questions then? So the time, or you said something about you had questions.
You've already asked for an attorney.
No,
out in the hallway. You said, "Do I need to call an attorney? I'd like to make a phone call and all that stuff." So here's the thing: I don't want to get into all of that. Any other questions? Because you've already said.
I was saying for attorney to ask him
I know, and the thing is, I do not want it to be misinterpreted in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
Okay. So we're gonna hold off right now.
So you're saying you don't have to have those questions asked me while we were
Not at this point in time. Okay. If something changes, I will let you know. Okay.
We'll take our evening break if we can get all of you where you need to be Friday. Should be able to start off at that point. If we don't discuss the case with yourself, discuss the case with anyone. Research about any aspect of this case. Tomorrow, so you can get get some sunshine. And then we'll see you on Friday morning, 9 o'clock, before I speak to your schools. Email and see the record should reflect the jury can select the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
That's it. Okay. All right. As I said, my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here. There's not going to be anybody else here except for myself and Mr. Sproul. So we'll leave everything here if you want. It's up to you. If there's something that you want to lock up, let us know. We can put it in the evidence closet.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Did you hear that, Judge?
All rise.
Let's get out of here. Of course. Oh my gosh, my gosh, my gosh. This was way too much. But anyways, I'm going to get going. I got some things to do. Hold on, I'm going to read your comment here. She did go to the hospital or something, a forensic person. Yeah, I did know that. She called somebody. She called somebody before they went to take it and left the hospital. That's all I know. All right, everybody, thank you for coming through. I gotta go, man. I'm tired. Bye.